Soulmates, Reverse Harem Fantasy, Book 1. Written by Mira Crest, narrated by Megan Mitchell. Chapter 1. Nia hummed under her breath, eyes squinting as she pulled yellow thread carefully through the green fabric, the embroidered honeybee taking shape before her eyes. 5 more bees, then a border of honeysuckle vines and primrose, and her wedding dress would be complete. Her mother and sister were organizing the feast, and a druid would come from the temple to perform the ceremony at the end of the month. There was just one problem. Nia had not seen her betrothed in over a fortnight. Nia had known Celyn her whole life. His parents tended beehives and sold honey, and Nia's parents ran the village bakery. As a consequence, they had seen a lot of each other as children, especially close in a village that was already a tight-knit community. As they matured, their relationship changed. Nia smiled as she remembered the first time she had realized Celyn thought of her as more than a friend. It was 5 years ago. They'd been talking about the midsummer dances, and she'd expressed an interest in one of the fisherman's sons. His name was Morgan, and he had clever fingers and sea-green eyes. All the girls in the village had been taken with him. Celyn had made some disparaging remarks about Morgan, and then had stormed off. Later, after Celyn apologized, they had danced together at the festival. The following autumn, Celyn kissed her under the old oak tree by the river. No one was surprised when he asked for her hand. They might not have courted for long, but knew everything would be perfect. Celyn, his father, and his brothers had built them a house just upstream from his family's land. Nia had woven a tapestry for their wall and a blanket for their bed. Both items were rolled up in her cedar box, waiting for their wedding day at the peak of summer. But a few weeks ago, a messenger had come from a neighboring village bringing news of an invasion from the east. The Southern Empire had abandoned their fortresses, and their leaderless people had dissolved into warring tribes. Now one of these groups was on the way to the peaceful valley where Nia had spent her entire life. Every able-bodied man in the area had been asked to help, including Nia's father, uncle, cousins, and her brother-in-law. But it was Celyn that she was most worried for. He was a gentle man at heart, but reckless in defending those he cared about, and he was very stubborn. Wisdom would come with age, her mother said, but that would hardly be a comfort if Celyn never grew old enough to gain it. It was difficult to keep her focus on sewing with these fears always in her thoughts. Nia had already had to pull out several misplaced stitches, and just as one bee was nearly done, she jabbed the tip of her finger with the needle. "Ow, damn this thing," she muttered, sticking her finger in her mouth to keep the blood from the fine green fabric. Maybe it was time to take a break. She folded the dress carefully and stood, stretching her arms to the ceiling and rolling her neck until it popped. Suddenly, there were sounds of commotion outside. But before she could look out to see what was going on, the door burst open. "They're back," exclaimed her sister Tegan, grabbing Nia's shoulders in excitement. "The men drove the invaders away, and they're coming up the valley road right now." Nia's heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and fear. "Is everyone okay?" "They didn't say," Tegan replied, putting a hand on her shoulder and squeezing it. Tegan's husband was out there too. "I'm sure they're fine. Everyone is heading to the square to meet them." Nia ran her hands quickly through her hair and smoothed the wrinkles from her dress. "Let's go," she said, holding out her arm. Tegan linked their elbows, and they set off. The mood in the village was jubilant. It had been a long time since there had been any sort of threat to their idyllic existence, so this small conflict had put everyone on edge. Now children were running down the street, laughing and waving colorful ribbons. Adults were singing or tuning up their instruments. No doubt Nia's mother was already baking up a storm for the celebration. The joyful atmosphere was contagious, and by the time they reached the square, Nia was grinning. Her childhood friend Annwn waved as they pushed their way through the crowd, but before Nia could respond, a shout rang out. "Here they come!" A hush fell over the crowd as the gate opened, and the first of the men stepped into the square. "Nirin!" yelled one of the women, rushing forward and practically tackling a thin man in the front. That seemed to be the signal. Everyone pressed toward the gate, crying and laughing as they reunited with loved ones. Nia squeezed through the crowd, looking for familiar faces. Someone grabbed her arm, yanking her into a fierce embrace. "Daddy!" She cried, smiling up at him with relief. "I'm so glad you're safe." He ruffled her hair. His eyes were tired, but otherwise he looked just the same as always. His face tanned and lined with years, but his body was still tall and strong. When Nia was a girl, she'd thought the heroes of old must have been men like her father, strong as the stones that rose out of the ocean with honor, just as unsaleable. Now, she saw the signs of wear in her father, but it only made him more dear to her. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder, squeezing as if to reassure himself that she was still alive. "I'm glad to see you too, Bumblebee. Where's your mother?" he asked. "I haven't seen her yet," Nia replied. "Tegan and I just got here. Where's Celyn?" His face fell. "Let's go somewhere a little quieter," he said. Nia suddenly felt like she was moving underwater as he led her to the bench beside the wall. "I'm not sure how to tell you." He stopped, then rubbed a hand over his face and sighed before looking her squarely in the eyes. "Celyn, he won't be coming back." She couldn't breathe. Her nails dug into her palms. "What happened? He promised me he'd be careful. You said you'd keep him safe," she wailed. It wasn't fair to blame him, but the storm raging inside her had to go somewhere. Her father looked down at the ground. He cleared his throat, then said, "When we got to the village by the river, it was already burning. Everything was chaos. We were trying to put out the fire and fight the enemy all at once, and Celyn and I got separated. I don't know what happened to him, but I found this in the wreckage of a burned cottage." The object he pulled out of his belt pouch made her heart stutter to a stop. It was a silver locket on a burned leather cord. Soot covered the delicate carvings, but it was still unmistakable. She had given it to Celyn on his last name day, and he had promised never to take it off. Her father placed it gingerly in her outstretched palm, and Nia felt her tears begin to flow. Everything was a blur of gray. Celyn's mother wailed with anguish, her husband barely managing to hold her upright while their younger children looked on. The druids came for the burial, even though there was no body to bury. His favorite things, a shirt, a bracelet, a carved knife, were placed in the family cairn with solemn ceremony. 2 other men had been killed in the battle, and they would all be remembered together. When all the other villagers had left, Nia remained by Celyn's grave, her mind a howling void. All her life she had known where she was headed. The plans and dreams she had with Celyn, a little cottage with a garden, the laughter of their children, a life of love and family and work she enjoyed, were just variations of the fantasies from her girlhood. Now that he was gone, what was left to her? When she thought about the future, all she could see was emptiness. Sometime later, her mother and sister came. They took her gently by her arms and led her to the wake. Nia sat silent and unseen as food and drink were passed, feeling like the only point of stillness in a storm of laughter and conversation. People told stories about the deceased, moments of joy, times of comfort or sadness. Nia knew she should participate, to bring him to life again even for one more moment, but the words wouldn't come. People came by to give their condolences, and it was all she could do not to scream. What good were words of regret when they couldn't bring him back? The day faded into evening. Someone had brought her spiced mead, and she must have drunk it because her blood was warm and her thoughts were muddled. A bard was singing. She couldn't discern the words right away, but when she did, she felt like she'd been set aflame. It was a song about a man who journeyed to Annwn to rescue his dead lover. "I'm going to go get him," Nia exclaimed, surging to her feet. Everyone turned to look, mouths and eyes wide with shock, but it did nothing to quench the fire roaring in her heart. "I swear, by all the gods and spirits, that I will travel to Annwn and bring Celyn back," she vowed. More than one person gasped. Nia's father moved to shield her from view. "You don't know what you're saying," he said. No one goes to Annwn but the spirits of the dead. It's just a tale. All tales begin somewhere, Nia said, crossing her arms over her chest, echoing the words her father had said many times in her childhood. He frowned down at her, but before he could reply, Tegan inserted herself between them. It's been a long, difficult day for everyone. I'm sure Nia just needs some sleep, she said, taking Nia by the arm. The rest of the village was still staring, and Nia sensed this was a fight she wouldn't win. Besides, it wasn't as if she had a plan. Not yet, anyway. You are probably right. I am tired, Nia said. There was an audible sigh from the crowd. Tegan led her back home in silence. Maybe she figured there was no use talking Nia out of what she'd already decided. Or maybe Tegan didn't know what to say. Tegan might even be grieving herself. Celyn had been Nia's betrothed, but he was friendly with her entire family, including Tegan. The other two men were people both Nia and Tegan, had known since childhood. The whole town was in mourning. Nia had been so wrapped up in her own sorrow, she hadn't even thought about the sorrow of anyone else. Nia felt a stab of guilt, but that only added a drop to the ocean of her pain. It didn't change what she had to do. Everyone might be sad, but she was the one whose whole life had been cut off almost before it had begun. Nia's conviction didn't waver as she readied herself for bed, and her hand often gripped the locket now hanging from her neck, the last physical connection she had to her love. The braided locks of their hair were still inside, untouched by whatever had claimed Celyn's life. She had run her fingers over the intertwined strands, hoping to feel some spark of that connection, but of course, it was just hair. She shut the locket. Just as she was about to snuff the candle, Tegan came into the bedroom and stood wringing her hands. "Nia," she said in a quiet voice, "I know you're sad about Celyn. I can't even imagine what you are feeling, but I hope you remember, we need you too." Nia blinked. She couldn't think of a reply that didn't seem selfish. Her family loved her and would miss her when she was gone, but bringing Celyn back was more important. Surely they would see that. "Please, think about it," Tegan said. "I'll be out here if you need to talk." Nia blew out the candle and slipped under the blankets, but she lay awake long after, planning her next move. When Nia woke up, she could tell by the angle of light that it was nearly noon. The house was quiet. Everyone usually got up before dawn to light the ovens in the bakery, but they had let her sleep in today. She supposed they thought she needed it. If the family were out of the house, that would only make leaving easier. She got out of bed and started dressing, making sure to choose her sturdiest clothes. Determination had brought her grief to a manageable level, but she could sense the grief still hovering at the edge of her thoughts, like a storm ready to swallow her. She forced herself to only think about the next step in her preparation. There was an old shoulder bag for bread deliveries hanging on a hook in the corner. Nia stuffed it with a couple of worn blankets, her sewing kit, her extra set of clothes, and a few other useful things. She headed to the kitchen next, intending to pack some food as well. Though her appetite had been absent since the news of Celyn's death, she knew that it would return once she started walking. Nia had always been a practical woman, and she knew she wouldn't get far on an empty stomach. However, the sight of her mother at the table rolling out dough stopped her short. It was a scene right out of Nia's childhood, and it brought a pang of nostalgia to Nia's heart that she had to ruthlessly squash. "Nia, I'm glad to see you up and about. How are you feeling?" her mother asked. The warmth in her eyes was almost enough to make Nia stop and reconsider her plan. It was almost enough to make Nia throw herself into her mother's arms and cry her eyes out. She swallowed, blinking back her emotions. "I'm better than I was yesterday. I thought you'd be at the bakery at this time of day. Tegan and your father can handle it. Nobody was up early wanting bread in any case. They were all sticking their heads in the rain barrels and crawling back to bed," her mother said, smiling too brightly. "Are you going somewhere?" Nia had planned for this. She didn't bat an eye as she lied to her mother, though her stomach was sick with guilt. I thought I would go to the temple. Maybe the druids can help me make some sense of this. It wasn't all a lie. Nia did intend to go to the temple, but not because the druids could tell her anything that would comfort her. Her mother visibly sagged with relief and said, "Of course, dear. I think that's a good idea. I'll give you some food and water for the journey." Nia nodded. It probably wouldn't be enough to get her where she was going, but it would be a start. At this time of year, there was food to be found in the wild, nuts, berries, roots, and having grown up in a fishing village, she would never starve if she had ocean access. A few minutes later, her mother came back with a small sack and a full skin of water. "Hopefully this will be enough for the return journey as well, but if not, I put a few coins and some packets of herbs in there. The druids are usually willing to trade for supplies." "Thank you," Nia said, the unexpected help making her nervous. Did her mother sense what she had planned? But her mother only smiled in the same gentle way she always had, the same way her mother smiled when kissing scraped knees or consoling Nia over burned bread or botched weaving. It was a smile that said everything would be well. Even now it brought a spark of hope to Nia's heart. "I hope the druids help you to find peace," her mother said. "This is a terrible situation, but you have so much life ahead of you. Celyn wouldn't want you to give up." At least she could answer this truthfully, though not in the way her mother meant. "I won't. I promise." One last embrace and Nia was out the door. Leaving home would have broken her heart if it hadn't already been shattered. She was glad everyone else was away from the house. That goodbye had been hard enough. The temple was half a day's walk along the coast road, luckily in the opposite direction from where the fighting had been. The journey was uneventful. The weather was mild and the road mostly empty. When Nia arrived, the evening meal was just being served. She was glad to be invited to join the initiates, but impatience made her jittery. The food tasted like ash in her mouth. Finally, as the sun was starting to set, the Archdruid motioned her forward. "You wish to speak with me, child?" he asked. Only the fact that he was older than her grandfather kept her from being annoyed by the endearment. "Yes," she replied, bowing her head. "I want to know how to get to Annwn. The tales say there's an entrance somewhere nearby." He blinked and sat up straighter. "What business does a young lady have in the land of the dead?" "Someone I love arrived there recently, and I'm going to get him back," Nia said, clenching her fists. The Archdruid sighed. "It's hard to lose a loved one, I know, but it is not for us mortals to interfere in the natural cycle of life and death. The gods have a purpose beyond our comprehension." "There was no purpose to Celyn's death," Nia exclaimed. A hush fell over the hall, and her face flooded with heat, but she soldiered on. "If the gods have an issue with my plans, then surely they can stop me without your help. All I ask is your knowledge. Will you deny me?" He frowned, and she wondered if maybe she had taken things too far. But then he nodded thoughtfully. "I will take an omen. If the gods do not wish you to undertake this journey, they will tell us so." It felt like just a more roundabout way of refusing, but Nia sensed this was the best chance she was going to get, so she nodded. Nia was led into the chamber behind the main hall, a room dominated by a colossal round hearth sunk into the floor. The Archdruid gestured for her to sit on one of the cushions around the edge of the room. Once she was settled, he tossed a bunch of herbs onto the fire. Fragrant smoke tickled the back of her throat. The shadows leapt and danced in a way that made her shiver with unease. "This will help us to see more clearly," he said, seating himself beside her and picking up a pouch that rattled like raindrops on a hollow log. "Close your eyes, and when I speak the words, I want you to tell me what images come into your mind." Nia did as he said. Though she was beginning to feel anxious, it was well known that druids practiced magic, and though it was fun to hear about magic in tales, Nia never thought she'd be participating in it. There's probably a lot more magic in Annwn, she thought before turning her attention back to the Archdruid. The hollow sounds from the pouch seemed unnaturally loud. "Journey," said the voice of the Archdruid, and the images swimming behind her eyes reformed, becoming rain lashing her face while the sound of wind and water roared in her ears. "I see a storm. On the ocean, I think," she said, shivering. Though her family had not been sailors, she knew a storm at sea could be deadly. "Good." More rattling. "What about choice?" Again, visions flickered rapidly before her. "I see a cauldron, and then animals? A raven, a fox, others. I'm not sure." "That's fine. One more. What does your heart say about fate?" At the word, Nia felt like she was swallowed by darkness. In the distance she saw something shining. A thread, golden white in color, fragile, and all alone out in the void. 4 new threads appeared. One was violet, so dark it was nearly black. One bright red, one cool blue, and one brilliant green. These threads wove around the original thread, and as a weaver, Nia knew that they were much stronger together. This vividly colored thread spooled upward into a tapestry. It was so intricate and beautiful that she couldn't form words to describe it. When the vision disappeared, the loss felt like a blow. She relayed everything to the Archdruid in a shaking voice. He hummed for a moment. "You can open your eyes now. I am ready to give my judgment, if you are still willing to hear it." His words didn't bode well for Nia in her estimation, but she was determined to see this through. She sat up straight, set her jaw in a fierce line, and nodded. The Archdruid sighed. "This omen tells me that this journey is important for you, and perhaps for others. You will not, I think, find what seek, but you will find your destiny. Are you certain you wish to enter Annwn?" This was the first moment that Nia felt uncertain about her quest. Not finding what she sought? Did that mean she wouldn't be able to save Celyn? What destiny could she have without him? That couldn't be right. And her vow. "I'm sure," she replied. "The entrance is on an island far off the coast. A storm hides it from view, and the surrounding ocean is full of sharp rocks and dangerous shallows. It is said that there is only one way through. You must take a coracle from our bay, and let the waves guide you where they will." Nia swallowed. It was madness. Coracles were the sort of things children took out to fish on calm days. Even calling them boats was a kindness. You could barely steer them, so riding one through a storm on the open ocean was asking for an early death. That was one way to get to Annwn, she supposed, but not one that would help. "Have you ever been there?" she asked, her voice trembling. "No, no one has. Since long before I was born," the Archdruid replied, his expression grave. "But if you are determined to go, we will lend you a vessel and what supplies we can spare. The tales say that it is a journey of 3 days and nights. You may rest here tonight, and tomorrow morning you may depart in whichever direction you choose." Nia had been worried she wouldn't be able to sleep, but the journey and emotional strain of the past few days had exhausted her. In her dreams, Celyn stroked her hair and told her to be safe and that he loved her. Then other voices called out, hands reaching toward her. She woke just as the sun was rising, unsure whether the dream had been good or bad. The Archdruid was waiting for her on the beach. Beside him, a small wicker boat with an outer covering of oiled leather was being hauled onto the shore next to a pile of supplies. "Forgive me for if I presumed incorrectly," the Archdruid said, "but I have readied your boat for the journey." Nia nodded. There was little chance that I would change my mind. "So I thought," he replied, his voice resigned and weary. "I pray your destiny finds you in good health. We will lead you beyond the 9th wave, and then you will be in Manweden's hands. Is there any word you would like to leave for your family if they come looking for you?" Her throat tightened. Tell them I love them, but I made a promise. I won't give up on Celyn." He nodded gravely and beckoned forward one of his colleagues, a younger man with soulful eyes and nut-brown hair. The young druid helped Nia put the supplies in the boat, and they pushed it into the shallow water together. Nia clambered inside with some difficulty. It was barely big enough for her and the supplies. The young druid waded into the water and towed her past the first breakers with surprising speed. Nia kept her eyes on the ocean ahead of her. "Remember, this is a test of faith," the young druid said when the waves were up to his chest. "You must let the sea carry you where it wills." Nia nodded. She could already feel the current tugging on the coracle beneath her, a clear sign that the ocean had a plan. It seemed like a good omen. "I'm ready," she said. The young druid let go of the boat. It began to drift, then quickly gathered speed. By the time she thought to look back to the shore, there was nothing to see but a dark smudge on the horizon. The ocean, Nia had decided, was much more boring than advertised. It was difficult to tell whether she was moving because the scenery never changed. The sun beat down on her mercilessly until she was forced to pour all her food into the bottom of the boat and use the bag as an improvised shade to keep it from spoiling. At night, the wind was so cold she had to wrap herself in all the blankets that she had brought, and still she shivered. If she'd had any sense, Nia thought to herself, she would have brought some mending or a hand loom because she thought she might go out of her mind with boredom. The only thing to do with her hours of enforced solitude and idleness was to question her life choices and think about Celyn. Already Nia felt like her memories of him were fading. He had warm brown eyes and glossy dark hair. His cheeks dimpled when he smiled. This was all engraved in her mind. But when she tried to conjure up the feeling of his mouth on hers, it was like grasping mist. When he held her, she had felt safe. He was solid and steady. That's what she remembered most about him. But now, that feeling was beginning to fade. Memories of their childhood played out before her eyes, limned in golden light. Like most young boys, Celyn had dreamed of being a hero, fighting dragons, winning his fortune, and having his deeds sung by the bards for ages to come. As a boy, he might have envied the journey Nia was on now, but he had grown into a different sort of man. Before he had left, she had asked him what he wanted most in the world. "You," he had said, grinning when she glared. "If I can come home to you every night and watch our children grow up in peace, I'll be content." Now, he would never get his wish, unless she was successful. The sky clouded over on the second night. It made the night even colder. Nia slept fitfully and woke to raindrops splattering on her face. At first, the day was simply dreary. The rain fell all around like a gray curtain, and there was nowhere to escape the damp. The only good thing about it was that it gave Nia a chance to rinse off the dirt that encrusted her skin and clothes. But the rain seemed to go on for hours, unrelenting, and the sky grew darker and darker with storm clouds. The water was getting choppy. Even though she wasn't prone to seasickness, Nia's stomach started churning. She remembered her vision with the Archdruid. Hadn't he said something about the entrance to Annwn being concealed by a storm? She shielded her eyes from the rain with one hand, trying to see if there was anything ahead. Lightning cracked through the sky, and her hair stood on end. There was a dark shape in the distance, rising up to tower above her. Her heart dropped into her stomach. It was a wave, a monstrous wave. Her terrified scream was whipped away by the wind, and a wall of water crashed over her, washing her out of the boat. The water was freezing, turning her limbs to lead as she struggled toward the surface. Her head broke through and she gulped air, only to be driven back under by another wave. Every time she fought her way up, she was pushed down again by the storm-whipped waves. Her muscles were burning with fatigue as she swam to the surface again. Was I unworthy of reaching Annwn? She tried one final time to get her head above water. The surface seemed to be getting brighter. Or was that just a side effect of not breathing? The air was only a foot above her, she was sure, but she couldn't make her body move. It was too much effort. A net of bubbles burst from her mouth, the last of her breath. "I'm sorry, Celyn," she thought as her vision went black. "I'll be seeing you soon." Chapter 2. Being dead is more uncomfortable than I thought, was the first thing that passed through Nia's mind when she was finally aware of the world again. She squinted up into bright sunlight. Everything hurt, but she was breathing and somehow dry. "Guess you're alive after all," said a gruff male voice from above her. "Just as I told you, but every time I speak you seem to go temporarily deaf," replied another man in a cool, elegant tone. She couldn't see anyone who was speaking at the moment, but she could hear waves lapping against wood around her and feel a gentle sway beneath her. She realized she was on a boat, and that could only mean that these men had rescued her. She wasn't sure whether to feel bitter or to feel grateful. "Where am I? I thought I drowned," Nia said, trying to push herself upright. She felt a hand touch her back to steady her. "Take it easy." A man was crouched beside her own age or maybe younger. He had blonde curls and eyes the color of new leaves in spring. "Cadfael pulled you right out of the ocean, and you coughed up nearly a barrel full of water. I used some healing magic on you, but you'll still need time to recover." "Healing magic?" Nia asked. Before the man could answer, the boat bumped against something, and Nia looked up. They had arrived at a weathered dock. A tall, powerfully built man with red hair leapt from the boat and started tying it up. He was followed by a second man, just as tall but with inky black hair that fell nearly to his waist in a smooth curtain. The man with the black hair moved with cat-like grace as he bent down and extended a hand to help Nia onto the dock. Nia reached out to take it but then hesitated. "Who are you? Where am I?" she asked. She didn't want to seem ungrateful, but her mother had taught her the dangers of trusting strange men. "I'm called Bran, and these are my brothers, Cadfael and Rhys. Considering your successful arrival to our island, I'm surprised you are not aware of your location. We do not usually get casual visitors." "I was trying to find the entrance to Annwn," she said, peering around. Nothing here looked particularly otherworldly, although the men themselves were a bit unusual. "And why would a lovely lady such as yourself want to travel to Annwn?" Bran asked, his dark eyes alight with curiosity. She might have answered, but they were interrupted. "I thought you three were going fishing, not courting," said a fourth man as he strode up the dock. His hair was long like Bran's, but snow-white. Unlike the other three, who were wearing simple linen tunics, this man was clad in leather scale armor, dyed the color of an autumn sky, and he was armed with a spear. "We did fish," said the red-haired brother Cadfael. He reached down to pull up a net from the side of the boat. She could see the flash of silver scales as he dropped it on the dock. Bran reached down and lifted her by the waist. "Min Wyden saw fit to send us another gift as well," he said as he set her down. Even through her tunic, dried stiff in the sun, his hands felt cold. The man in armor frowned, approaching her with eyes narrowed. "Where did you come from, woman?" he asked, so coldly that she shrank back. "Now, look what you've done, Gareth. You frighten her," Bran scolded, putting his hand on her back. Nia appreciated the attempt at reassurance, but there was something about the gesture that was annoyingly possessive. By his scowl, Cadfael seemed to agree. Bran continued, "Considering she was near death a moment ago, you could wait just a bit before you start the interrogation." "I did put a lot of power into her," Rhys agreed. "I'm sure she's tired." Hearing his words made Nia aware of the way her muscles ached. Her eyes swam. How long had it been since she'd eaten? Gareth looked her up and down, then sighed. "Fine. Let's just go back to the house." He turned and walked back up the dock without another word. Cadfael followed, stooping to grab the net full of fish. Bran held out his hand. I would be happy to escort you, my lady, he said, his voice like silk. There was humor in his eyes. He didn't seem ill-intentioned, but this still felt like a trap to Nia. I can walk on my own, thank you, she said. Bran smiled and shrugged. He appeared pleased by her refusal. Suit yourself. He started off after his brothers, and she followed. How did it go today? Cadfael asked Gareth as they walked. Gareth shrugged. No one interesting. A few warriors came through from a minor skirmish east of here. They didn't make any trouble. I think they were still in shock. Nia almost asked him to elaborate. Could those have been the ones that attacked her village? Why would they be here? But she hadn't forgotten the scornful way Gareth had treated her a moment ago. If she asked, he would probably tell her off for eavesdropping. Nia gazed around at her surroundings. The dock ended at the edge of the rocky beach, transitioning to a path made of round paving stones, mortared with crushed rock that sparkled every time the sunlight hit it. The ground sloped up, away from the shore, turning into grassy hills dotted with groves of small trees, with pale blossoms lingering in the upper branches. Where did I end up? She murmured. Was this what the Archdruid had meant about finding her destiny? This is Yennis Gwyn, Rhys said with another enthusiastic grin. He had come up to walk just behind her. Some people call it the Grey Isle, but you never told us your name. Oh, she supposed she ought to introduce herself, since they had saved her life. I'm Nia, daughter of Arwell. Just saying her father's name caused a stab of pain in her chest. By now, they surely knew where she had gone, and they were probably both angry and heartbroken since they had not agreed with her plan. Nia isn't a name I've heard often, Bran remarked, glancing back at her. It comes from Ire, Gareth remarked, almost reluctantly. It means bright. Bran's eyebrows flicked upward. Interesting. You never did answer me, bright lady, he said, slowing his steps to keep pace with her. Why, are you looking for an entrance to Annwn? I thought we were going to let her rest before asking questions. Rhys interrupted. The brothers' gazes met for a moment, and Nia could almost feel the battle of wills taking place. It's all right, she said quickly. I was promised to be married in less than a month, but my betrothed was killed when he went to protect our village from invaders. I'm going to bring him back. Rhea's smile faded slightly. Bran said, Already betrothed? His tone was thoughtful, but his eyes were shadowed. She might have asked what the problem was, but they'd reached a house. It was a large 2-story building of roughly quarried stone with a slate roof, and it was far bigger than the village hall back home. As far as Nia was concerned, it was practically a palace. Gareth opened the door, letting Nia into a vast, sunny entryway. The floor was an intricate mosaic made of small tiles, but she couldn't quite make out what it was supposed to depict. I suppose you'll want to wash before you eat, Gareth said in a resigned voice, interrupting her examination of the floor. The bathing room is at the top of the stairs. There are clean clothes to dry yourself with, but we don't have any clothes in your size. You'll have to wear something of ours until your things are cleaned. It was more help than she expected, considering how unhappy Gareth seemed to be with her presence. Thank you, she said and politely nodded. Bran flashed her a playful grin. If you need a little help figuring out how to use the facilities, I'll be right here. Cadfael scowled and punched Bran in the shoulder. I think I can figure it out, she said, before turning and hurrying up the stairs. She could hear the brothers arguing in hushed voices as she shut the door of the bathing room behind her. She leaned against the wood, taking a deep breath, her hand going to her neck. The locket was still there. Thank the gods. The lock of Celyn's hair was still inside, damp, but still tightly braided with the lock of her hair. This definitely wasn't a situation she had planned for when she had decided to go after him. She thought it would be like the tales, with an arduous journey and tests of bravery, wit, and determination. None of the tales included being fished out of the sea by 4 strange men who bickered most of the time. So this was what she had to deal with. Maybe this was a test of some kind. A test of patience, probably, she muttered, and then she turned her attention to her surroundings. The bathing tub was more than a bit strange. with several copper pipes and brass knobs of indeterminate purpose. However, there was no way she was going to admit to Bran that she needed help. At home, Nia usually bathed in the river when the weather was warm, and in the winter, they had a large metal wash basin that they set in front of the hearth. She'd heard that larger towns had bathhouses. Perhaps this was something similar, but on a smaller scale. It took some experimenting, but she was finally able to fill the large tub with warm water, and the soap was at least recognizable. Scrubbing the salt off her skin and hair made her feel a bit more like herself. By the time she was drying off, she was far more confident of making this situation work. Someone knocked on the door, and she tried to answer it in a calm, measured voice. "Who is it?" "It's Rhys. I have your clothes for you. I'll just put them by the door. Come downstairs when you're ready." "All right, thank you," Nia answered. She waited until the sound of his footsteps faded, and then she opened the door, peering cautiously into the hall. It was blessedly empty, and she saw a pile of clothes on the ground. She pulled them back into the room to examine them. There was a pair of plain linen trousers with a drawstring and 2 tunics. One of them was black and made of a thick, smooth fabric that flowed like water through her hands. Nia would have worn it, but it hung well past her knees. The other tunic, which was golden yellow and made of a fabric that was of a high quality and comfortable, was luckily smaller. She put the golden tunic on, cinched the breeches tight around her waist, and quickly brushed and plaited her hair. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door and made her way downstairs. She followed the sounds of male voices and found herself in a room contained only a huge table that all the brothers were sitting around. Cadfael was scowling. Gareth and Bran were glaring at each other. Rhys smiled the moment she entered. "Are you feeling better, Nia?" he asked brightly. "Yes, thank you," she answered. She wasn't sure what to do now, but all 4 men were staring at her. It made her uneasy. Rhys elbowed Bran and said, "She's wearing my shirt." Bran frowned and replied, "Mine was of much better quality." Nia held up her hands in entreaty. "Yours was much too big. I didn't know it was a competition." "You were both acting like children," Cadfael interrupted harshly. "It's not like she's staying." That was true. She had to find Celyn. She frowned at how antagonistic Cadfael was being. It wasn't as if she'd asked to be brought here. "I don't mean to be trouble. I just want to find the entrance to Annwn. If you have any idea, please tell me. Then I'll be on my way," she said, as diplomatically as she could. "We can't help you enter Annwn," Cadfael said, crossing his arms over his chest. "You may as well go back home." "What? Why? Are you saying you know how to get there, but you won't tell me?" Nia asked. Anger flared in her chest, and her fists clenched. "Helping you would go against our purpose," Gareth said flatly. "Death is a natural part of life. Disturbing that cycle is not only wrong, it is also dangerous." Nia wanted to ask what he meant about their purpose, but she didn't get the chance because Bran continued where his brother had left off. "We are the guardians of the portal, the princes of Annwn, if you will," Bran said, grinning at her obvious shock. "It would hardly be proper for us to break our own rules just for you." Nia opened her mouth, then shut it again. It was unbelievable, but she could see the truth of their words in their eyes. No wonder they were strange. She took a deep breath to get her thoughts in order, then said, "Cadfael's right. I should leave. You can't help me. I may as well not waste my time or yours." She turned to go, stifling her frustration with gritted teeth. These were the men best suited to help her, as if the gods had brought them to her, but they would not give her the aid she needed. At least, if they were the guardians of the portal, it must be somewhere close by. Nia only got halfway across the room before a hand closed around her waist. She turned, scowling, but the look of entreaty in Ray's face stopped her words. "You should at least stay," Ray said. "Have something to eat and rest while your clothes are cleaned. We can't help you get into Annwn, but at least we can do that much." His words didn't make her anger go away, but his offer did ease the heat out of it. It would be stupid to reject this offer, and whatever the other brothers' intentions, Ray's seemed to genuinely want to help. Nia sighed. "All right." I'll stay. Just for tonight. Rhys grinned brightly. Good. I know my brothers can be difficult, but they're really good people at heart. They kind of grow on you. What, like weeds? She said, suppressing laughter. His smile widened and he said, Exactly. Even weeds play an important part in the cycle of nature after all. Rhys led her into the room with the table. Gareth had left. Cadfael scowled at her, but Bran offered her a smile. I'm glad you decided to stay the evening with us, Lady Nia, Bran said. Dinners have been terribly dull of late. I'm nobody's lady, Nia said, frowning. His genteel difference made her feel even more uncomfortable now that she knew who he was. It felt like he was laughing at her under his polite words. Bran arched an eyebrow and intently looked at her. You do not believe yourself to be worthy of my respect? In my opinion, nobility is not something given by birth, but earned through deeds. Nia felt like her face was on fire, but she couldn't exactly argue. She sat in the chair Rhys pulled out for her, eager to have something else to focus her attention on than Bran's too knowing gaze. Dinner arrived shortly after. It was a lavish affair with several courses, one of which was the fish the men had caught earlier, grilled and spiced. But the wonder of the meal wasn't the variety and deliciousness of the food, but how it appeared from nowhere. At first, Nia thought the plates really were materializing from thin air, but it took a few minutes of careful observation to discover the truth. The food actually floated into the room at high speed, usually when no one was paying attention. Not that this made any more sense to Nia. You already noticed the servants? Bran remarked, his brows raised with something close to admiration. You're observant for a mortal. They're invisible, Rhys added, stopping the question she would have asked next. They handle most of the cooking and cleaning here, and they keep the house safe if we have to leave. Nia blinked, then asked, Are they alive? Aren't you afraid you are going to trip over them? She'd heard before that wealthy people in the larger towns sometimes had servants, but it seemed cruel to not even allow them to be seen. What kind of life must that be? Lonely, at the very least. In truth, it isn't correct to say them. The servants are magical constructs created by and part of the house. Bran explained, and no, it is an extremely complex enchantment powered by residual energy from the Otherworld Gate. I'm rather proud of it. He added with a grin. You made the house with magic? Nia asked, looking around at the room again. Everything seemed solid and ordinary, if fancier than she was used to. When she thought of magic, she expected things to be a bit more glowing, or perhaps made of shapes incomprehensible to mortal eyes. Not the physical house, the wood and stone, Bran said. That was mostly Cadfael. The red-haired brother grunted an acknowledgement. I didn't use magic either, just my own 2 hands, Bran said with a sniff. That's not exactly true, Rhys said. I mean, I helped Gareth, plus we are magic. A mortal couldn't work as long and as hard as we can. Cadfael huffed, but didn't disagree. The table fell silent again. By the time plates of sliced fruit and cakes arrived, Nia was sagging. I think maybe you need to go to bed, Rhys said. The eyes of the other men at the table fixed on her with an almost physical weight. You're right, she agreed. But when she stood, her legs were as limp as the fish they'd just eaten. She grabbed onto the table for support. Do you need some assistance? Bran asked, his lips curving into a slight smile. The look in his eyes gave Nia the shivers, and she wasn't sure whether it was revulsion or something else, something she didn't want to admit. No, thank you, she said, forcing herself to try to stand upright. This is ridiculous, Cadfael growled. He stood up from the table, and before Nia could react, he had scooped her into his arms like a child. Excuse me, she protested, shoving at his chest. She may as well have been trying to push over an oak tree for all the effect it had. You can't even stay on your feet, he said, rolling his eyes as he carried her swiftly up the stairs into a room at the end of the hall. She couldn't help noticing the strength of his arms around her, the breadth of his shoulders. His scent, a mix of worked leather and smoke, seemed to whirl through her senses. He dumped her unceremoniously onto the bed, the mattress so soft she was sure she sank nearly to the floor. Cadfael said, "You can stay here tonight. Don't wander around and get into trouble." He did not wait for a reply. He shut the door firmly behind him, and Nia heard footsteps recede down the hall. Nia sighed. "I hope I won't have to deal with him to get into Annwn," she grumbled, pushing herself to the edge of the bed and looked around. It was a nice room, with its own small hearth, a fire burning low and merry. The blankets on the bed were woven in every shade of yellow and gold, and the floors were polished planks of wood the color of honey. The room was beautiful, comfortable, and soothing. Like a trap, she thought. Maybe this was the test. A lure of physical comfort, being pampered and cared for. But if that were true, she would expect the people to be more welcoming, less contentious and confusing. If anything was a test, it would be the brothers themselves. They were uniquely placed to help her, if she could only convince them. A bundle of fabric appeared on the bed with a whisper of sound. It was the same black tunic of Bran's from before. A small scrap of paper was pinned to it. "I shrank it to fit you better, if you'd like something clean to sleep in. Bran." Nia bit her lip. Bran seemed to be on her side, but on the other hand, he clearly had his own motivations. She could sense that he was the cleverest of the four brothers, and she doubted his assistance would come without a price. Nor would he be easily swayed by any of her words. Rhys, on the other hand, was sweet and guileless. Perhaps if she talked to him, told him how important this quest was to her, he might be willing to do something and not ask for anything in return. A fire-cracking yawn interrupted her contemplations. There was no way she was going to accomplish anything until she got some sleep. Nia held Bran's shirt in her hands, considering. The fabric felt fantastic against her skin, and it might make him happy, which could help her case tomorrow. What harm could it do? She stripped off the golden tunic and pulled the black one over her head. Her nose was filled with the aroma of a cool, rainy evening. It was both soothing and more alluring than she wanted to admit. Nia shook her head. That was a different kind of test, but she was equal to it. She loved Celyn, and her feelings wouldn't waver just because a prince of Annwn or two show interest in her. Chapter 3. The bed was too soft. Nia tossed and turned for what felt like hours, but she must have fallen asleep at some point, because suddenly the sun was in her eyes. Her heart raced as she gazed up at the unfamiliar ceiling. Her sleep-fogged brain couldn't remember where she was or how she'd come to be there. But after a few breaths, sense reasserted itself, and she huffed out a breath. Today, Nia would either have to convince these princes to help her or leave and try to find the way on her own. She sat up and rubbed the sleep from her eyes, and of course, there was a little cart beside the bed with a basin of water and her old clothes, clean and folded. Once again, there was a note sitting on top of the clothes, but the handwriting was different. "Come downstairs when you're ready. We need to talk." Nia tried to guess who wrote it. Gazing at the short, sharp letters, it must have been Cadfael, she decided. Nia wasn't sure she wanted to hear anything he had to say after the way he acted yesterday. But did she really have a choice? Putting on her own clothes was a relief, but not enough to erase her fears completely. Nia held her head high as she came down the stairs, but her hands were shaking. If they were determined to oppose her, if they sent her home, there would be nothing she could do. When she came into the dining room, they were waiting for her, arrayed at the far end of the table like a council of judgment. Rhys grinned at her. Bran offered a brief smile, though his eyes were thoughtful. Cadfael sat in the center, his arms crossed over his chest. "You wanted to talk to me?" she asked, and she hated how small her voice sounded. "Have a seat. Breakfast is on the way," Cadfael said tersely, but his tone not as hostile as it had been yesterday. At least she hoped that wasn't her imagination. As soon as she settled herself in the chair at the end of the table, plates started appearing. Nia didn't recognize half the food that passed by, so she took some eggs, bread, soft cheese, and a bowl of fresh berries that she was certain wouldn't be naturally ripe for another few months back home. The brothers filled their plates in silence. Just as she resigned herself to having nothing resolved until the meal was over, Cadfael caught her in his gaze, his intense amber eyes boring into her.
"Are you still set on your plan to rescue your lover from Annwn?"
he asked, in a tone that suggested he not only knew the answer, but also disapproved of it. Nia crumpled the fabric of her skirt in her fists. "Yes, I swore that I would."
"That was foolish,"
Gareth muttered, and Cadfael shot him a quelling look.
"We are willing to offer you assistance,"
Bran said, stepping in smoothly.
"For a price, of course."
Nia chewed her lip. It was better than she expected, but also worse. She didn't have to beg for their help, but if she didn't like their terms, there wasn't much she could offer to negotiate with. She nodded for Bran to continue, and he smiled.
"Finding one soul in the other world is nearly impossible, and even if you could, it would do you no good. He would still be dead. However, there is an artifact in Annwn called the Cauldron of Rebirth that can bring anyone back to life. We will lead you to where it is hidden. If you succeed, you will both go back to your lives with our congratulations. But if you fail, you will remain with us."
Nia blinked. Doing what? For how long? It's not as if you need a servant. You have everything you could ever want.
"As a companion,"
Bran replied evenly.
"Perhaps more. You will be well provided for, of course, and no one will ever force you to do anything you do not want to. But you will not be permitted to leave this island for as long as you live."
In that moment, Nia wondered if that was really something all the brothers wanted, or if it was just Bran. But Rhys smiled at her, and there was even a gleam of interest in Cadfael's eyes. Only Gareth seemed indifferent. She swallowed and asked, "How do I know you won't lead me astray on purpose, to further your own goals?" Bran put his hand to his heart, as if he had been struck.
"You do not trust our word?" "It's the best offer you're going to get,"
Cadfael interjected.
"We could just keep you here, but we're breaking all the rules to give you a chance."
Nia frowned at him, and he scowled right back. She asked, "Then why do you want me here? As a plaything? Aren't there women of your own people to dally with?"
"We have our reasons, which we may reveal to you at a later time,"
Bran said.
"And we are currently in exile, some of us unwillingly. No lady of good breeding would consent to a long-term arrangement under such circumstances. However, as I said before, we mean you no harm and will not force you into anything."
This much she believed, though she couldn't fathom why. Still, she couldn't quite bring herself to accept the offer. An eternity of silence passed.
"I'll do everything I can to make sure you reach the cauldron, Nia. I swear,"
Rhys said, his hand over his heart and an uncharacteristically grave expression on his face. His sincerity, at least, she didn't doubt. It undermined all her ideas about tests from the gods. What could this be a test of? Unless she was supposed to refuse this help and go it alone. But that seemed ridiculous. "If I accept this deal, what happens next? When do we leave?" she asked. She felt in her gut that it would be unwise to wait, and she was worried that the princes might try to stall her.
"We already have some supplies ready,"
Bran answered.
"But there are still a few things to be done before we can depart. You will have to tell us if you require anything in particular, since I assume all of your belongings washed away with your boat, and it seems prudent to leave as quickly as possible, before our intentions are discovered." "We'll leave tomorrow morning,"
Cadfael said, cutting his brother off.
"If you need something more than basic supplies, Rhys will handle it."
As soon as he finished speaking, Cadfael rose and left the room. Gareth followed, but not before shooting her a poisonous glare.
"Would you like to see the horses?" Rhys asked brightly. "I'm headed to the stables right now. We can talk about the supplies there."
Nia blinked at his abrupt change in mood, but at least he was back to being friendly. Maybe he would be willing to talk to her about what to expect in Annwn, or how to deal with his brothers. She nodded and said, "All right." The stables were not what Nia expected. The stone barn was even bigger than the house, and there were 10 horses in each of the spacious stalls. They made soft, snuffling noises or whinnied cheerfully the moment they saw Rhys. He greeted each one by name, rubbing their noses and patting their necks. When they reached the middle of the barn, Rhys pulled a lever on the wall, and the stalls along one side opened, releasing their occupants into the field beyond. Nia watched the horses gallop across the grass with wide eyes. "You can ride, can't you?" Rhys asked. She had a flashback to riding her neighbor's pony around a paddock as a child. She had fallen off and skinned her knee. Celyn had comforted her as he walked her home. "Only a little," Nia replied nervously. He nodded, not seeming perturbed by the revelation as she expected. "I think one of the mares will do for you." "We are riding through Annwn?" she asked. It seemed much too normal of a way to travel, although it was better than walking. "At least to the portal, and hopefully farther," Rhys said. He gestured with one hand, and the open stalls were suddenly as clean as if they'd been scoured by hand. With another flick of his wrist, bales of new hay flew through the air and spread themselves over the ground of each stall. The sound of running water told Nia that the troughs were filling up by themselves as well. Bitterness welled up within Nia as she remembered how hard she, and everyone she knew, had to work every day just to survive. She shoved the thought down deep inside her. What point would there be in resenting this magic? The brothers had probably been born with it, and they knew no other way. "What is Annwn like?" she asked. None of the stories agree. In some tales, the land of the dead was just like the world of the living, but better, a place without sickness, famine, or war, where there was always music and feasting. But in other stories, it was a far more frightening and sinister place, a place inhabited by monsters and wraiths. The Twilith Teg themselves could be benevolent guardians and helpers, or deceitful tricksters who would drag you into madness-inducing revels and trap you in their realm for eternity. "Everything you've heard is probably true," Rhys answered, his smile at odds with the strangeness of his answer. "Annwn is huge. It's not just a country, it's a different way of existing. It's just as big as the world you're used to, maybe even bigger. So, of course, there are pleasant places and frightening ones, good people and bad. The only constant in Annwn is Caer City." "Caer City? I've never heard of it," Nia said, following Rhys as he moved out into the fields where the horses were grazing contentedly. He whistled, a set of 3 rising notes followed by a low trill. At the sound, all the horses' ears perked up, but only one moved. A beautiful creature with a rust-red coat and a mane the color of ripened wheat. A mare stopped in front of Rhys and nuzzled him with obvious affection. "Caer City is the mountain fortress in the center of Annwn. That's where the cauldron is," he said, holding the horse by the halter so she wouldn't knock him over with the force of her affection. "This is Haelwyn. I think she'll do for you. Why don't you try her out?" As sweet as Haelwyn seemed, Nia hesitated. It had been years since that pony ride, and the horse wasn't even wearing a saddle. She didn't want to make a fool of herself. "I don't know. I'm sure I'll be fine tomorrow." Rhys looked at her appraisingly. "You aren't afraid, are you? Haelwyn won't hurt you. I know she seems excitable, but she's really a gentle soul." "I'm not afraid," Nia retorted, her voice much too loud. "I mean, I just don't want to fall off. Besides, I'm not really dressed for riding," she said, gesturing to her skirts. "Aren't we supposed to be talking about supplies?" He grinned. "I guess I'll have to tell Bran to make you some breeches. I don't think skirts are practical for travel anyway. We'll pack some food and water for the journey, although there are a few places to get it in Annwn as well. Everyone will have their preferred weapons. I thought you'd want a dagger, but if you have training in something else, Bran can make you one." "No, I've never had any combat training," she said. For some reason, she felt she should be ashamed by this, even though almost no one in her village even owned weapons, except those used in hunting and fishing. "The only sharp object I'm capable of wielding is a sewing needle." Rhys said, scratching his ear. "I guess we'll have to figure out what you're good at on the way. I'll pack an extra dagger, a staff, and a bow. Those are the easiest to learn." He led Haelwyn back to her stall, and Nia followed after him. "Do you really expect there to be that much fighting?" she asked. Rhys handed her a sliced apple, and she blinked in confusion. "Hold it up to her," he explained. "Make sure to keep your hand nice and flat." The moment Nia held up the apple, Haelwyn took it gently in her teeth, her short whiskers tickling Nia's palm. When the apple was gone, the horse immediately started snuffling in Nia's hair, and she couldn't help but laugh. "You see? I knew you two would be friends," Rhys said. "As for your question, we'll do everything we can to protect you, but Annwn is full of monsters. I think you should be able to protect yourself." After talking with Rhys a bit more and convincing him of the need for sewing supplies in her pack, Nia went inside the house for lunch. None of the brothers were there. It seemed they were all busy with their own affairs. The table was laden with roast meat, cheese, bread with butter, pitchers of cider, ale, and fresh cold water. She could hardly imagine eating so decadently every day. Either the brothers were more active than she imagined, or they had magic to keep them from getting fat. After she ate, she wandered the house aimlessly until the sound of music reached her ears. First, it was a lone harp, the notes like falling raindrops. Then a voice joined in, singing about love and loss. Nia moved toward the sound, feeling like she was in a trance, until she finally came to a corner room where both the walls and ceiling were made of glass. The bright sunlight was filtered by numerous plants growing both inside and outside. Ivy twining up the glass walls, a small tree with bright yellow fruits, flowers Nia didn't even have a name for. In the center of the room was a small fountain, and sitting beside it was Gareth, his white hair gleaming as he sat and played. When the song finally faded away, she clapped. "That was so beautiful," she said. "I've never heard anyone play it so well." Gareth scowled at her. "I don't know what spell you've woven around my brothers, but I will not fall for it. Go spy on Bran if you are so in need of company." "I did no such thing," Nia exclaimed, her fists clenched. "Why do you hate me so much? It's not as if I asked to be brought to your house. I didn't even know it was here." "You humans are always trying to subvert the course of nature. You never want to play by the rules that we all must follow, even the gods. You think you're special, that your love was unique, as if everyone who has ever lost a loved one hasn't felt the same pain. You are just a selfish, immature child who wants the world to revolve around her." The words hurt her almost as much as Gareth's disdainful look. Nia couldn't bring herself to speak. A hand landed on her shoulder. "Do you always have to behave like such an ass?" Bran asked, though there was no heat in his tone. "Cadfael wants you to help him talk to Glaw about guarding the portal while we are gone." "Fine," Gareth said, standing and shoving Nia aside. He stalked out of the room without another word. "Do you know why he doesn't like me?" Nia asked, rubbing at her shoulder. "His mother, our father's second wife, died recently," Bran said, his brow slightly furrowed. "Everyone deals with grief in different ways. Gareth's response seems to be anger and isolation. I would not take it personally. We have all received the foul end of his temper lately. I believe this trip is just what he needs to get out of his dark mindset." With that, Bran smiled. "Rhys says you need weapons. If you will come to my workshop, I will see what I can do." Bran's workshop proved to be a library at the top of a narrow set of stairs. A large desk made of dark wood was littered with papers. The wooden floor was covered in strange symbols. For some reason, the atmosphere of the room made Nia shiver. "Rhys told me to make you a bow, a staff, and a dagger. Is that correct?" Bran asked, his voice crisper and businesslike than she was used to. "That's what he suggested as being easy to learn," she said. The idea of fighting monsters even, still made her uncomfortable. Bran nodded. "Hold out your dominant hand. The one you used to write with?" he added when she frowned at him in confusion. She extended her right hand. He reached out with both of his before asking, "May I? I would like to feel the shape and size of your hand before I begin the magic." She nodded, biting her lip. He'd never asked permission to touch her before, and she wondered what that meant. With her consent, he took her hand and tilted the palm into the light, his thumbs moving across her bones and muscles with gentle pressure. He flexed each finger, circled her wrist to measure the width of it, tested the spread of her fingers, and several other things. By the time he was done, she had forgotten she'd ever been nervous about his touch. Bran moved behind the desk and started drawing right on the wood with a piece of chalk. the same kind of odd symbols that were scratched on the floor. In the midst of these, he laid a plain-looking dagger, and after muttering a few words under his breath, he snapped his fingers. The sigils on the desk flashed with a brilliant violet light. Nia blinked, and when she looked again, the dagger had changed shape. It was a bit longer and slimmer, the blade polished with a golden sheen to match the wire wrapped around the hilt. Both the crosspiece and the pommel were decorated with many rayed suns.
"Take it,"
Bran said, nodding his head toward the blade.
"Test how it feels in your hand."
Nia had held knives before when helping her parents in the bakery, or with the fishermen, even sometimes when spinning or weaving if the scissors couldn't be found. For some reason, the scissors always seemed to be missing. But this was different. Her hand trembled as she picked it up.
"There's no need to be frightened by it,"
Bran said in a calm voice.
"It is, after all, only a tool, just as much as a hammer or a shovel."
She opened her mouth to argue. Wasn't a weapon made to hurt others? But of course, that wasn't true. Even a blade this beautiful could be used to carve wood or cut thread. Nia had seen the wounds that a hammer or shovel could cause, even by accident. She gripped the hilt. It felt natural in her hands, with a weight that was satisfying but not uncomfortable. Bringing it closer revealed even more details. Tiny golden stones in the rays of the sun and stars embossed on the crosspiece. "It's wonderful," she said finally. "It seems much too nice to fight with."
"That is the advantage of things made with magic. You can make them appear expensive without actually using expensive materials,"
he said with a sly smile.
"The disadvantage is that those alterations can be dispelled by more powerful users of magic. In my case, at least, there is little chance of that happening."
"Do you fight with magic?" Nia asked, interested despite herself. "What about everyone else?"
"I do primarily with magic, but I also use daggers. My brothers have their own magic as well, but they do not use theirs as frequently in combat. Gareth wields a spear or a staff, Cadfael a sword and shield, and Rhys a bow. We will all train you in our respective weapons. It is a pity you have no magic of your own,"
Bran added with a sigh.
"I would have been interested to see what you could do."
He constructed her bow and staff in much the same way, and by the time they were done, the sun was setting.
"Can I escort you down to dinner?"
Bran asked. She needed his help, she reminded herself, and it wasn't as if walking to dinner together was a huge concession. "All right," Nia said, taking the arm he offered. "I did want to ask you, why did you put suns on everything you made for me?" He shrugged.
"Your name means bright. It seems fitting, that is all. Would you prefer something different?"
Nia thought about the bees and flowers that had always decorated her dresses, but somehow that didn't seem appropriate for weapons. "No," she answered. When they got to the dining room, the other brothers eyed them speculatively, except for Rhys, who only smiled. Nia wondered if she was doing the right thing, but she had already made her bargain. All she could do now was see it through until the end. Chapter 4. The next morning, Nia woke to pounding. She groaned, opened her eyes, then groaned even louder. The sun wasn't even up. She ought to be used to such early mornings by now, but she'd always hated getting up early to work at the bakery. The pounding continued. Someone was knocking on the door. "What is it?" she asked blearily.
"Time to get up,"
Cadfael said through the door.
"Breakfast in a quarter hour."
He didn't wait for an answer, his footsteps thumping back down the hall as soon as he delivered his message. Nia frowned and slipped out of bed, washing her face in the basin. A pile of new clothes was sitting folded next to the travel bag Rhys had given her yesterday. Breeches of pale, butter-soft kidskin with boots and a belt to match. There were several fine linen tunics as well, in a variety of warm colors. She chose a pale yellow one and put the extra tunic in the bag along with the bone comb and boar bristle brush that had been left for her in the bathroom. In the bag there was also a sewing kit in its own metal tin, scraps of fabric and leather for patching, a thick wool cloak, a flint and tinder, emergency rations, roll of twine, and a small wooden whistle in case they were separated. It surprised her how thoroughly they packed for the journey, considering the brothers ought to be able to make any missing supplies with magic. The last thing she did was slip her new dagger into its sheath and placed it on top of the bag. The staff and bow would be carried by the horses for the most part, but even this small weapon gave her a measure of confidence. Not that she wanted to use it, but she thought just having it might deter some problems. When she finally came out of her room, she nearly ran into Rhys on the stairs. "Oh good, you're up. Cadfael sent me to say that you were going to miss breakfast if you didn't hurry, but they've only just started putting the plates out, so you're probably fine." "That sounds like him," Nia said, rolling her eyes. Breakfast was a light and quick affair compared to the day before. There were fresh-baked honey cakes, strawberries, fresh milk, and something that Bran called coffee. Everyone ate quickly, but Nia's stomach was too unsettled for her to manage more than a few bites. Then she followed them out to the barn, where the horses were waiting, saddled and ready to go. Another horse, a stocky creature with an indifferent temperament, was carrying all their packs and extra weapons. Celyn was standing in the center of the line. With an encouraging smile from Rhys, she approached the mare with another apple and was rewarded with an affectionate nudge to the shoulder. Then it was time to mount. "You just pull yourself up with the horns of the saddle," Rhys said. It sounded simple enough, but considering that Celyn's back was at her chin level... "If you need some assistance, I would be happy to," Bran started to say. "Bran, I'm helping Nia with the horses," Rhys hissed. The brothers started arguing in low voices, and Cadfael glared at both of them. "This is ridiculous," Nia muttered, and grasping the saddle, she heaved herself onto Celyn's back. It wasn't the most elegant mounting, but it was successful. Bran and Rhys were snipping at each other, and now Cadfael had come over to tell them off. Nia cleared her throat loudly. "I thought we needed to get going." The three brothers turned to her with mouths agape. Gareth, who already astride his silver gelding, snorted with laughter. "Well done," Bran said, his eyes sparkling. "Quit goofing around." Cadfael barked. He scowling as he strode over to his horse, a huge roan stallion that Rhys had told her was called Inferno. When everyone was mounted, Cadfael clacked his tongue and the column of riders moved forward. This much at least Nia remembered from riding as a child. She nudged Celyn gently in the sides, and the mare started following after Gareth at a gentle trot. They were on their way to the other world. Eunice Gwyn was bigger than Nia expected. When the house was out of sight, the trail turned sharply and wound down through a rocky ravine. Their progress was slower than Nia had hoped it would be because the path was so treacherous, but she was glad they weren't going on foot. After 2 hours, they reached the bottom of the ravine and took a short rest to stretch their legs. Nia's hips were already starting to ache, but there was no way she was going to admit that with Cadfael glaring at her. They mounted again and started down the path, but it was wider now, so Rhys rode beside her. "Are you all right, Nia?" he asked, in a voice just loud enough to be heard over the sound of the horse's hooves clopping on the stones. "You were making a strange face earlier." Nia winced. "I'm just a little sore. I'm not really used to riding." He flashed her a sympathetic smile. "It's only natural. When we stop for the midday meal, I can help you with healing magic, if you want." She only hesitated for a moment. It might hurt to admit weakness, but it would hurt more if she did nothing and in a much more tangible way. "Thank you. That would be helpful," Nia replied. Rhys fell back to the end of the line, and the journey continued. A light rain began to fall, swathing the whole world in gray. Everyone donned their cloaks, and they stopped on the side of the road for an extended rest and to eat. The meal was only dried meat and apples, and all the brothers were so lost in their own thoughts that Nia was afraid to break the silence. Rhys eventually came over to cast the healing magic he had promised. "I can't do much while we're on the move, but this spell should keep the worst of the aches at bay," he said, pressing a hand glowing with green light into the small of her back. Warmth blossomed through her muscles and joints, and she sighed. The pain wasn't gone, but it was less noticeable. "Thank you again. I know this is a little pathetic," Nia said, her eyes on the ground. "Not at all," Rhys answered, smiling again.
It takes a long time to get used to spending hours in the saddle, and by tonight, everyone will be begging for healing.
Nia found it hard to imagine Cadfael begging for anything, but it did make her feel a little better. The rain continued for the rest of the day, sometimes a drizzle and sometimes a downpour. This journey seemed fated to be plagued by bad weather. Nia thought, as she remembered the storm on the ocean, everything had turned to gray. The sky, the ground, the landscape around them, even Bran slumped on his horse ahead of her was just another dark shape in the gloom. Water was dripping on her face and down the back of her neck, and Nia started to shiver. Everything blurred together. The column came to a halt, and Bran was suddenly standing at her side. Somehow his long hair dripping water and sticking to his pale cheeks made him even more beautiful. Nia shook her head to rid herself of the thought.
We are near to the portal now. Cadfael is talking to the guard who will be taking over for us.
Bran said over the rain.
You should rest while you can.
He held out his hand to help her down, and as she reached out to take it, she nearly fell into his arms.
By all the gods, you're freezing,
he said, lifting her up against his chest. She couldn't even protest because her teeth were chattering too hard. It was a much different experience being held by Bran. Cadfael had carried her like a sack of vegetables, something unwieldy and unimportant. Bran held her tight against his body, like a precious artifact. Nia could hear the steady beat of his heart, and suddenly she felt so tired. The gentle sway of his footsteps made her feel as safe as a baby in the arms of its mother.
Stay with me, Nia.
His voice sounded different, almost hoarse. I just want to sleep, she murmured. Bran set her down in the shelter of a high stone archway and put a hand on her back. The water soaking her cloak and clothes exploded into a cloud of steam, but the cold didn't abate. She felt like the cold was in her bones, and she couldn't stop shivering. Bran had a whispered conversation. Nia couldn't find the strength to open her eyes. Then a fire sprang to life in front of her, and a hand touched her forehead, almost scalding hot against her skin. Nia blinked, and Rhys was there as well.
You're right, Bran. She's quite cold, Rhys said. I'll give her a little healing, but mostly she needs to be warmer. If you can make her something hot to drink, that would help.
Green light flowed from Ray's fingers, and she felt a little better, warmer, and more alert. Thank you, Nia said, wrapping her arms around her knees. I'm sorry to be such a bother. Now that she was more awake, she felt disappointed with herself. None of them had needed to be carried. She was sure that there would be much more difficult tests in Annwn. How was she going to find Celyn if she couldn't even make it through a rainstorm?
Don't beat yourself up about it, Nia,
Rhys said, giving her a cheerful smile.
We shouldn't have let you stay out in the storm so long. We can't expect you to have the same stamina as an immortal, and you shouldn't either.
Nia blinked. They are immortals. She felt so stupid for not realizing it before. Princes of Annwn would be part of the 12th Teg, and all the tales said that time did not affect them the same way it did humans. While she was still digesting this information, Bran came back and handed her a cup of steaming liquid. It smelled amazing.
It's an herbal drink from a land far to the south of here,
he said. She wondered how he got a hold of it, but suspected the answer was more magic. Why did they bother doing anything without magic? She put the cup to her lips. The drink was warm and sweet, creamy, with a hint of spice. She could feel the heat of it settle in her stomach and spread throughout her. It's delicious, she said. Thank you.
You were quite welcome, Bran
said.
I'm ashamed I did not notice how bad you were faring earlier. For a moment, I was concerned I had been too late.
She remembered how different he'd sounded before. He really had been worried about her. Her heart squeezed in her chest. It wasn't your fault, Bran, she said, putting her hand on his shoulder. I didn't even realize how cold I was until you spoke to me. His mouth curved upward at the corners, not quite a smile, but almost.
Next time, I hope you will let us know if you aren't feeling well. I know Cadfael and Gareth have not been terribly friendly, but Rhys and I truly wish to help you, and none of us would see you come to harm.
She nodded, looking down at the cup in her hands. Cadfael said it was your job to protect the portal, but you're still going to help me. I don't understand why. Won't you get into some sort of trouble? A storm of emotions passed through Bran's eyes. Grief, regret, and defiant anger flashed. But when he opened his mouth to speak, Cadfael stomped into the firelight, glaring. All of the emotions fled from his expression, and Bran said,
"Perhaps another time. I believe my brother has some news to deliver. Drink your tea."
She took another sip as all the brothers gathered around the fire.
"We have to go through the portal as soon as possible,"
Cadfael said in a tone that wasn't to be questioned. Apparently, it didn't have much effect on his brothers.
"Nia needs to rest,"
Rhys said much more fiercely than usual.
"She did almost die of the cold, Cadfael,"
Bran offered in a calmer voice.
"She's in no shape to go through whatever tests the portal demands." "We have no choice," Cadfael replied, his voice raising. "Glaw has just told me that our father already knows what we've done, and he's sending a contingent of his own men. They will be here by tomorrow morning." "Damn."
Bran swore softly.
"I suppose going around to the other entrance is out of the question."
Gareth snorted.
"There's no way she would let us through. If you want to serve the mortal girl to the hounds on a platter, there's easier ways to go about it."
"Can't we just hide her and lay low for a while?" Rhys asked. "Father is bound to get bored of searching eventually. It's not as if the souls of the dead are on a time limit." There were immediate objections raised to this, some of which Nia shared, but now all 4 men were talking at once. Soon they would be shouting. She clenched her fists. "I can do it," she said as loud as she could manage. The brothers all turned to look at her, expressions ranging from surprise to derision. "I knew this was going to be hard, but I made this choice. If I can't make it past the first obstacle, then I may as well give up now." Gareth scowled, but now even Cadfael was looking at her with new respect. "Are you sure, Nia?" Rhys asked, his eyes wide with concern. "The portal is meant to keep out the living. Whatever test it is, it won't be kind." "I'm sure," she said, with more confidence than she felt. "This is something I have to do."
"I guess we'll see what you're made of,"
Cadfael said, crossing his arms over his chest.
"Glaw, who is guarding the portal for us, said it's the test of the eyes right now. At least it won't be physically difficult."
Rhys winced. "What is the test of the eyes?" Nia asked. Bran pursed his lips before answering.
"We will have to pass through a cave full of angry spirits. They are bound not to attack, as long as you don't look at them. You have to hold your eyes closed."
Nia frowned. "Can't you just tie a cloth around your eyes?"
"You can try," Cadfael said dismissively. "The wraiths know how to untie things. They can cancel spells. They'll try to trick you and lead you astray."
The more he talked about it, the more awful it sounded. But this was what had to happen. Nia sighed out a slow breath, trying to calm the fear that was already making her stomach churn, and asked, "Do you want to leave right now?" Cadfael opened his mouth, but Bran cut him off.
"Surely we can wait a few moments. You said we have until tomorrow morning."
1 hour, Cadfael said. "I don't want to take any chances. We need to be inside Annwn before the troops arrive." Nia looked to Rhys and Bran for an explanation.
"It is part of the ancient rules governing Annwn,"
Bran said.
"Mortals may be prevented from entering, but once inside, the Lord of the Dead may not interfere. We were hoping that secrecy would keep him from noticing until it was too late."
Tension seemed to simmer under the weight of Bran's words. The brothers glared at each other, but no one spoke. Nia focused on the cup in her hands, and the moment eventually passed. The next hour was spent in preparation. Rhys explained the plan as he tied the horses together. The cave was long and narrow. To avoid accidents, they would travel single file, holding hands, Cadfael leading with Rhys guiding the horses in the rear. She would be in between Bran and, unfortunately, Gareth. When the horses were ready, and Rhys had confirmed that Nia was recovered enough to make the journey, they finally approached the portal. Nia hadn't been sure what to expect, but the entrance to Annwn was both less grand and more inviting than she had thought it would be. The rain had stopped, giving way to a fog that weaved through the trunks of the trees lining the path. It was difficult to see in the gloom, but Nia knew they were apple trees by the scent. It was like bathing in cider as they passed under the arching boughs. The portal itself was nothing but a shimmer in the air between two carved stone posts, like heat haze or a fine mist of water that scattered the sunlight into rainbows.
"You ready then?"
said the man standing guard. His name, she recalled, was Glaw. He seemed mostly composed of rippling muscles, and Nia was sure the hammer on his back weighed more than she did. He glowered at her with evident disapproval.
"We are,"
Cadfael answered. They linked hands. Bran's skin felt smooth and cool, his long, slender fingers gripping hers surely. Gareth's hand was warmer and oddly calloused. Nia could feel how strong he was, even though his hold on her was quite loose.
"Good luck, I suppose,"
said Glaw, the indifference of his tone contrasting sharply with the sentiment. He moved aside and Cadfael stepped through the portal without hesitation, disappearing from view. Even though she was expecting it, Nia gasped. Bran squeezed her hand as they moved forward.
"Remember, keep your eyes closed, no matter what happens,"
he said, and then he too was gone. Nia took a deep breath and squeezed her eyes shut. Her skin tingled as the magic of the portal passed over it, and then everything was black. It was the most profound darkness she had ever experienced. It pressed in on her, stifling sound and movement, until the only things left in this world were the sensations of Bran and Gareth's hands holding hers. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears, but all in all, it was more strange than frightening. Nia started to relax, and that's when she heard the whispering. It started out unintelligible, just at the edge of her hearing, but slowly she began to make out the words. "Selfish, weak, foolish girl," they said, like icy fingers clutching at her. "You lied to us." The voice sounded like her mother.
"Now we have to mourn our daughter as well,"
said her father. Nia tried to keep her focus on Bran's hand leading her forward, but she was now shaking. Tears were gathering in the corners of her eyes, and now she swore she could feel cold fingers on the back of her neck. Then came a voice that struck her right in the core of her being.
"Maybe I don't want to be brought back,"
said Celyn. She could almost feel him standing beside her. She felt if she turned around he would be there.
"Did you ever think about what I wanted? Or is it only about you?"
Nia choked out a sob, and then her foot caught on the uneven ground. It happened in a split second, but somehow also in slow motion. She fell to her knees and cried out at the sudden pain. Both of the hands holding hers slipped out of her grasp.
"Nia,"
Bran called. Her eyes flew open in panic. What she saw was a horrorscape of twisted forms, teeth, bones, and bloodied skin. Nia screamed and shut her eyes again, but it was too late. The wraiths fell on her, growling and shrieking, tearing at her with their claws. She curled in on herself, covering her face with her hands, but she knew it was no use. She had failed the first test, and this was the end. This was a bad idea. Gareth had been thinking it nonstop since the moment he had first seen the mortal girl. Now they were standing in front of the portal to Annwn, and he was holding her hand. Her ridiculously small and delicate hand, and he was sure this would only lead to trouble. They went forward into the darkness. Gareth had passed this test many years ago, before everything had gone wrong. It had used to be more common, even encouraged, for mortals to cross to Annwn. Gwyn had made his sons endure the same tests, as soon as he judged they were old enough. The test of the eyes had been Gareth's first. That feeling of darkness pressing in on his closed eyelids had haunted his boyhood dreams, and now he was experiencing it again. And the whispers, he'd almost forgotten about them.
"You are just angry at the girl because she's braver than you'll ever be,"
said the voice of his father. Gareth gritted his teeth. "I would have never wanted to be brought back," his mother added. In his mind, she wasn't wasted and frail as she had been in those last years, but healthy and smiling. His heart clenched, and he wrenched his attention back to the real world, the sounds of the horses behind him, the hands grasping his own.
"At least I'm not so wrapped up in my own sorrow that I care nothing for the pain of others."
That was Bran's voice. A flare of anger surged up Gareth's throat. How dare he? But of course, this was all coming from inside his own head. Gareth might have considered it further, but then the mortal girl cried out and her hand wrenched out of his. Gareth cursed. Bran called out for her in a desperate voice, and Gareth dropped to his knees, crawling forward to try to find her hand again. She couldn't be far. But then he heard the wraiths shrieking. Damn it all! Gareth swore and called the wind to his hand, throwing a gale out in a great arc that swept the wraiths aside. Racing forward, he threw the girl over his shoulder. Run! Run! Cadfael was yelling. The wraiths on their heels, they fled toward the light. When they were out of the cave, Gareth fell to his knees and he set the girl on the ground. She was unharmed, but her face was streaked with tears. Gareth felt his own throat tighten in sympathy. Now she was drawing him in as well. You witless woman, he blurted. Are you truly so useless that you cannot follow a simple direction? We told you not to open your eyes. She shouted at him, eyes blazing with a fury that was admittedly deserved, and ran right into Bran's arms. It would have been sweet if it wasn't so disconcerting. A prince of the Twilith Tag infatuated with a mortal? It was disgraceful, as well as foolish. You saved her, Cadfael said, clapping Gareth on the shoulder. I thought you didn't even like her. I don't, he replied, shoving the hand away. But he does so. He trailed off, waving his hand toward where Bran was now stroking Nia's hair. Whatever Gareth himself felt about the situation, this was important to his brothers. He would see it through. Chapter 5. A gust of wind whipped through the cave, and someone grabbed Nia around her waist and hauled her up over their shoulder like a sack of flour. Run! Run! Cadfael shouted from ahead, and the horse's hooves galloped madly behind. The walls of the cave rushed by, and Nia realized by the white hair whipping past her face that Gareth was carrying her. They burst into bright sunlight, and Gareth fell to his knees, panting. You witless woman, he said hoarsely. Are you truly so useless that you cannot follow a simple direction? We told you not to open your eyes. I didn't do it on purpose, she yelled, furious at his accusation, but still so shaken by the cave that tears were running down her face. Nia shoved him away, stumbling forward, only to collide with another solid form. She knew at once by the scent of cool evening rain in her nose that it was Bran. He wrapped his arms around her, and she was too upset to refuse the comfort. I'm so sorry, Nia. I let go. The fault is mine, Bran said into her hair. The pulse of his heart was racing against her cheek, and just for a moment she let her eyes close. It would be so easy, a small voice said, to give up now and to accept what he was so clearly offering. She took a deep breath. She had made a vow, and there was no way she was going to give in so easily, but neither would she allow him to take the blame. No, I tripped. It wasn't your fault, Nia said, looking up to meet Bran's eyes. They were the color of shadows and night. Deep indigo, rich purple, inky black, all swirled together. The emotions she saw there were so complicated that she couldn't guess what he was thinking. I heard voices. People I care about. They said such horrible things. The cave tested us all, he agreed, pulling away as if he'd only just now realized how tightly he was holding her. You heard your betrothed? You called his name. She nodded, swallowing painfully. Though she didn't remember speaking, it wasn't hard to believe. Bran opened his mouth, but whatever he might have said was drowned out by Cadfael. We need to get off the main path and make a camp, he announced. His voice was just as sharp as ever, but his skin was pale and his expression drawn. Bran moved away with an almost guilty expression, taking the reins of his horse from Rhys, who flashed her an encouraging grin, though he looked just as exhausted as the others. She fell back to walk beside him, finally taking time to look at their surroundings. Everything was green and bright, like the height of summer. Flowers were blooming and birds were singing. Jewel-bright dragonflies darted across the path. The sunset glowed crimson gold. We must have made it into Annwn after all, she said wonderingly. I was afraid that I might have failed the test. You did get scratched up a bit, Rhys said. It was almost like the words were a signal for her to feel the stinging of several cuts on her arms and back. But that didn't seem like the same test as before. He continued, "Usually the wraiths try to scare you. They aren't normally quite so personal." He shuddered at the memory. I could hear my family accusing me. She couldn't bring herself to say more. It was like they latched on to whatever we hate most about ourselves. Rhys agreed. Even Gareth was upset, and he's not affected by anything. Nia snorted. I think that's just me. He's always angry when I talk to him. Rhys sighed. He still hasn't recovered from his mother's death. I don't think it's you exactly. He's just been grieving so long. That's kind of his job, keeping memories alive. Only, maybe not that literally. You each have a specific job, besides just guarding the portal? Ray's brows furrowed in thought. It's not really a job. It's more like a role, a purpose. It's the source of our power as well as the flavor of it. Bran is the Prince of Silence, of ending, darkness, and peace. Cadfael is the Prince of Judgment. You know, rewards and punishment. I'm not sure why, but fire is involved as well. Gareth is the Prince of Memory, of secrets and messages passed from the dead. What does that make you? Nia asked, fascinated. Not only did it explain their powers, but it explained their personalities as well. She felt like she was beginning to get a sense of how they all fit together. I'm the Prince of Rebirth, he said with a grin. He waved his hand at the ground nearby, and a seedling burst from the soil and rapidly grew into a sturdy sapling. That's amazing, she said, smiling back at him. You think so? He said brightly. I'm the youngest, and my gifts aren't very combat-oriented, so my brothers tend to treat me like a child. Nia tilted her head in thought. Rhys did seem younger than the other brothers, and he was also the most approachable. I don't think you are childish, Nia said. You are just friendly. I would believe you were my age. I suppose they must think I'm a child, too, she added with a frown. Rhys laughed. I know for sure that Bran doesn't think of you that way, but thank you. That made her blush. Nia was glad she wasn't imagining Bran's interest, but she didn't understand it either. He was an immortal prince, and she was her. It didn't make sense, and he must have an alternative motivation. The group came to a halt ahead, disrupting that fretful train of thought. We'll stay here for the night, Cadfael announced. Gareth and I will hunt while the rest of you set up camp. No one argued. Apparently they were used to Cadfael's dictatorial behavior. Is there anything I can help with? She asked. On the other side of camp, Gareth snorted. Can you actually do anything? Cadfael said in a derisive tone. You can't swim or sail, that's for sure. Color rose to her cheeks. I can spin, sew, and weave, as well as cook and bake. I'd like to see any of you do the same without magic, she said, hands on her hips. Gareth sniffed and looked away, but Cadfael glared. Why on earth would I learn tedious mortal skills? I have no use for them, he huffed. Why would I bother to learn to use a sword or sail a boat? Nia replied. I am a weaver, so I've learned the skills that are useful to me. I don't even have magic to help me work. You can stuff your superior attitude right back where it came from, she said, crossing her arms over her chest. Out of the corner of her eyes, she could see Bran stifling a smile. If you were as brave as you are mouthy, this might not be a completely hopeless endeavor, Cadfael said with almost grudging admiration. If you can cook with what we brought, have at it. It will save Bran's magic. Whatever Gareth and I catch can cook overnight and be saved for later. He turned away without waiting for a reply. Nia suppressed the urge to stamp her foot. I'll show you the supplies, Rhys said cheerfully. Hardly anyone dares to stand up to Cadfael. I think you've given him something to think about. By the time the moon started to rise, much larger and brighter than Nia had ever seen it, she'd made a credible stew out of strips of dried meat, chopped parsnips, and a sort of dried grain that Bran informed her was called rice. Cadfael and Gareth returned with some rabbit and grouse and began to butcher them in preparation for smoking in the coals overnight. Without a word, Gareth tossed a bundle of leaves her way. It hit Nia in the chest before she could react. She frowned, but when she picked it up, she realized by the scent that it was herbs. "Thank you," she said, looking up at him. "These will go well with the stew."
"It was nothing,"
Gareth said in a tone that suggested that she never speak of it again. When the meal was ready, no one spoke at first. It was an improvement over bickering, but it made Nia acutely aware of how much of an outsider she was. She shivered, and almost immediately her own cloak was dropped over her shoulders.
"I have to keep a close eye on you,"
Bran said, standing above her.
"I have a suspicion that you tend to neglect yourself, and I rather not have you suffer from the cold twice in the same day."
Nia frowned, but there was little she could say. Celyn had often chided her for not taking better care of herself, a memory which sent a wave of melancholy through her heart. This feeling was joined by guilt when Bran leaned down, kissed her on the forehead, and said,
"The food was delicious. Thank you."
He gave all of his brothers an expectant look.
"Thank you, Nia,"
Rhys said, grinning brightly. Cadfael scowled.
"You did a decent job,"
he finally said, like the words gave him a toothache. That display alone was enough to make her laugh. But then Cadfael elbowed Gareth, whose expression was like a man who'd swallowed a mouthful of vinegar. Gareth let out a long sigh.
"Thank you for the food,"
he said solemnly.
"It was well done, especially since you couldn't use magic."
She ducked her head, the unexpected sincerity in his voice making her blush, even through her lingering annoyance.
"Well, now that that's over with, we need to talk about what comes next,"
Cadfael said in an unnecessarily loud voice. Apparently, he was eager to change the subject.
"Caer City is several days' journey from here at best. I suggest we approach cautiously. If you want to have any chance of defeating the obstacles surrounding the cauldron, we'll need to collect information. And Nia, you need to be able to defend yourself before we move into a more dangerous area."
"I take it you have some sort of plan?" Nia said, crossing her arms over her chest.
"There is a sacred well nearby,"
Bran said, smoothly picking up the conversation.
"The fish there grant wisdom to petitioners, which could be quite useful in not only deciding our route to the mountain, but in discovering what we may find inside. However, because of the shifting landscape of Annwn, we aren't entirely sure where the well is right now. Gareth and Rhys are our best scouts," Cadfael said. "They'll go ahead and see what they can find. Bran will stay here and teach you how to use a blade, as much as that's possible," he added in his usual dismissive tone. Nia frowned. It wasn't that it was a bad plan. Not exactly. Only she was certain they had rehearsed this whole conversation in advance, like a trap they'd been waiting to spring. She looked to Bran and Rhys, the two brothers she trusted most, though not quite completely. Neither seemed distressed in any way. "And what are you going to be doing?" she asked Cadfael. "Protecting the camp. This is a safer area, but that doesn't mean there aren't creatures here that would attack us if they could. This is a safer area, but that doesn't mean there aren't creatures here that would attack us if they could. I wouldn't leave that to Bran alone."
There was really no reason to disagree with this plan, though Nia felt like doing so just on principle. The more time she spent with Cadfael, the more his bossiness irritated her. "I guess that's fine," she said with a sigh. At least Bran would be the one training her. "How long is this going to take?"
"It should only be a few days,"
Bran said.
"The well should be nearby. As far as the spirits of the dead are concerned, there may as well be no time at all."
Nia let out a sigh. She knew Bran was trying to reassure her, but it only raised more questions. Where were the dead in Annwn? Was Celyn even now somewhere nearby, wandering lost but invisible? The conversation moved on to what route Gareth and Rhys might take, and once that was decided, the sky was growing dark with night. Everyone was tired, and Nia was relieved when Rhys suggested that they start preparing for sleep. She was somewhat concerned there would be an argument over who would sleep where. However, when she set down her bedroll within the circle of firelight, close enough to the fire to keep warm through the night, but not near enough to worry about catching the roll on fire, Bran settled his bedroll on one side of her, and Rhys on the other. Each brother was a little more than an arm's length away. Cadfael and Gareth arranged themselves on the other side of the clearing.
"I'll take the first watch,"
Gareth said. They wouldn't even consider allowing Nia to take one of the watches. She supposed she didn't blame them, but it still made her feel useless. When Nia got into her bedroll and looked up, she gasped at the brilliance of the stars overhead. It was a night sky unlike any she had ever seen before. The stars were of every color, scattered across the sky like gemstones carelessly spilled from a queen's treasure trove, spinning and dancing like fireflies on a summer evening.
"They are beautiful, aren't they?"
Bran asked.
"It's the only thing I truly miss about this place."
Nia turned to see him lying on his back with his hands behind his head, his expression wistful. "You were all born here, weren't you?" she asked.
"Not here," said Rhys from her other side. "Avallac'h is a long way from Caer City. Luckily for us, rules or no rules, I'm sure Father would find a way to interfere if we were nearer."
"I'm surprised your father doesn't want you nearby. Maybe families are different for you people," Nia said. "I can't imagine living so far away from my parents forever." Bran let out a bitter laugh.
"Gwyn ap Nudd is not one for paternal feelings. Whether that's normal among our people, I couldn't hazard a guess, but I certainly prefer to be as far from him as possible."
That only made Nia more curious, but she had a feeling now wasn't the time to ask. Bran rolled onto his side, facing away from her, and she looked back up at the sky. The songs of night creatures lulled her easily to sleep. Nia woke just as the rosy light of dawn was beginning to creep across the heavens. During the night, someone had thrown another blanket on top of her own. The soothing warmth made it difficult to want to move, but at the same time, the knowledge of where she was and what she had to do made her too restless to stay still. Nia sat up, pushing the blankets aside, and looked around. Bran's bedroll was empty, but she could just see him in the distance. He was perched on a fallen log, looking intently at something in his hand and prodding it occasionally. When Nia stood up, draping her cloak around her shoulders and looking around hopefully for a pail of water, he straightened and turned to her. Whatever he'd been looking at had already disappeared.
"Did you sleep well?"
Bran asked in a quiet voice. The other three brothers were still asleep, though Cadfael was already rolling around restlessly. She nodded. "Better than I thought I would. I haven't slept outside since I was little." A memory pricked Nia's heart of sleeping out in the fields during the harvest with Tegan and Celyn, and when she was older, she and Celyn had gone into the forest on Callan Mai. But that hadn't been about sleeping. Nia blushed and shook her head. "And you?"
"The hard ground did take some getting used to," Bran admitted, "but I'd forgotten how refreshing it to have such magic in the air. I don't really need as much sleep here."
Nia thought about this as she found the pail, rinsed her face, then started rummaging through the supplies for breakfast. "How long have you all been guarding the way into Annwn? The tales about the land of the dead talk about tests, but never guardians." Bran frowned and crossed his arms.
"Mortals used to be welcome here, if they were found worthy. But many years ago, one of the members of Lord Gwyn's court tried to steal the cauldron in order to overthrow him. Annwn, and the cauldron especially, are closely guarded, even from the Lords of the Dead himself."
He sighed and rested his chin on his crossed arms. "Are you all right?" she asked, starting to reach out before thinking better of it. He grinned, but somehow she knew it was false.
"Of course, I'm fine. I'm simply dazzled by your beauty."
"Bran," she said, putting her hands on her hips.
"Give it a rest, woman."
Cadfael growled from his blankets. Nia spun around, glaring.
"It was Bran's mother,"
he continued more quietly.
"She was exiled for her treason when Bran was little more than a child, but suspicion still falls on everything he does. That's part of why he was sent to guard the portal. I don't know why he suddenly decided to risk everything to help you. Maybe he figures if he's going to be called a traitor, he may as well be one."
Cadfael's words made Nia feel awful, as they were probably meant to. She turned to Bran, intent on apologizing, but he was already walking away. Nia sighed and went back to making breakfast. After everyone had eaten, Rhys and Gareth prepared to leave. They both set about stripping their packs to carry just the bare essentials of bedroll, trail rations, flint and tinder, and water skins. Rhys fastened the buckles on his quiver, then grinned and asked, "Are you going to kiss us goodbye, Nia? I heard it was good luck for hunters." She pursed her lips at him, and Rhys laughed. "Good," Gareth muttered. "That's the last thing I need." And just like that, they were gone. The camp seemed very quiet. Bran was still making himself scarce. With nothing better to do, Nia brought out the sewing supplies that she'd convinced Rhys to pack for her. The tunic she had worn in the cave needed some mending, but it only took a few minutes, and then she started adding embroidery to the hem. "What are you doing?" Cadfael asked with a frown. For once his tone seemed less like disapproval and more like confusion. "Embellishing my tunic," she answered without looking up, holding the thread in her teeth as she passed the needle through the loop and pulled it taut. "Why?" he asked. It was part challenge and part sincere question. Nia looked up at him, suppressing exasperation. "Well, besides the fact that adding a little more beauty to the world surely can't hurt, it keeps my hands busy. Also, most traditional patterns contain symbols of luck and protection." His eyebrows quirked upward. "They don't seem to work all that well." Nia scowled at him, barely restraining the urge to jab him with her needle. "We puny mortals don't have the luxury of actual magic. We make do with what we have."
"Belief can have a great deal of power, even in the mortal world,"
Bran said, stepping out of the woods.
"After all, magic is at least partly sustained by the life and faith of mortals."
Cadfael huffed and stalked over to the other side of the clearing. "Is that true? That mortals can create magic?" Nia asked.
"No one is entirely certain how it works, but yes. The Tylwyth Teg are dependent on the belief of humans for our very survival. Most of us try not to think about it,"
Bran said with the hint of a wry smile.
"Now, are you ready to learn how to fight?"
"No," she said, "but I know I don't have a choice, so I might as well start now." Chapter 6. The scraping glide of the whetstone over his blade was always a soothing sound for Cadfael, and now it was doubly so, because it drowned out the sound of Nia and Bran talking. His brother was flirting, of course, and the girl was playing coy. Maybe not coy exactly, Cadfael amended. She had just lost her betrothed. It was more like she didn't know quite what to do with the attention. Cadfael couldn't blame her. He didn't understand what Bran was planning either. Was he going to seduce the girl just to distract her from her goal? It didn't make sense. Normally, Bran fitted from lover to lover like a promiscuous butterfly, a practice not all that uncommon among the Tylwyth Teg. But if he succeeded with Nia, they'd be stuck with her for however long humans lived. Yet Bran was the one who had insisted on that detail of the bargain. What did he see in her? Cadfael had thought her silly, stupid, and weak when he'd first fished her out of the sea. A spoiled, lovesick child who didn't know to leave well enough alone. Now he was forced to admit he was wrong. Nia wasn't a silly little girl. She was stubborn and fierce, and despite her lack of training, she was a quick learner. Difficult as it was to admit, Bran was a good teacher as well. He was teaching her how to move first, how to hold a steady stance, how to predict someone's movement, and dodge or block incoming strikes. It was basic knowledge, but it might be enough to keep her alive until help came.
"Now, draw your blade, grip and pull it smoothly from the sheath your hip. Take your time. If you try to draw it quickly at this stage, you are likely to drop it."
She wasn't as awkward with the blade as Cadfael expected, though he could see her arm shaking even from where he sat. "Now what?" she asked in a wavering voice.
"You stick me with the pointy end,"
Bran said with a lopsided grin, an expression Cadfael didn't think he'd ever seen before.
"Part of the reason daggers are so much easier to learn is because there is little room for finesse in actual fighting. To fatally hurt someone with a blade that small, it would be best to use a sneak attack or go for the vulnerable spots. Later, I'll teach how to throw them. For the moment, the most important thing to remember is to stay inside their guard.
Nia frowned. Inside their guard. What does that mean? Bran drew his own dagger and held out his arm so that the point of the blade was less than an inch from her throat. To her credit, Nia didn't flinch.
I have a much longer reach than you, so if you are far away, I can easily keep you from hurting me while still being able to hurt you.
He beckoned her closer, and she barely hesitated. Cadfael frowned. It was not just bravery, he realized. The girl trusted Bran. Why?
Now you see, when you are this close, you can stab me in the throat or in the gut, whereas I can only stab you in the back. That would be painful, but not nearly as lethal.
What about the heart? She asked, pointing her blade at his chest. His expression was difficult to read, but it wasn't anything that Cadfael expected. Surprised and almost longing, but quickly replaced by a smile.
Not with a dagger. Though it's a tempting target, you have to go through the ribs to get to the heart. That requires both more knowledge and more strength than you have at the moment.
Then Bran smiled a smile that Cadfael knew very well and disliked. Smiling, Bran leaned closer to her and said,
"But there's a much easier way to get to my heart."
It took her a second to understand, and then she scowled and pushed him away. They went back to training, and Cadfael let his mind come back to the sound of the whetstone on his sword. It was more than sharp enough. He swung it through the air just for the fun of it, watching the sunlight flash off the metal before sliding it back in the sheath. It happened in a matter of heartbeats. Cadfael noticed the way the forest had gone quiet. He signaled Bran, who hushed Nia and whispered for her to stay behind. She didn't have time to move before the first of the Gwili, the giant spectral wolves with blazing red eyes, tore into the clearing. Cadfael charged, sword flying, but the beast jumped out of the way and growled. Out of the trees stepped another Gwili, and another, until 15 of the fierce wolves surrounded them.
"A large pack,"
Bran said in a conversational tone.
"How unusual."
Cadfael knew what his brother was trying to say. There's no way these Gwili had simply been in the area of their camp. These beasts had been sent, but there was no time to think about it now.
"Drive them toward me,"
Cadfael said, his shield appearing his left hand and tongues of flame furling up the blade of his sword.
"They don't like fire."
Then the fight was on. There were no sounds but the swing of his blade and the jolt of the hounds crashing against his shield. As Cadfael fought, he saw Bran using magic to both lure and corral the wolves towards the center of the clearing. Nia was at his side, slashing fearlessly at any of the creatures who got too close. A pulse of some strange emotion surged through Cadfael, heat in his chest and loins. The sensation surprised him and almost cost him when one of the Gwili latched onto his sword arm. He growled and flung the beast into the larger group now centered around the embers of the campfire, a perfect opportunity, which he was sure Bran had purposefully arranged. Cadfael reached deep within him for the fire fueled by anger at the injustice and evil of the world, and he felt the magic boil down his arm as he extended his hand to the coals in the ring of stones. Flames shot from his palm, hitting the embers with an explosive burst that struck all the Gwili at once and caused them to dissolve into ash. Cadfael said, sheathing his sword.
"It'll take a lot more than that to get in our way."
He turned around, and several things happened at once. Someone shoved him forward with enough force to put him to his knees. An angry snarl rang through the air behind him, and Bran shouted,
"Nia!"
Cadfael rolled and saw the mortal girl standing over where he had fallen. Her dagger was thrust forward to meet the largest Gwili he'd ever seen. The beast was now held frozen in mid-leap by Bran, and he was sweating with the effort of magic. Cadfael found his feet and rushed forward, thrusting the flaming sword into the creature's open maw. The wolf let out a guttural howl as it ignited from the inside and then went up like dry tinder, adding another smoking pile of ash to the larger pile on the ground. Bran sank to his knees, both exhausted and relieved, and Nia went to him right away. At first, Cadfael could hardly speak from confusion. Then he found his anger and his tongue.
What in God's names do you think you were doing? You could have been killed.
I was making sure you had time to react. As you can see, I'm fine. She shot back, not even looking away from Bran, who was reassuring her in a low voice.
Only because my brother nearly burned himself out protecting you,
Cadfael retorted.
No,
Bran croaked.
That was for you. Even after she shoved you out of the way, the hound saw you as the greater threat. Nia's interference confused it, but if she hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't have had time to cast.
Cadfael gritted his teeth, all his objections stuck in his throat. Why would she do that? He hadn't been kind to her. The only person more openly hostile had been Gareth, and even Gareth had saved her from the cave yesterday. Cadfael knew he'd done nothing to deserve her help. What had possessed her to take such a risk? You could just say thank you, she said, a hint of challenge in her tone. A hot surge of anger boiled up his throat at her impudence. How dare this little mortal try to teach him manners? It was especially galling that she was right. He turned and stalked into the forest without another word. Whatever Bran said about it being progress, Nia was still angry when Cadfael returned a few hours later.
There's no sign of Morg Willie, or who sent them,
he said flatly, as if he hadn't stormed off like a child throwing a tantrum. She sniffed and went back to cooking dinner, pointedly not paying attention to whatever he and Bran were saying to each other. She wished Rhys and Gareth would return so they could move on. Dealing with everyone's fractious tempers was becoming exhausting. A moment later, there was a touch on her shoulder. She turned, expecting it to be Bran. It was Cadfael, his brow furrowed.
I'm sorry for the way I acted before. You did what you thought was best in the situation and probably saved me an injury or two. I thank you.
Nia blinked. An apology was the last thing she expected, let alone gratitude. You're welcome, she replied, a bit hesitantly.
But next time, please don't try to protect me. You are much more fragile than I am, and without Rhys here to heal you, that could put you in real danger.
She hadn't thought about that. Of course, a prince of the fair folk would be more able to recover from serious injuries than she would. However, in that moment, all she had been thinking was that she couldn't let Cadfael be attacked from behind. Nia sighed. You're right. I'll try to remember, she said quietly. He nodded and turned away. They went to bed early that evening, exhausted by the day's events, but from then on Cadfael was a little less sharp towards her. It seemed as though she had earned his respect, or something close to it. Rhys and Gareth arrived early the following afternoon, looking tired but otherwise no worse for wear.
Did you discover anything?
Bran asked as soon as they had set down their packs.
The well is an easy walk, about half a day from here,
Gareth said.
We encountered no trouble. That's because trouble found us,
Cadfael said.
A pack of gwyllie surrounded us a few hours after you left.
Is everyone all right? Rhys asked, alarmed.
Fine. I had a bit of a headache from overusing magic this morning,
Bran said.
But Nia acquitted herself well, so no worries on that score.
Gareth arched an eyebrow in disbelief, but he didn't argue the point before continuing.
If you think you can be ready to leave in an hour, we can make it there just after nightfall.
The journey to the well was as uneventful as Gareth and Rhys predicted, though Nia began to feel somewhat uneasy after sunset. Back in the village, people didn't wander around at night without good reason, and in Annwn, the dark spaces between the trees seemed more ominous, full of strange noises and unknown creatures. Even on the well-tended road they were traveling, Nia had the strong sense that she was an outsider, unwanted and out of her depth. They walked instead of riding, and though she didn't ask, Nia had the sense that they were walking because the brothers thought it would make them less conspicuous. Again, Cadfael led the group, holding a lantern to light the way. Nia found herself between Gareth and Bran in the line. More than once, she thought about walking just a little slower, so she could have the security of Bran's physical presence closer to her. It was her pride that kept her walking pace even. She'd already become too reliant on Bran, let him too close. The quicker they could get this journey over with, the better. Finally, they reached a stone archway at the entrance of a grove of small trees. Cadfael lit the brazier hanging from the stones above with a snap of his fingers, and Nia saw the figures of leaping fish carved into the arch. This had to be the place.
"You may as well go in now," Cadfael said. "Bran can stand guard while the rest of us set up camp."
Nia shifted uncomfortably. But what do I do? I've never even been to the sacred wells in the mortal world. Her father had once, many years ago, to ask the gods for their help in healing for his son, but the illness took the boy anyway, and Nia hardly remembered her older brother. Bran produced a small leather pouch which clinked as he placed it into her hands.
"Offer this into the water and ask what you can do to prepare for the trials inside Caer City."
"Why not just ask what the trials will be?" she asked, her brow furrowed.
"Part of the enchantment upon the labyrinth is that no one is allowed to reveal what lies inside," Bran answered. "Asking directly will result in no answer. But if you ask how best to prepare to overcome the trials, we may be able to deduce some of what is to come."
"All right," she said, taking a deep breath and stepping through the archway and into a ring of small, shrubby trees. Hazel trees, she remembered from the tales of her childhood. The well seemed to be a wide pool, surrounded by a low ledge of stone. Even though Nia could have sworn the night was cloudy, inside the circle of trees, the moon was bright and full. She sat down on the ledge and peered into the water. Despite the darkness of the night around her, the water was shockingly clear. Nia could see the forms of creatures swimming deep below the surface. She took another breath to steady herself and opened the pouch. "Please accept my offering," she said as what appeared to be a combination of hazelnuts and silver coins dropped into the water. Nothing happened for several seconds. Was Nia supposed to ask her question now? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, bubbles rose to the surface of the water. Silver scales flashed in the moonlight as fish, and impossibly huge salmon, swam up from the depths to the surface, it regarding her with one enormous limpid eye. A voice sounded in her head, deep and wavering.
"It has been many ages since a child of the earth gazed upon my well. Ask your question, Nia, daughter of our well."
She swallowed. She wondered how it knew her name, but she knew better than to waste her question on finding out. What should I do to prepare to defeat the trials of Caer City so that I can reach the cauldron of rebirth?
You walk a difficult path to rescue your betrothed, yet sometimes the journey is just as important as the destination. Behold your answer.
The fish started to swim in a sinuous pattern. She didn't know how it had room to move, but it swam faster and faster. The light reflecting from its scales blurred together, and an image formed on the surface of the water that grabbed a hold of Nia and enveloped all her awareness. Once again, she saw the golden white thread shining in the darkness.
"You will never complete the trials alone,"
said the voice of the giant salmon. The 4 colored threads appeared, but this time, each of them was accompanied by a familiar face. Cadfael with the red thread, Gareth with the blue, Rhys with the green, and Bran with the violet thread. "But why them?" she blurted out. They might have agreed to guide her, but she knew they didn't actually want her to succeed. Though each of the brothers might have different reasons to hope she failed, it all added up to the same result. Why would they ever help me?
"Do not fight what you want. Do not fight what is destined to be,"
the fish replied. In the vision, the threads wove themselves into one shining whole. Bran put his arms around her, and she kissed him passionately. Nia gasped at the image, heat flooding through her body. But the pool wasn't done. Each brother embraced her in turn, each in a way that was equally as passionate and differently unique as they were. and then she watched herself in the center of all 4 of them, loved and cherished more than she ever thought possible. It looked so right and perfect that her heart thudded in envy and terror. "No, that can't be right," she said, backing away from the pool in shock.
"I have told you what you wish to know," said the fish. "You are the one who must choose."
Nia shook her head and rushed away from the pool, running under the archway. Suddenly there was a hand on her shoulder that stopped her dead in her tracks.
"Nia, are you all right?"
Bran asked, his dark eyes clouded with concern.
"Did you learn anything?"
She forced herself to take one deep breath and then another. Nia could see all the brothers looking at her. She had to tell them something. "The well showed me I'll need all of you if I want to reach the cauldron," she finally managed to say. It was as much of the truth as she could bear to admit. Bran frowned.
"Are you sure there was nothing else?"
he asked. Cadfael pushed forward.
"What do you mean you need all of us? I agreed to guide you to Care City, not go inside,"
he said, already scowling. "I'm just telling you what the fish said," Nia replied. She felt tears start to gather in her eyes, and she shoved Bran's hand away and past Cadfael. Everything was suddenly too much. The camp was already set up, and somehow Nia managed to reach her bedroll without anyone stopping her. She flung herself onto it, covering her eyes with one arm. The brothers were having a conversation in tense whispers. Nia pretended not to care. She couldn't help remembering what the Archdruid had said just before she started this journey. That she wouldn't find what she sought. Was there any point in continuing this farce, if everything she did would lead her to a lifetime with these confounded princes? But the fish couldn't be right, Nia told herself with clenched fists. She could see how she might fall in love with Bran, even might already be halfway there. Rhys was sweet, and kind too. Nia could sort of imagine how a relationship with both of them might work. Bran clever and seductive, prone to grand romantic displays. Rhys would be the nurturing one, encouraging and supporting in more subtle ways. But the other two... There was no way that Nia could ever like Cadfael enough to fall for him. Just his arrogance alone was infuriating enough to make her want to snap. And Gareth, though attractive and obviously talented, despised her so much that she could hardly imagine them being friends, let alone lovers. How could she, or any woman for that matter, emotionally deal with all 4 of them at once? And though physical logistics of the bedroom situation, Nia couldn't even begin to contemplate. There had to have been some mistake in the fish's vision. That was all there was to it. A hand touched her lightly on the shoulder.
"There's dinner if you're hungry,"
Rhys said in a kind voice. Nia knew she wasn't ready to face them or answer more questions. "I'm not hungry," she lied. She kept her eyes closed tightly. "I just want to sleep." "All right," he said, his hand moving away. "Sleep well." Maybe there was some magic concealed in those words because, despite her troubled mind and growling stomach, it was only a few minutes before Nia slipped into slumber.
"She's sleeping now,"
Rhys said, returning to where his brothers were gathered around the fire.
"What could she have seen to upset her this much?"
Bran shook his head.
"Perhaps the tests of the cauldron are harsher than we thought. What if some sort of sacrifice is required? I cannot guess where we could find more information. So little is known about the labyrinth, not even how it was created. I have a friend who lives halfway between here and the mountain," Gareth said thoughtfully. "His library is impressive. Maybe we can find something there."
Rhys smiled. If even Gareth was coming around, maybe there was hope after all. But then Cadfael stepped forward with a scowl on his face.
"What? We are just going to go along with it?" he hissed. "I never agreed to go into the damned maze. Now Nia claims she needs all of us. And Bran is talking about sacrifices. No one sees a problem with that."
"Nia would never,"
Rhys interjected.
"She's a good person,"
he said, his fists clenched.
"You're only saying that because you have a crush on her."
Cadfael scowled.
We don't know anything about Nia or her stupid fiancé.
Rhys is right.
Bran replied coolly. On the one hand, Rhys was glad of the support from his oldest brother. On the other hand, part of him resented it. Not only the fact his arguments were never good enough on their own, Rhys knew how close Bran and Nia had become, and he felt powerless to stop it. Who would choose him, a weakling, barely out of boyhood, when they could have one of the most powerful spellcasters in Annwn? Bran never had any shortage of lovers, even as infrequently as he returned home. He was handsome and skilled, as clever with his words as he reportedly was with all other aspects of lovemaking. Rhys could count the number of his relationships on one hand. Never mind the fact that Nia was still determined to resurrect her betrothed. Even if she did change her mind, it would not be because of Rhys. Rhys blew out a sharp breath as Bran continued to speak.
Even if I did not think Nia was much too kind to make that sort of calculated decision, it would be almost unthinkable for the cauldron to allow for an unwilling offering. What would be the point of having all those tests to prove a person's worth if at the end it required or even allowed a murder? I suspect it will require a more personal sacrifice. Perhaps the cauldron will require her to give her life for his, or even something less drastic, like her sight or her ability to bear children. That sounds like a sort of trade Father would encourage.
Rhys frowned. If that's true, how can we allow her to go through with it? I thought... He hesitated before looking Bran in the eye. I thought you cared about her, at least. Bran's expression gave little away, but Rhys thought he saw a flash of hurt in his eyes. Bran evenly said,
No matter my opinion on the matter, it has to be her decision. Trying to force her hand will only make her resist.
So that's it. You were all just going to follow her into the labyrinth, no matter what happened to the last members of Father's court that went after the cauldron?
Cadfael said, exasperated.
I've been blamed for the first incident my whole life regardless. At least this time I may see some benefit.
Bran said, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone.
Besides, we already have failed in our charge to protect the portal. Nothing else we've done is actually against the rules.
Cadfael's scowl deepened.
What about you, Gareth? You were against this plan from the outset. Why are you being so helpful?
I still think this was a terrible idea,
Gareth replied loftily.
But Bran said the worst of the damage is done. You gave your word to help her. Would you now be forsworn to her as well as to Father?
Rhys thought he could hear Cadfael grinding his teeth as he thought.
Fine,
Cadfael said.
We'll go to this friend of yours. I assume you'll send a message ahead.
Gareth nodded.
At least there is no longer any point in secrecy,
Bran said.
Since it seems we will be pursued regardless, we can take the road and have an easier journey.
Cadfael grudgingly agreed to take the first watch. Rhys followed Bran towards their bedrolls on either side of Nia. When Rhys sat down to take off his boots, he glanced up to find his brother looking at the sleeping girl with a surprisingly tender expression.
You were really ready to let her go through with it?
Rhys hissed.
Even if it costs her life?
Of course not,
Bran answered in a harsh whisper.
But Nia is not mine to control. Even if she would accept my advances, I still would not force her into anything.
He sighed.
That would be a misuse of her trust. But if the worst comes to pass,
he said, a determined light coming into his eyes,
there is no one better suited to track down her spirit.
Rhys blinked. He'd never seen Bran take anyone, maybe anything, this seriously before.
But what if she succeeds and goes back with her betrothed?
Bran looked at the ground.
I will have to be ready to accept that outcome. Let's just get some sleep.
But Rhys couldn't sleep. There were two primal forces at war inside of him. All his life, Rhys had been last in line for everything. He was always the one taking care of the others. And just this once, he wanted something for himself. If Nia would have him. He wanted to try. But as many lovers as Bran had, They had never been anything more than a pleasant distraction or a means to an end to him. Considering everything Bran had been through, Rhys had never blamed him for his reticence to trust anyone further. It was different with Nia. Bran seemed willing, even eager, to form a real relationship. What kind of brother would Rhys be if he tried to take that away? Rhys was still awake, thinking, and no closer to answer when Gareth came to get him for his turn at the watch. Chapter 7. When Nia woke the next morning, she had the feeling everyone had been waiting for her, which was a little unsettling. She washed her face and changed her tunic while the brothers pointedly turned their backs, but she wished she had the time and privacy for a real bath. Maybe she'd talk to Rhys about it later. It was easier to think about a hot bath than to consider what the well had shown her. Once Nia had made herself ready for the day, she warily approached where the brothers were sitting around the fire. "Have some breakfast," Rhys said with a bright grin. "Bran made it, after Cadfael tried and nearly burnt down the forest." Cadfael crossed his arms and scowled. "You could have woken me," she said, accepting the bowl of porridge that Rhys offered. There was a fried egg on top, and it smelled delicious. Was there a difference, she wondered, between food created magically and real food?
"We thought you needed to sleep today," Bran said, "but now that you're awake, we should talk about our plans. We are all in agreement. We intend to accompany you all the way to the cauldron if you need us."
Nia looked up in surprise, glancing at each brother in turn. There was nothing but determination on each of their faces, even Gareth's. Thank you, all. I don't know what to say."
"We gave our word,"
Bran said easily, as if there had never been a question.
"However, the well did not reveal as much as we might have hoped. There is a noble, Lord Bladen, living several days' distance away from here. We will travel to consult his library, as it is not much of a diversion from our course to Care City. If you are all right with this, of course."
"Are you sure that's safe? I mean, won't this noble be upset that you've brought a mortal to their house?" she asked, chewing her lip.
"I intend to ride ahead to ensure our welcome," Gareth said. "It will take you all about 3 days at a normal pace, but I can make it in 1.
"If this means I'll be able to sleep in a bed and have a bath, I'm all for it," Nia said after a few seconds of consideration. Bran laughed.
"Very well. If it happens that Lord Bladen does not wish to extend his hospitality to us, there are certainly inns that will."
"There are inns in Annwn?" Nia asked.
"Of course,"
Gareth said with an arched eyebrow.
"There are travelers in this world the same as yours. Most of us aren't willing to waste enough magic to conjure up a whole house when they want a warm bed to sleep in. Besides, inns and taverns are a good place to exchange the latest news when traveling. Even the spirits of the dead have taverns,"
Rhys said brightly.
"and feasting halls where they receive the offering of the living."
Nia knew he didn't mean anything by it, but she couldn't help but think about Celyn. Was he haunting some ghostly tavern, or feasting with the ancestors and thinking of the wedding celebration they would never share?
"Well, if we are all in agreement, I should probably get going,"
Gareth said, picking up his bag and clipping it to his saddle. Nia hadn't even noticed that his horse was already standing there ready to go. He pulled himself into the saddle with an ease she still envied. "Be careful," she called. She wasn't even sure why she said it. Maybe it was only that she wanted to repay Gareth for his recent kindness. It certainly had nothing to do with what the well had told her. Gareth looked back at her with an arched eyebrow, but at least his expression wasn't hostile.
"I will."
Then he clicked his tongue, and the horse trotted through the underbrush and onto the road. "How is he going to get there so much faster than us? Won't we be riding too?" Nia asked as he rode off into the distance.
"Gareth can harness the power of the wind to take him places," Rhys said. "He could go faster if he left his horse behind, but I suppose he wants to have his supplies nearby, in case his friend isn't interested in more guests. Even here, we don't waste magic if we don't have to. We might need it to defend ourselves. Speaking of which, we should start packing too,"
Cadfael said.
"It's a long journey to Care City, and this is just the first step."
There was no denying that Annwn was beautiful. As they rode down a road cobbled with colorful stones, Rhys explained that there were many regions of the otherworld that were based on the seasons, or geared toward specific purposes. This part of Annwn was called the Summerlands. It was an idyllic area that was always warm and sunny, thus the name. Both the Twylith Teg and the spirits of the dead were permitted to make their homes here, though most did not because of the proximity of the portal. But doesn't that mean Celyn could be somewhere close? Nia asked, looking around as if he might be hiding behind a nearby bush.
No,
Bran said, shaking his head.
The Summerlands is for the settled dead, those whose living descendants no longer offer to them, but who do not wish to move on. The newly deceased go to the Greylands beyond Lord Gwyn's palace. They can spend months or years there, recovering from the hurts and regrets of their mortal life. Then they choose what to do next.
Nia's eyes flicked upward. The dead have choices? There's no judgment of our lives by the gods? The Druids had said that the gods rewarded the good and punished the bad. If that wasn't true, it seemed almost unfair. Cadfael snorted.
If you are especially awful, sometimes our Father will take an interest in making your afterlife or rebirth unpleasant. If so, then he sends me. But most people are just trying to live their lives to the best of their ability, usually being forced to remember all their mistakes and occasionally seeking recompense and reconciliation with those that they wronged. In the Greylands is enough.
It was both more and less forgiving than Nia expected. She wondered what Celyn was doing right now. Surely, he couldn't have done anything warranting punishment. No one is rewarded for good deeds? She asked. If you are truly a great person, the veneration of your family and friends might be enough to raise you to godhood at some point, Rhys said. But mostly it's just the satisfaction of a life well lived and seeing your loved ones prosper afterwards. That gave Nia a lot to think about as they traveled. The road wound through verdant forests filled with sunlight and birdsong, and then up into the hills covered with wildflowers. They followed a river in reverse as it turned from a sleepy expanse of brown water into a narrow, clear rushing stream. By the second night, her hips and thighs were aching so much that she could hardly appreciate the beauty of the waterfall they camped next to. The water steamed in the cool night air.
There's a hot spring feeding the pool, Bran said. Taking a bath might help your sore muscles. Healing magic can only go so far.
It seemed to her that all three brothers looked at her with sudden interest. She flushed. I'm fine, she said, gritting her teeth as her legs screamed in protest. I just need to sleep. None of them commented on her obvious lie, but of course, she couldn't fall asleep. There was no way to get comfortable, and just as she was finally starting to doze, a soft sound jolted her awake again. Someone in the distance had called her name. Nia sat up, biting back a curse at her aching lower half, and looked around. Cadfael and Rhys were both asleep in their bedrolls, the soft cadence of their snores making a strange sort of music, but Bran was nowhere to be seen. Straining her ears for several seconds, she heard nothing but the sounds of soft splashing of water and the hiss of waterfall. Nia let the blanket fall from her shoulders as she stood up. Clad in a long tunic that had probably once belonged to Cadfael, judging by the color, Nia padded over to the edge of the pool and peered into the mist. Nia didn't see anything, but she could feel the heat rolling off the water. The air had a faint mineral tang. Breathing in the steam felt nice, the warmth soothing her lungs and throat. It couldn't hurt to take a little swim, since there was no one around. She tossed her tunic aside and stepped into the pool. It was warmer than she expected, nearly the perfect temperature for a bath. Nia almost groaned as she sank into the water. She submerged herself to her collarbones and sighed as her muscles started to unknot. Then she heard it again. The splashing sound, and someone softly calling her name from somewhere in the mist. Her thoughts immediately went to Celyn. What if Bran was wrong, and he was right here looking for her? Nia moved through the water towards where she thought the voice had come from. Her mind warned her of the danger. It could be anything. Some sort of magical beast, a sending of Lord Gwyn meant to trick her, but if there was even a chance.
At first she saw and heard nothing but the soft splashing she had heard before. However, as she moved through the clouds of steam, she saw someone else in the water, a man. Her heart leapt with joy, but a moment later she knew it wasn't her betrothed. He was too tall and thin. The mist cleared, letting Nia see him clearly, the moonlight shining off his damp skin and hair. It was Bran. He was turned half away from her and didn't know she was there. Even though he was submerged past his navel, it took very little imagination to guess what he was doing and why his lips formed the shape of her name. It was a private moment that Nia had no business of witnessing, but she couldn't make herself look away. She couldn't claim it was embarrassment that made her freeze. Bran had always been attractive. There was no point denying it. Now, with his head thrown back and the moonlight caressing his skin, he was a vision of a long-forgotten god of desire. Nia almost wished she dared to move closer so that she could see better. The thought shocked her. The idea that Bran was pleasuring himself while thinking of her. Her mind ran wild, imagining what would happen if she reached out and touched him, if she took his hand. She wondered what his lips would feel like on hers, and heat pooled in her abdomen. Bran let out a soft gasp, and his back arched for a long moment. Nia's heartbeat thundered in her ears as she imagined the look of ecstasy on his face. Then he sank into the water with a sigh, his shoulders drooping with something like defeat. He started to turn in her direction. Panic made her move backwards at an inadvisable speed. Nia tripped, plunging under the water with a gasp. When she came up sputtering, Bran had moved towards her, concern and confusion etched across his features.
Nia, are you all right? What are you doing out here?
He asked, in a voice edged with roughness. She couldn't forget the way he had spoken her name a moment before, and her cheeks felt like they were about to burst into a flame. "I'm sorry," she blurted out. "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd take a bath after all since no one was around, and then I thought I heard someone say my name." Bran looked away quickly, spots of color visible on his cheeks even in the moonlight. "Anyway, I'll just be going now," she said, starting to back up again. His hand shot out and closed around her waist. Even he looked surprised at his movement. "No, I mean, I will go. You stay," Bran said, releasing her quickly. "You deserve some time to relax." He turned without another word, and Nia couldn't help the way her eyes followed him as he retreated into the darkness. It was an unexpected reaction. Of all the brothers, she thought Bran would be least embarrassed to be caught in that situation, the most likely to shrug it off or make it into a joke or innuendo. She didn't know what to think or how to react. At the very least, she decided, she would give him time to compose himself before she went back to the camp. When she did finally return to the shore, she found a dry towel waiting besides a clean tunic. Back at camp, Bran was on the other side of the fire, pointedly staring off into the night. Nia found her bedroll again, and her dreams were filled with moonlight and the sound of flowing water. Everything was awkward the next day. Bran wouldn't look at her as they prepared to leave, and Nia couldn't seem to stop looking at him. Now that she knew what he looked like clad just in moonlight, she couldn't help seeing the bare skin underneath his clothes and armor. Nia felt ridiculous. Rhys rode up beside her once they were on the road. "Did something happen between you and Bran? You were both acting a little strange." Nia thought his voice sounded strangely tight. Maybe he disapproved of his brother's interest. Maybe he thought she was acting like a stupid little girl. She could feel her cheeks getting hot. It was nothing. Just an accident," she said, and no amount of Rhys prodding would get her to elaborate. The only good thing to come out of the evening was that her muscles no longer ached so much as they rode, but that was hardly a compensation for Bran's sudden silence. Even Cadfael could tell something was obviously wrong because he was surlier than usual. Nia was relieved to see Gareth waiting on the road when they stopped after midday. "I've got some good news and bad news," he said as they led their horses to a stream. "Lord Bladen will be happy to host us for a day or two, and to let Bran and I pursue his library." "What's the bad news then? How ridiculous of a favor does he want?"
Cadfael asked sharply.
Lord Bladen wants me to play for a masquerade that he's having. The problem is that the masquerade is tonight, and he would really like for us all, including Nia, to attend. Apparently the nobles are all dying to see the plucky little mortal girl who dares to enter Annwn.
Oh, Cadfael said, grimacing.
That is a problem.
I don't understand, Nia said. What's so bad about being invited to a party? Not that she was in a celebratory mood, but at least it didn't sound dangerous. Maybe it would distract her from the events of the previous night. It was Bran who answered, though he still didn't meet her eyes.
I'm sure you've heard tales of the revels of the Twyleth Teg, how dangerous they can be for mortals. The stories exaggerate some things, but bringing you to a masquerade is like leading you straight into a dragon's den.
Gareth nodded.
Even if no one there who means you actual harm, becoming entangled with the nobility could seriously delay our journey. But if we want to get inside that library, we don't have much of an alternative.
Cadfael blew out a breath.
I think between the four of us, we should be able to keep her safe. Bran can ward her against enchantments, and Rhys and I can escort her physically while Gareth keeps an eye on things from the musician's gallery. I assume Bran will want to be in the library.
That sounds reasonable, Rhys agreed.
You'd think most of the nobles would think twice before opposing us openly, but she'll need something to wear.
Everyone looked to Bran. His expression was stuck somewhere between flustered and resigned.
I can make her an appropriate gown, Bran said finally, though I hope you three can handle your own outfits. It would be better if we could wait until we reach the estate before getting dressed.
The estate was only an hour's ride down the road. It was a grand building, much larger than the brothers' house on Ynis Gwyn, built from smooth white stone with many peaked roofs of gleaming copper. Impossibly tall birch trees with gleaming white bark surrounded it, like a cadre of dancers, and shaded the gardens below. Judging by the number of carriages lined up in front of the entrance, they weren't the only guests who arrive early. Still, they were ushered inside with no issues or delay. Nia did her best not to stare at the servants. The one leading them to their rooms had horns like a ram curving up from their skull and large dark eyes set on the side of their face. A bath had been prepared, complete with herbs that gave the steam a pleasant floral aroma. The steam coming from the water reminded Nia of the night before, and she was so preoccupied with the memory that she almost forgot to wash. Guilt and shame gnawed at her as she sat in the warm water. How could she betray Celyn so easily? He was a good man. He was loving, faithful, and he deserved better. But a small voice said, "If this is destiny, how can it be wrong?" Nia shook her head at that thought. There had to be some way to fight the fate that the well had shown her, or else what was the point in trying to get to the cauldron? Still, she hated how tense things had gotten between her and Bran. Maybe if she apologized. She got out of the bath and pulled on the clean linen shift that had been left for her. As she was rubbing her hair dry, there was a soft knock at the door. "Who is it?" she called.
"It's me,"
Bran said in an unusually hesitant tone.
"May I come in? I promise to help you with your dress."
Nia bit her lip as she opened the door. She was distracted from her anxiety by the piles of fabric in Bran's arms. All of them were shades of white, pale gray, and frosty blue. "That's all for me?" she asked. Bran nodded.
"I thought we would go for a lofty and unapproachable look, just to discourage any of the partygoers from taking liberties,"
he said. Bran was dressed in a somewhat more subdued outfit than usual, maybe because he didn't want to attract attention while he was in the library. He put the fabric on a chair and pulled a piece of chalk from his pocket. Nia watched him sketch out symbols on the floor, unsure how to start the conversation. Every time she thought about what to say to him, she felt hot and cold all at once.
"Stand over here in the center, if you would,"
he said. He finally met Nia's eyes, all too briefly, but his usual flirtatious smile was still absent. Nia moved to where he indicated.
"Do you have any preferences about your dress?"
he asked as he looked over the fabric he had brought again. His brow furrowed.
"The cut or style? I know you are a seamstress, so you know more about this than I do. I don't have much experience with these kinds of gowns, though, she admitted. My wedding dress was fairly simple. As long as it isn't too restrictive or revealing, I'll be all right. I trust you know what will be acceptable amongst your people. You still trust me? He asked, looking up at her with a skeptical frown. She returned his frown with one of her own. Why wouldn't I? I was the one who was intruding, she said, her voice growing quiet with embarrassment. I wanted to apologize again. I truly didn't mean to spy on you. Bran blinked. I'm the one who should be apologizing, Nia. I was supposed to be keeping watch. What I did was irresponsible as well as horribly ill-mannered, he said, a breath hissing through his teeth. But I thought you were angry with me, she said. You haven't been able to look me in the eye since then. Out of shame, he said, now almost piercing her with his gaze. She swore she could see stars in the night in his eyes. And I was sure you would never want to speak to me again. I was never angry with you, Nia. I couldn't. A sudden pounding on the door made them both jump. Nia pressed her hand to her chest to still her racing heart. Are you ready yet, Nia? Cadfael called from the other side of the door. I am still working on her dress, Bran answered irritably. You will just have to be patient. Fine. Take all night for all I care, Cadfael said, and his footsteps stomped down the corridor. We will have to finish this conversation later, Bran said regretfully, and then stretched out his hands towards the fabric. This will only take a few moments.
Chapter 8. When Nia walked into the antechamber where Rhys and Cadfael were waiting, she felt their eyes fix on her like the focused rays of the sun. Rhys stepped forward with an astonished expression. Nia, you look amazing. I mean, not that you don't look good every day. Cadfael shoved him aside, looking equally amazing but at a loss for words. She understood their reactions. She had felt much the same when Bran had led her to the mirror to see her outfit. The dress was made of silver-white silk that hugged her body from her shoulders to her hips before flaring out to allow her more ease of movement. Layers and layers of gauzy ice-blue fabric studded with sparkling crystals practically floated around her legs and draped over her arms in a long cape-like train. But the really stunning part, in her opinion, was the headpiece. A crown of filigreed silver and pale crystal that shone with a faint white light, extending from her head in star-like rays. It was all made of magic, so it wasn't uncomfortable at all, but it was majestic. Bran had also added some sort of glittering substance to her skin that made her glow when the light hit just right. Nia had barely recognized her own reflection. Finally, Cadfael recovered his ability to speak. You really do look nice, he said gruffly. Was it her imaginations that his cheeks had gone a bit red? Thank you, she said, not quite able to meet his eyes. Despite claiming not to know much about dresses, Bran did an amazing job. Not true, Rhys said brightly. Bran didn't make you beautiful. He only brought out what was there naturally. Now it was Nia who was blushing. Come on, Cadfael said with an impatient snort. The quicker we get in there, the quicker we can leave. He held out his elbow, and Nia took a deep breath as she slipped her arm through his. Rhys took her other arm, and they passed through a heavy curtain and into the ballroom. Bran had warned her that there would be magic designed to enchant and ensnare the senses. Nia had tried to prepare herself, but there was no way she could have known what to expect. When they passed through the curtain, the temperature dropped. It was just chilly enough for her to wish she had a cloak, or at least a pair of long gloves. But the scenery drove all thoughts of discomfort from her mind. Despite the fact that they were definitely in the middle of a large stone building, the ballroom was, to all appearances, located in a snow-covered pine forest. The illusion, if that was what it was complete to every detail. Snowflakes as fine as powder drifted from a dark sky above and sparkled underfoot. The scent of pine lingered in the air, An androgynous being wearing little but a wolf pelt and a crown of antlers moved into their path to speak to Cadfael and Rhys. Nia looked up just in time to see a huge gray owl swoop from one of the branches overhead and fly into the darkness. A wolf howled, both far away and much too close for comfort.
You must be the mortal girl I've heard so much about.
It took a moment to realize she was being spoken to. Bran had said not to give out her name, but the being wearing the pelt was now addressing her, and Ray's hand was suddenly squeezing Nia's arm tightly. "Yes," Nia said, not quite meeting the eyes beneath the crown of antlers. "Pleased to meet you."
Are you enjoying your time in Annwn?
The smile that followed the question was full of sharp teeth, and Nia was reminded again that not all stories of the Twyleth Teg were nice. "It's a beautiful place," she said pleasantly, as she suppressed a shiver at the calculating look in the eyes that studied her.
But it pales in comparison to your loveliness. Perhaps you'd do me the honor of a dance.
Nia froze, feeling like a mouse caught in the gaze of a hawk. Thankfully, Cadfael intervened.
I'm afraid we have business elsewhere. Maybe some other time,
he said, pulling Nia away without waiting for a response.
Irvath was much too interested for my comfort,
he muttered once they were out of earshot.
I need to talk to Gareth. Can you keep an eye on her for a few minutes?
Nia wanted to protest that she didn't need a minder, but considering the encounter with Irvath, she was glad for the protection.
Of course I can, Rhys said with a hint of irritation.
We'll go over to the dance floor.
Fine. I'll be as quick as I can,
Cadfael replied, and he pushed through the crowd and disappeared. Rhys sighed.
I think I heard music this way. Let's go.
It was strange how the sounds of the party faded the moment they moved into the trees. Except for the indistinct hum of distant voices, they might have been alone in the wilderness. Was the ballroom really that big, she wondered, or was it part of the magic?
You did well, Rhys said. With Irvath, I mean. He definitely did not have your best interest at heart.
Bran warned me to be careful, she said, half occupied with watching a herd of deer grazed peacefully in the distance. But you and Cadfael wouldn't have let anything happen to me.
Of course not, he said immediately, but you still did a good job handling him.
Music filtered through the trees, beautiful and strange.
Oh, here we are.
They pushed past an enormous snow-covered spruce and found the dance floor. It looked like a frozen pond. Nia swore she could even see creatures swimming in the water far below.
Would you like to dance?
Rhys asked. His smile was infectious. His green eyes were bright with enthusiasm, and now she couldn't help noticing his outfit. The dark green silk jacket with copper leaves embroidered on the lapels not only brought out the color of his eyes, but seemed to lend him an air of maturity. Or maybe it was that now without his older brothers around, that Rhys was holding himself with more confidence. "I would," she replied, "but I'm not sure I know the steps to this one." The dancers were swirling by so gracefully, and she couldn't even figure out what steps they were moving through.
"This is an easy one, you'll see," he said, leading her out onto the floor.
Luckily, it wasn't nearly as slippery as it looked. Rhys twirled her towards the rest of the dancers, and it felt like they were flying. As he pulled her back and held her close, the music faded. His brow furrowed with disappointment. "Let's stay for the next one," Nia said.
"Are you sure?"
he asked. When the music starting again, Nia was surprised that she recognized the tune. They danced to the same tune in the village at midsummer. Sure enough, the dancers started to line up in a familiar pattern, and Nia smiled as she and Rhys took their places. All the tension of the past week fell away as she danced through the familiar steps. Nia found herself grinning in delight as the music got faster. Then she remembered, with a sudden horror, that this was a dance in which the partners switched when they reached the end of the line. Nia didn't have time to protest or step out of the dance. As soon as she had the thought, she was spun right into the arms of an unfamiliar man. The only thing she remembered about him was that he had dark hair and eyes like summer twilight. His smile was genuine, but the dance moved too quickly for talking. Her next partner was a female of the Twyleth Teg, with slightly inhuman features. But Nia could hardly worry about her unusual cat-like eyes when she could see that her next partner would be Iorveth. Nia's heart pounded. Rhys was nowhere to be seen. There was nothing else to do. At the next turn, Nia darted off the dance floor and hid behind a large fir tree. The spiky leaves stuck into the fabric of her dress. She waited with bated breath as her pulse thundered in her ears. Time passed, and no one had followed her. Nia peered around the tree. If she squinted, she was sure she could see Iorveth still dancing. Nia let out a sigh of relief. Now she just needed to find one of the brothers. Rhys would certainly be by the dance floor, but she didn't want to be anywhere near there at the moment. Cadfael was going to find Gareth, who should be playing with the musicians. Would they be near the dance floor as well? Nia had not seen them. She decided to try and sneak around the other side of the dancers and see what she could see. When she emerged from the trees, there were a few couples or small groups milling around in conversation, but no one paid her any attention. Nia kept her head up, walking as if she had someplace to be. Someone had once said the trick to being unnoticed was to look like you knew what you were doing. It seemed to work. Eventually, she heard a familiar voice singing a song about a fox making trouble in a farmyard. She wondered if that had some sort of metaphorical meaning for the Twyleth Teg, or if they really enjoyed songs about mortal problems. Nia followed the sound of Gareth's voice and found him by himself in a small clearing where guests mingled near tables of food and drink. He was dressed more lavishly than she'd ever seen, his hair braided with crystals and owl feathers, his clothes made of scraps of fluttering silk that swirled around his body like a whirlpool. She skirted the edge of the clearing cautiously, hoping to get his attention, and after a few agonizing minutes, he looked up from his harp. His gray eyes caught her immediately, widening in brief surprise, though his fingers never paused on the strings. There was no way for her to explain what happened, and she feared he would assume the worst. But after a long moment, he gave her a slow nod, and somehow she knew that it meant he would keep her safe. Her muscles sagged with relief. A moment later, some sort of servant appeared at her elbow. At least she assumed the creature was a servant, because they were holding a tray of drinks and offered one in a raspy voice. It looked a bit like a turtle standing on its hind legs. Nia knew the stories about the food and drink of the other world, but considering she had been eating and drinking the past few days without any consequences, she did not give it a second thought. She took a goblet with a muttered thanks. The liquid inside was opaque and filled with tiny bubbles. She took an exploratory sip. It was sweet like honey and fragrant like flowers. Before she knew it, she had drained the goblet. Cadfael was standing next to her.
"Where have you been? You scared Rhys half to death,"
he said in a fierce whisper. When she looked up at him, Nia was reminded how tall he was. His eyes glinted like embers. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry him, but when I saw that man from before, Iorveth, was going to be my next partner, I panicked. I found Gareth as soon as I could." Cadfael's scowl softened. His red hair was tied into a single tail that fell down his back, a look which somehow turned the harsh angles of his face into something elegant.
"I guess you did your best. Let's go back to Rhys before he completely loses it."
He took her arm and they walked through the forest. Nia's head felt strangely light. She could hear the music as they approached the dance floor, and it seemed like a good idea to start humming along. She stumbled into Cadfael and laughed. Colors eddied and swirled through her vision.
"Nia, what's wrong with you?"
he asked, but his fingers were surprisingly gentle as he tiled her chin upward to meet his eyes.
"Did you eat or drink anything?"
"Some wine. It was really good," Nia said, and then she grinned. She could not stop grinning. Suddenly, her body felt heavy, and she slumped into Cadfael. He was so warm, and he smelled a bit like leather and a bit like smoke.
"Good gods, you were drunk on Fey wine,"
he said. Nia felt herself being lifted into the air, which made her giggle. Cadfael's face was suddenly much closer than before, and her brain dimly comprehended that he was carrying her in his arms. "Where are we going? I wanted to dance some more," she said, slipping her arms around his neck.
He snorted. You were going to bed, far out of reach of any trouble you might get into. I don't know what possessed you to drink that wine, but now the only thing to do is to sleep it off.
For some reason, hearing this made her sad. I suppose you don't want to dance with me, she said tearily. I know you don't like me very much. I'm sorry. I make so much trouble for you. He frowned at her, his steps slowing as they passed out of the enchanted woods of the ballroom and into a stone hallway with arched windows of colored glass.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do, Nia shot back. You think I am a stupid and childish little girl who can't do anything for myself. I'm helpless and clumsy and... She was silenced by his lips on hers. It was not a hesitant kiss. It was something fierce and wild that stole her breath and ended almost as suddenly as it had began.
Don't think Bran is the only man who could see how beautiful you are,
Cadfael said in a rough voice. Still completely stunned, she brought her hand up to touch his cheek. His eyes flicked closed for a second before he pulled away from her touch.
Don't let the wine make you forget why you're here.
Her brain was so muddled that she didn't understand what he meant, but it didn't matter. A door opened before them, and they were in a small, gracefully furnished room. Cadfael set her on the bed somewhat more gently than he had the first time he'd carried her.
Stay here. I'll get Bran to disenchant your dress.
Nia rolled onto her side, which was a little uncomfortable because of the headdress, but a wave of fatigue washed over her. Soon she was in a deep sleep. Bran could tell something was bothering Cadfael the moment he stepped into the library. His posture was slumped and his brow was furrowed in confusion.
Did something happen?
Bran asked. Cadfael ran a hand through his hair.
Nia drank some fey wine. I left her in her room, but I thought you ought to at least check on her and dispel her outfit so she can sleep.
There was definitely something else going on, but Bran decided not to ask. Cadfael didn't hide things if they were important, so whatever it was, Bran knew he would hear about it as soon as his brother could put it into words.
I'll head there now,
Bran said, shutting the book he'd been reading and trying not to look too eager to be alone with Nia. He knew Cadfael disapproved, and he didn't want to give himself false hope either.
I'm nearly finished here, in any case. Did you find anything?
Cadfael asked as they walked down the corridor, and Bran sighed.
Not really. There are no mentions of sacrifices, which is comforting, but I cannot find any record of someone succeeding the trials of the cauldron, so who can say for sure? Maybe it isn't possible.
Cadfael huffed out a breath.
Shouldn't that make you happy? You were getting exactly what you wanted. No,
Bran said, frowning.
I wanted this to be a fair bargain, not a trick. I would prefer it if she remained willingly.
He knew there was little hope. Even if she did care for him in some way, Nia was devoted to her betrothed, and stubborn. Her pride would not let her break her oath. As inconvenient as it was, he admired that about her. Cadfael didn't reply. When they had reached Nia's room, they stopped outside the door.
I have to go back to the party, at least to tell Rhys and Gareth what happened,
he said, though he didn't sound sure about it.
You'll watch over her for a while? Of course,
Bran said. As Cadfael walked away, Bran took a deep breath and turned and opened the door. He'd been hoping to speak to Nia about what happened the night before. She claimed she wasn't angry, and he wasn't sure what that meant, but it wouldn't be fair to question her while she was under the influence of fey wine. Bran felt a thrill of fear when he saw her sprawled out on the bed, but it only took a moment to ascertain that her breathing was steady and even. She was deeply asleep, which was probably best for everyone. With a sigh, he drew a sign in the air and brushed a finger over her cheek. Her enchanted outfit disappeared, leaving her clad in only the plain linen gown she had been wearing after her bath. Bran barely trusted himself to look, quickly pulling the blankets over her and gathering all the loose silk and tulle into a neat little roll. That done, he sat in the armchair in the corner. He took a book out of his jacket, but he could hardly keep his attention on the words. Questions tumbled through his mind like stones in a raging river, and for the first time, he had no idea where the answer might be found. Time passed in fits and stutters. At some point, Bran must have started to doze because Nia's scream, though quickly stifled, jolted him to awareness so abruptly that he was on his feet before he knew what he was doing. He was at her side before he could think twice. She clung to him, her fingers clenched in his shirt.
What happened? Are you hurt?
He asked. No, Nia gasped. I had a terrible dream. It was so real, she said through shuddering breaths. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. He could do nothing but hold her against his chest, stroking her hair, the auburn curls spiraling around his fingers like tendrils of a particularly tenacious vine.
It's all right, he said softly. If it will help you speak of it, I will listen.
She was so warm in his arms, and when he started to pull away, she only held him tighter. This was dangerous. Even with his heart aching in sympathy, his body had entirely other ideas. It was just like in the cave, she said haltingly. Only this time I reached out to him, and he was nothing but a skeleton. Bran didn't need to be told who she was talking about. It didn't matter, as much as he thought it should, that she still cared so much for a dead man.
It is probably just a reflection of your anxiety about what is to come. Even in Annwn, most dreams are only dreams.
She reached up to wipe at her tears, but didn't pull away from him.
You should probably go back to sleep if you can.
She nodded, but then she said something that made the breath halt in his throat. Could you stay here for a little while? I feel like I'll see it again the moment I close my eyes. For him, there was no choice. It frightened how easily Nia drew him in.
I will stay, as long as you need me to,
he said, and a moment later he was lying next to her. She nestled close against his chest. Her hair smelled like honey and sunlight, and he felt dizzy with the scent. Thank you, she murmured. I know I've been nothing but trouble lately.
I don't find you troublesome,
he said.
Perhaps a bit distracting,
he added with a chuckle. I have noticed that, she said with a hint of laughter in her voice. Bran still couldn't believe she wasn't angry about what she'd witnessed the night before, but when she looked up at him with her eyes full of trust and humor, he couldn't help himself. He kissed her, just a soft brush of lips that nonetheless felt like a lightning strike. She froze, not even breathing. I'm sorry, he choked out, pulling away. He was an idiot. Worse than that, an inconsiderate idiot. If he couldn't behave himself for even a minute of comfort, his self-castigation was interrupted by her hand on his shoulder. Don't you dare run away, she said, a fierce light in her eyes.
You are a crueler woman than I thought,
he said weakly.
To force me to stay here when I know you don't want.
She never let him finish, searing him to the bone with a kiss full of passion and promise. He thought he might weep when she pulled away. You assume an awful lot without asking, Bran, she said, scowling up at him beautifully. When I saw you in the water, I'd never wanted anything more in my life. But I made a promise. Keeping my word is more important than anything else, and Celyn doesn't deserve my betrayal either. Bran swallowed.
I would hold you to nothing. The moment you reach the cauldron will be the last I see of you until your death. But if I can only have this moment.
So many foolish promises were on the tip of his tongue, and he barely held himself in check. Nia made a sound, a barely audible denial, and then she kissed him again. This time, he had the wherewithal to respond, to splay his hands across her back and pull her closer. Her fingers were buried in his hair, and Bran moved over her, half crazed as he pressed her into the bed with his body. He kissed her jaw, her throat, his hands frantically seeking her skin. When he finally slipped under her shift, his fingers gliding over her stomach, she gasped into his mouth. Then her hands went under his shirt, hot against his back. He might have moaned. Someone knocked on the door, and the moment burst like a bubble around them. Is everything okay in there? Rhys asked from the hall. Bran rolled out of bed as Nia pulled the blanket hurriedly over herself, her cheeks the color of ripe strawberries.
Fine,
Bran replied as he haphazardly tucked in his shirt.
I fell asleep. Give me a moment.
He picked up his book and let himself look back at her, just once. She opened her mouth.
Don't be sorry.
he murmured.
I'm not.
Rhys was frowning when Bran finally opened the door. His frown deepened after taking in the state of Bran's clothes and hair. Their youngest brother was neither an idiot nor a prude, but Bran knew Rhys was worried about Nia, worried that he, Bran, was using her for a bit of fun now and would only abandon her later. If only that were the case. Bran pushed past Rhys and rushed into the hall. He could barely keep himself together as he went to the room he was sharing with Cadfael. Bran was glad his brother was not yet inside, as it gave him a moment to gather his thoughts. When he had first met Nia, Bran had been interested because of the prophecy, but now he felt like a planet pulled into the orbit of a new star. He ran his hands through his hair before resting his chin in his hands. He'd never felt this way before, and he was so unbalanced by it. He had no idea what to do next. The door burst open and Cadfael stomped in, even more out of sorts than usual.
"We can't let her go through with it,"
he exclaimed without preamble.
What are you talking about?
Bran asked wearily. He wasn't in the mood to be drawn into Cadfael's bad temper, but his brother's next word came as a surprise.
"Nia, we have to stop her."
Chapter 9. Another morning in an unfamiliar place, and this morning Nia felt like both her head and her mouth were stuffed with cotton. She groaned as she sat up in the overly luxurious bed, memories slowly seeping through her mind like mud. She had danced with Rhys, and drank wine, and kissed Cadfael, or rather, he had kissed her, but she couldn't say she hadn't enjoyed it. And Bran, her cheeks went hot at the memory. She couldn't even blame it on the wine. She had known what she was doing with Bran. Shame boiled up in her. It hadn't been just a kiss. If Rhys hadn't interrupted, she would have gone to bed with Bran. What did that make her? Even thinking about it now made a heat bloom at her center. Celyn had been gone less than half a month. How could she expect to bring him back if she was no longer sure what she wanted? There was a knock at the door. "What is it?" Nia called, pulling the blanket up to her neck.
"It's Rhys. They're serving breakfast in the parlor. Are you hungry?"
He poked his head into the room, his emerald eyes appraising her. Nia had a strange and horrifying thought that Rhys could see the imprints of his brothers on her, their hands, their mouths. Rhys was such a good person. What would he think of her?
"Nia, are you all right? Cadfael said you drank some Fey wine last night. Are you feeling sick?"
"Maybe a little, but I'll be out in a minute," she said to reassure him. It was a perfect excuse, but it still felt like a lie. "I just need to get dressed."
"All right,"
Rhys said, still looking at her with concern.
"We are just down the hall when you're ready."
He left, and Nia let out a sigh of relief, pushing herself out of bed and over to the basin to wash her face. There was a mirror of polished bronze hanging on the wall. She stared at her reflection, wondering if there was any visible indication of how much she had changed. It was the same face looking back at her. Chestnut brown hair, the soft curls wild from sleep, blue eyes, the centers edging into green. Her cheeks and nose were still spatted with freckles, but there was something, wisdom maybe, or just the reflection of grief. Maybe Gareth had been right when he told her interfering in the circle of life and death was wrong. If only it hadn't taken this journey for her to realize that. Not that Nia regretted meeting the brothers. That was the problem, wasn't it? If they were her destiny, it meant she had to give up on Celyn and admit that she was wrong after everything they had already been through to get this far. She hadn't forgotten Bran's terms. Even if she was willing to be with them, she didn't want to be stuck on the island forever, letting her family believe she was dead. And she had made a vow. The tales all agreed that to break an oath was to invite misfortune. By the time Nia had combed her hair and dressed, she knew the only thing to do was keep going. Maybe she would talk to the brothers about it before they reached Caer City. At least Bran. It seemed important that he knew this was a difficult decision. If she had met him under any other circumstances. But she couldn't let that thought run its course. It wouldn't change anything, and besides, When would a girl from a fishing village meet a prince of Annwn? Nia could hear their voices as soon as she stepped into the hall, though they sounded a little more subdued than usual. The moment she entered, the conversation stopped, and all of the 4 men turned to her. Gareth looked her up and down like a tax assessor before turning his breakfast. But the other 3 were still staring at her as she sat down. She met Bran's gaze first, and he looked away like he was embarrassed.
Guess you survived your experience with the Feywine?
Cadfael said with his usual smirking gruffness, though his eyes on her felt unusually intense. Heat rose to her cheeks. I did. Thank you for your help, Nia said as she began to serve herself some fruit and soft-boiled eggs. Rhys looked between the 2 of them with a furrowed brow, but before he could ask any questions, Gareth asked,
What are our plans now? Did you ever find anything in the blasted library, Bran?
Bran ran a hand over his hair.
Not much. I'm not sure if anyone has ever reached the cauldron since it was brought to the labyrinth. I have one idea, but it's a long shot.
Cadfael frowned but said nothing. There was a moment of tense silence.
Well?
Gareth asked, his eyebrows raised.
Right,
Bran said, huffing out of breath.
There is a forest between here and Caer City that we are planning to go around, but it seems that there are some spirits living in the center of the wood who lent their magic to the creation of the trials. If we could locate them, we may be able to learn something. Even knowing what kind of spirits they are might give us some idea of what to expect.
I've never heard of that,
Rhys said.
Isn't the forest supposed to be dangerous?
Gareth regarded Bran with narrow eyes.
I've heard the same thing. Is the possibility of learning something from these spirits really worth the risk? Not to mention how much more time it will take for us to search.
Bran's expression was pained.
I didn't say it would be simple, but so far, we have learned next to nothing about what Nia will face in the labyrinth, what we will all face. If you would rather not chance it and go in blind, I can certainly understand that. You asked me what I discovered, and I have told you. But what we do with that information is primarily Nia's decision.
Everyone turned to her, and she bit her lip. I don't know. How bad can this forest be? How can I decide when I don't know anything about what I'm deciding?
A good point,
Gareth said in a disgruntled tone.
No one knows much about that forest because it is commonly avoided. Enchantments twine through every root and branch, meant to confuse and ensnare travelers. But for what purpose? I've never heard. It is an easy place to get lost in, which is my primary concern. Do you really believe we would be fooled by such magic?
Bran asked archly.
This seems like a bad time to test it out,
Gareth replied.
We've already seen evidence that Father intends to interfere, despite the law. The longer we tarry, the more time he has to catch up, and the magic in that place is older than any of us, perhaps even older than Lord Gwyn. Maybe going inside this forest will throw him off the trail,
Cadfael said, speaking for the first time in several minutes.
If everyone avoids the place, he'll never expect us to go inside.
I don't know. It sounds awfully dangerous for only a chance of learning something,
Rhys said, shifting in his seat.
But Bran is right. Nia is the one who has to make this decision.
Nia looked at each of the brothers. They were evenly split on their opinions, and all of them made good points. In her mind, the most surprising thing was that Bran and Cadfael agreed about something. How long will it take us to get to this forest? How much will it delay our journey? She asked.
Getting there won't delay the journey. We were already going to pass by it on our way to Caer City,
Cadfael said.
It will only take about 2 days to reach the woods, and from there, it'll take less than a day to reach the entrance to the labyrinth.
3 days. That was all the time Nia would have left with them, besides however long the cauldron's trial would take. The thought made her heart pound in panic. It was too soon, much too soon. I think we should go to the forest, she said, too quickly. Rhys looked at her with concern, and she took a deep breath, gripping her knees under the table before continuing. Bran is right. If we can find something out, we should at least try. I mean, like you said, the dead don't have a time limit,
And maybe this will throw Lord Gwyn off the trail. If that is what you really want, Gareth said with a long-suffering sigh, we should prepare to leave right away. Your early departure from the ball has only made people more curious about you. We won't be able to keep them at bay forever. He didn't have time to say the name Irovath for Nia to guess who he meant. I'm ready to leave whenever you are, she said without hesitation. They were interrupted a few times as they were preparing to leave the estate, but with the combination of Bran's polite misdirection and Cadfael's intimidating scowl, they finally managed to leave with a minimum of unpleasantness. As Nia rode Haelwyn, she thought it was funny how relieved she felt to be riding again, considering how worried she'd been about the whole experience in the beginning. She still wasn't used to riding all day, though, and her hips and thighs were already aching when they stopped in the early evening. Rhys put a hand on her shoulder as he passed, and she felt a warm burst of healing magic, but no one seemed to be in the mood for talking during dinner. Nia wanted to speak to Bran at the very least, but she nearly fell asleep while eating, when another strange dream woke her in the middle of the night. Luckily, Bran was the one sitting by the fire keeping watch. Nia wrapped her blanket around her shoulders and crept towards him. Whatever he might have been thinking about, he was concentrating so hard that he didn't notice her until she put her hand on his arm. Bran drew a sharp breath, then asked, Nia, what are you doing awake? Is something wrong?
No, I'm fine. I just wanted to talk to you before. She paused, clasping her hands.
Before we reach the labyrinth, you mean?
He asked. She nodded, biting her lip. Even after going over this conversation in her head, what felt like 100 times, she still struggled to find the words. Yes, What happened after the ball? He put his hand on her shoulder, his expression resigned.
You don't have to say anything. You were under the influence of Fey wine, and I should have not taken advantage of that.
But I wasn't, she retorted, louder than she intended. Her eyes darted around the clearing, but no one seemed to have awoken. I wanted that. I wanted you, she continued in a fierce whisper. Bran's eyes were so wide they were almost perfectly round.
The well
warned me that I would need all of you, but not only as friends. But I made an oath. I can't just abandon it.
Oh,
he said, speechless but for the one-breathed word. Nia didn't blame him, but she wished he would give her some clue as to what he was thinking. I know it doesn't change anything, she continued nervously, looking down at the ground. But I don't want you to think that I don't care, and if I fail, then perhaps that's what is meant to be. Bran blinked and shook his head.
Do not worry about me. I understand what's at stake,
he said, reaching out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear.
No matter what happens, we'll be here for you.
There was so much more she felt like she should say, but she didn't know how to begin. Bran's thumb brushed over her cheek before he pulled away and said,
You should get some rest. Who knows what tomorrow will bring?
The next day brought fog so thick they could hardly see the breakfast they were eating. Rhys tied the horses together so they wouldn't get separated while riding, and the going was slow until the afternoon. Even after the fog cleared, the clouds still hung low and threatening. After the sun had set, Nia's breath steamed in the cold evening air.
A storm is coming,
Cadfael said as they led the horses off the road.
We'll have to build a shelter.
Rhys and I can handle it if you and Gareth make a fire,
Bran said. Nia helped Gareth gather wood, and after they had built the fire up into a roaring blaze, she made a stew out of root vegetables, smoked fish, and the savory herbs that Lord Bladen had sent with them. Even with the fire warming her face, a steaming cup in her hands, and her cloak wrapped around her, Nia couldn't stop shivering.
The tent is up. You should come inside,
Rhys said, pulling her up by the hand. It was a large tent of oiled canvas, the kind a traveling merchant might use to shield their wares from the rain. Inside, it was still cold, and all of their bedrolls were laid close together.
Bran and Cadfael don't want to use much magic warming the tent, in case they need it tomorrow,
Rhys said, waving his hand toward the pile.
We'll have to sleep close to conserve heat.
Nia felt like she should protest. She didn't need another reason to doubt the path ahead, and she knew that sleeping next to all 4 brothers was sure to give her inappropriate ideas. But even with the walls of the tent blocking the wind that was starting to howl outside, the cold was still deep within her bones. Is this normal? I thought this part of Annwn was supposed to have pleasant weather, she asked.
We do have storms occasionally, Rhys answered, his brow furrowed. Some people like them. And weather magic is unpredictable, so we try not to disrupt the natural process too much, but I've never seen it like this before.
Do you think your father has something to do with it? Rhys' frown deepened.
I hope not. If Cadfael is right about Gwili, Father has already broken the law once. I don't understand why he would take such a risk, unless...
His eyes were dark with concern. Unless what? Nia prodded, but Rhys shook his head.
It's nothing. I don't want to worry you until I know for sure.
They sat in awkward silence for what felt like a long time. Rhys used to be the brother she felt the most at ease with, and now Nia wondered what had happened. Was it because she had grown more comfortable with the others? Rhys suddenly said,
You probably need some time to get settled, so I'll go.
Nia reached out and caught his hand, squeezing it. His fingers were warm and strong, calloused in an achingly familiar way. Rhys worked with his hands like Celyn. Her heart fluttered strangely. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I wish things could be different. He smiled, and all her worries burned away like fog in the sun.
I know you're doing your best, Nia, and that's all anyone can do. There's nothing to be sorry for.
He left her alone in the tent then, and she chewed her lip as she took off her boots and let her hair down. She was glad there was nothing wrong between her and Rhys, but it didn't exactly make the coming farewell any easier. Shaking her head, she snuggled down into her bedroll, pulling her cloak over the top of it. She was still cold, but after a few minutes of watching the firelight flicker on the canvas, her body heat had warmed it enough to allow her to slip into sleep. It was pitch black when she woke up, surrounded by warmth. Various heavy objects draped over her body. The sensation was skirting the line between comfort and claustrophobia. It was only when her eyes adjusted to the faint moonlight seeping through the canvas that Nia realized what was going on. Bran's face was so close that she could have kissed him on the forehead, or the mouth. That thought made her palms sweat. His eyes were closed, his breath heavy and even. His arm curved around her waist, and Nia wondered if he had any idea that he was holding her so closely. And Bran wasn't the only one holding her. Judging by the faint smell of smoke coming from behind her, she guessed that Cadfael was the one pressed against her back with his hand on her hip. And someone was also sleeping above where her head lay, their breath stirring her hair. Her heart raced, struck somewhere between panic and delight. She was afraid to move. The sound of them all breathing was like the rushing of faraway waves, and Cadfael snored softly against her shoulder, a deceptively normal sound. That alone was enough to allow her to relax slightly, to let herself enjoy the sensation of security, of love. Nia knew that all of this could be hers. If she turned away from her task, admitted defeat, she would be welcomed with open arms, and they would be happy. She could see that now. It might take some time to adjust, for them all to find their place, but she could see the shape of it in her mind, the glowing tapestry of love that their life together would create, if only. A shiver passed up her spine. What was she thinking? Could she really give up on her life and family just like that? Not to mention Celyn, and the oath she had sworn. She knew what she had to do. She would just have to enjoy this moment while it lasted. Her dreams were tenuous things, but she knew they were full of warmth, kisses and laughter and sunlight. One time she woke and found herself curled under Gareth's back, and his hand was holding hers against his chest while Ray's head was on her shoulder. In the morning she woke to find she was sandwiched between Cadfael and Gareth. When she made some subtle movements that woke them, they both pretended not to have been holding her.
I should go check on breakfast,
Cadfael muttered as he ducked out of the tent, his face red and his hair wildly askew. Nia couldn't help smiling as she turned away to look for her bag. There was a light touch on her shoulder. Gareth looked down at her with an expression of worry that was almost kindly. "Be cautious in the forest today, Nia. Something doesn't feel right about all of this." "Thank you. I'll be careful," she assured him. "But we'll all be in there together, so I'm sure it will be fine." He pursed his lips skeptically, but he nodded before exiting the tent. Nia sighed and dug her bag out from under someone's blanket and pulled out a clean tunic and undergarments. It wasn't that she wasn't worried about the forest after hearing the daunting details from Gareth and Rhys, but just as she had told Gareth, after what they had been through and overcome, she believed they could take on whatever was thrown at them. Even the cauldron of rebirth felt like an achievable goal, with the princes of Annwn at her side. Chapter 10. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground when they got back on the road. "I wonder how long it's been since the Summerland saw snow," Rhys mused. His eyes were bright with wonder, but his brothers seemed worried. Cadfael's hand kept straying to his sword hilt, and the furrow in Bran's brow was as pronounced as she'd ever seen it. They were worried about Lord Gwyn, about how far he was willing to go to stop them. "How far is it to the forest from here?" Nia asked Gareth, who was riding behind her. "Only a few hours. We should arrive well before midday," he answered, his eyes narrowing in unpleasant anticipation. He still didn't think this was a good idea. Nia could only hope he was wrong. As they continued traveling through the morning, the clouds cleared and warm sunlight melted the last traces of snow. When they reached the crest of the hill, Nia saw a smudge of dark green in the distance. "There it is," Cadfael said, shading his eyes with one hand. "Nothing seems out of the ordinary." How he could determine anything at this distance, Nia wasn't sure. "It seems strange to keep calling such a dangerous place the forest. Does it have another name?" Nia asked. Bran gave her a wan smile. "Its original name is in a language so old I doubt even Lord Gwyn has heard it spoken out loud. My best guess as to what that name would translate to know would be something like the Wood of Weird, a place of magic and fate." Nia nodded. The only way to find out if the meaning of its name was true was to go inside. She blew out a long breath and squared her shoulders. "Let's go." They tied up the horses at the entrance to the forest, leaving them within reach of a small stream. "Will they really be okay?" Nia asked. "Anyone could walk up and take them. And what if we are gone a long time? You said yourself that there are strange enchantments in here." She remembered the stories. The hero walked into Annwn for one day, but when they returned, hundreds of years had passed. Or they thought they had spent a lifetime in Annwn, only to return to the mortal world few hours after they left. Who knew what could happen? "Don't worry," Rhys said with a smile. "I pity any thief who tries to steal our steeds. Inferno is a bitter. Besides, their briddles all have spells of protection, and just in case we are gone a while, the ropes are enchanted to release their knots after a day or two. The horses know their way to safe stables on their way home, although that would mean we would have to walk." Gareth added, "Make sure you bring everything essential with you." Her bag was a little heavy on her shoulders when they finally started down the mossy path, but she figured she probably had the least to carry out of everyone. She would just have to get used to it. They entered the forest in single file, Bran leading this time. Nia wished she dared move up and take his hand for reassurance. Everything looked normal at the moment. The sunlight filtering through the leaves in slanting columns of yellow-green light. Wildflowers crowded the sunniest spots, butterflies fluttering among the blossoms. Birds were singing in the branches. Like nearly everything in Annwn, it was almost too beautiful, but this time, Nia was more aware of the hidden dangers. Every strange sound, every flicker of movement in the corner of her eye set her on edge. "All seems quiet," Gareth said as he walked just ahead of her. The path was packed earth, too wide and clear to be accidental, but muddy in spots and uneven at the borders. If it had ever been tended, it had clearly been years since anyone bothered.
A bit too quiet, if you ask me,
Cadfael said from the rear.
We are barely inside,
Bran chuckled.
but here's the first fork in the path. Let's look around.
Nia peered at where the trail had split into two nearly identical paths, traveling not quite in opposite directions, but diverging enough that she knew that a few minutes of traveling on one would make the other invisible. In the grass between the two trails, there was a round stone like a marker covered with worn carvings. Nia approached, running a finger over the swirled grooves. "Does this mean anything?" she asked. Gareth came to stand beside her, peering closely at the rock.
It looks like a spell of some kind, an accident one. It's so degraded that activating it would be a bad idea. Let me see,
Bran said, walking over from where he'd been looking down the left-hand path. Nia moved aside, looking around to see what everyone else was doing. Rhys was kneeling among a patch of bluebells, looking intently at the ground. He looked up at her approach and smiled.
There are tracks here, leading to the right, but they are really unusual. I can't figure them out,
Rhys said, pointing down at some faint impression in the damp earth. Nia tilted her head. "I'm not an expert tracker," she said, "but it looks like a cat. A really big cat. Like the prints her sister's cat used to leave in the pie crusts, but these tracks were as wide as Nia's palm. It wasn't exactly a comforting thought.
You're right. Then this track here."
A flash of brilliant white flooded her vision. Nia fell backwards, landing hard on her backside. All the breath whooshed out of her, and when her vision cleared, everyone was gone. Her heart began to pound. The forest looked exactly the same, only blurred at the edges of her vision. This had to be some kind of magic. "Bran! Rhys!" she called. A voice replied in the distance. She got to her feet, dusting herself off, trying not to panic. The marker stone, which had a moment ago been dull and worn, was now covered in whorls of luminous color that swam over the surface of the stone like oil on water. She tried to reach out and touch it, but before her fingers reached the surface, it was blazed with light so bright that it drove her backwards. "Nia!" called the voice again. She hesitated. This was the last place she had seen the brothers. If she left, how would they ever find her? But the voice was her only clue. Taking another deep breath, she moved cautiously down the left path. Everything was fine until the marker stone was out of sight, and then suddenly she was surrounded by gray mist so thick she couldn't see her own feet. "Nia, Nia, 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 Nia." Voices cried from all around her. "Cadfael! Bran! Gareth! Hello?" she called. There was no answer but the echo of her own voice, the sound of her breath rasping fearfully. This was just what Gareth had warned them about. She willed herself to calm, clenching her fists. The fog cleared as quickly as it had arrived, but now she was somewhere completely different. On a shore of lake with water was as still and clear as glass. There were flickers of movement and colors under the surface of the water. When she looked, at first, she saw only her own reflection. Then her reflection waved at her and turned away, walking toward a cottage in the distance. The realization hit Nia like a bolt of cold lightning. This was the house that Celyn had built for them. The door of the house opened as her reflection approached, and Celyn stepped out, beaming and full of life. Nia couldn't help but lean closer to the water to see better. She'd forgotten how much she loved his smile, the spray of freckles across his nose, the flecks of green in his brown eyes. He put his arm around her reflection's shoulder, and her reflection kissed his cheek. "How did everything go in the bakery today?" he asked. "Gwillem burned the bread, so a normal day," she replied, laughing. The sound of running feet came from around the corner, and a smiling toddler with a mop of dark curls ran to her reflection and wrapped their arms around her legs. Nia gasped and leaned so close that the tip of her nose touched the surface of the water. The world inverted. "Nia, are you all right?" Celyn was suddenly standing next to her. brushing her hair back from her face with one hand, the other hand warm on her back. He smelled like fresh-cut hay and sunlight, just as she remembered. Nia said haltingly. The child was looking up at her with shining eyes, and Nia reached out to brush her fingers over their downy hair. I don't know. I feel strange. Come, sit down. I'll get you a warm drink. He led her to a chair. Everything looked almost familiar. This was her home, her life, wasn't it? That was the tapestry she had made for their wall, the climbing roses and bumblebees, but that tapestry was still in her chest. Something had happened to her, but she couldn't remember. Her vision seemed to blur. Celyn was beside her again. What's the matter, Nia? Aren't you happy? Isn't this what you wanted? His voice was strangely insistent. Yes, but... Something was wrong. She could feel it. It was like she could almost hear someone calling her name. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting. We love each other. We have a happy family just like we always wanted. Isn't that all that matters? Celyn asked, but his voice sounded wrong. When Nia looked at him again, his eyes were glowing like lamps, sinister and almost feral. Or would you prefer if I looked like this? He changed then, taller and leaner. Bran, she gasped, memories rushing back. Celyn is dead. Nia scrambled backwards from the apparition, who was now smiling evilly. You abandoned him. Even now you are hoping for an excuse to stay with your new friends, to make the prophecy of that ridiculous fish come true. Its features now changing to Cadfael's. No, Nia started, but she felt sick to her stomach. Hadn't she agreed to go into this cursed forest because she wasn't ready to leave them? This was exactly what she deserved. Liar, oathbreaker, hissed the creature. Now, not even a human shape, but a figure of shadow and dread. You are perfect for each other. Do you really think they would guide you truly? You are nothing but a plaything. The house faded into the darkness. Her face was wet. She couldn't breathe, and her limbs were heavy and cold. A bubble floated from her mouth, just like before. When she'd tumbled from the coracle into the storm-tossed sea, her vision was growing dim. Something grasped her around the middle, yanking her upward. Nia's face broke the surface of the water. How had she gotten to the middle of the lake? Come on, Nia, you have to breathe, yelled a familiar voice. Someone pounded on her back, and a fountain of water burst from her mouth. Then she couldn't stop coughing. The hand on her back was warm, now rubbing in reassuring circles. A song twined through her thoughts, images drifting on her memories. Once there was a king who had 4 sons. The eldest son was clever and powerful, but his mother was cold and calculating. She betrayed the king and was cast aside. Though the eldest son was only a child, he was distrusted by the court. The only people that really care for him were his brothers, the sons his father had with other women. The second son was as brave as his brother was clever, as brash as his brother was quiet. The 2 brothers were completely different, but they were inseparable. I know this story, Nia murmured, but the song continued. When the eldest prince was a young man, he sought the advice of a powerful oracle to help him find his place. But the prophecy she spoke said that the child of the prince would throw down his grandfather, the king, and change the world forever. The king was enraged and exiled his son to somewhere far away. The second son, who had been the new favorite of the king, knew what the king had done was wrong and followed after his brother into exile. Time passed, and the king grew colder and harder, lashing out at all around him. When the 3rd and 4th sons could take no more of the king's behavior, they went into exile with their brothers. But even though they were safe from their father, they found no peace or happiness in exile, because by fleeing they had denied their destiny, until the day the sun fell out of the sky and the sea rose up and washed them from their island. Reality came back like a sudden slap. Somehow, Nia was back on dry land, and there was a fire. Gareth was cradling her in his arms. What happened? she croaked, confused. His eyes were turbulent, and she couldn't get a sense of the emotions wearing within him.
Bran's attempt to examine that marker stone backfired. We were separated, and I barely found you in time. What in the world made you decide to go for a swim?
I didn't. The reflection, it showed me things. Nia shivered. I don't know what happened. Gareth sighed. His hand moved slowly through her hair.
You should rest. The others will find us if they can.
For once, Nia didn't dream. It seemed like one moment she was leaning against Gareth's chest, and the next she was blinking awake in the cold gray light before dawn. She was wrapped tightly in her cloak, and her joints were stiff and aching. The memory of the day before loomed like a specter. The fire had gone out, and it was nearly dawn. Gareth was no longer holding her, but she could hear his voice nearby.
I'm not a fool. That was your magic, not the forest. What are you playing at?
He hissed. Nia turned her head slowly, not wanting anyone to know she was awake. Bran was there, on the other side of the clearing, standing across from his brother, with his shoulders slumped. Cadfael and Rhys stood behind him, both frowning.
I just wanted more time,
Bran said quietly. Nia sat up, shivering and confused. What do you mean? You put a spell on me? Why? Of all the brothers, she had never thought he would be the one to betray her. His eyes widened at the sound of her voice. He didn't even have to answer because guilt was written across his features.
Nia,
It was my idea,
Cadfael said, crossing his arms over his chest as he stepped in front of his brother.
I had to stop you from throwing your life away.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to get my life back. You didn't even want me here before, she said, shaking her head. He had kissed her that night at the ball, but that hardly amounted to a complete reversal in attitude.
That was before,
he said with a fierce sweep of his hand.
You have no idea what Prince the Cauldron will demand. Your betrothed is dead, Nia, but that doesn't mean you have to follow him.
His expression was set. The face Cadfael wore when he was sure he was right and everyone else had better follow suit. Nia had never liked it, and to have it directed at her, her fists clenched at her sides. So, you were just going to trick me into staying with you forever, never seeing my family again. I thought you at least valued your word, Nia spat. It was somehow more angering that he was almost replaying her own doubts back to her. He had no right to decide the course of her life, the way he did with everyone else.
I love you,
Cadfael blurted. The whole world seemed to fall silent for a moment, as stunned as Nia was. Cadfael recovered quickly and said,
I know you don't return my feelings, and I don't expect you to, but I can't let you go to the cauldron. It's madness. Even if you succeeded, Lord Gwyn would hound you for the rest of your days.
What he said was so unexpected that it took her several seconds able to speak, and when she did, she was surprised by what she said. And what about you, Bran? I trusted you. Bran looked up, his eyes shining. Nia realized that she wanted him to say it. If he would only acknowledge the growing ache in her heart, maybe, but Bran shook his head sorrowfully. That was all Nia could take. She turned away, picking up her bag and dagger from the ground. She slung the bag over her shoulder before strapping the dagger to her hip.
Nia, where are you going?
Rhys called. She could hear his footsteps coming closer, and she shook her head. I'll find the cauldron myself, she said, tears already welling up in the corners of her eyes. I have a promise to keep. Nia charged out of the clearing, pushing her way through the undergrowth. She had no idea if she was going the correct way, but she did not stop. How could they do this to her? They didn't even try to talk to her first. What would have happened if Gareth had not found her? A sudden crashing through the bushes made Nia freeze. It sounded like an animal, and she was suddenly reminded of the fact that there were dangerous creatures everywhere in Annwn. Her heart pounded as the noise came closer, and then Celyn trotted through the trees. Nia laughed in joy and relief, despite the tears still running down her face. She threw her arms around the mare's neck. Celyn snuffled her hair, and Nia sighed before pulling herself into the saddle. Let's get out of here, Celyn. to Caer City." She nudged the mare with her heels, and they rode off into the sunrise. Rhys could hardly believe what was happening. Bran and Cadfael working together to trick Nia wasn't something he ever would have imagined. Now Nia was running off on her own. Rhys ran after her, but the bracken seemed to purposefully thwart his path. "Nia!" he called, but she didn't answer. He heard a whinny, which was almost certainly Haelwyn. The mare must have sensed the need of her rider and come to the rescue. It would have been a relief if it hadn't meant she would outpace them so easily. Rhys turned and staggered back to the clearing. "We have to get back to the horses or we'll never catch up with her." No one moved. Bran had fallen to his knees, staring at his empty hands despondently. Cadfael had turned away and was using his sword to hack at a thorn bush, as if it had personally offended him. Gareth sighed and started building up the fire again. "What is the matter with all of you?" Rhys asked. "Are you just going to let her leave?"
"What do you want us to do exactly?"
Cadfael retorted, turning to him with eyes blazing.
"She doesn't want anything to do with us now. I tried to stop her, and I've only made her more determined to get away."
"Yes, this is your fault, and now you have to help me fix it,"
Rhys said, his voice rising as he advanced on his brothers. Rhys had never felt so desperate or so angry. The grass under his feet burst into red flowers with the force of his emotions.
"Whether we want her to or not, we made a promise, and she won't stand a chance without our help."
Cadfael's eyes widened with shock at the anger of his brother's words, but he stepped forward nonetheless.
"Will you fight me now, little brother?"
Gareth was suddenly between them, shoving them away from each other with enough force to send Cadfael sprawling.
"Arguing will solve nothing. Cadfael's right. We can't just chase after her. That will only drive her to flee. But there has to be another way we can help without immediately alerting her."
Gareth looked toward Bran, who still had not moved or reacted in any way, then shook his head. Magic was the obvious answer, but not if Bran was catatonic. Another flare of anger boiled up Ray's throat. How dare Bran just give up? Before Rhys knew what he was doing, he had stalked over to Bran, grabbing him by both shoulders and started shaking him. Bran finally looked up, his face streaked with tears.
"I betrayed her,"
he whispered hoarsely.
"She was right to leave."
Rhys slapped him hard across the face. For a moment it was difficult to say which one of them was more shocked by the blow. But the moment passed, and Rhys didn't let up.
"You were just going to give up. I thought you cared about her."
"I do,"
Bran replied fiercely, shoving Ray's hand back from his shoulder.
"I love her with every fiber of my being, but when she asked me, I couldn't say a word. If I could go back in time,
He let out a shaking breath.
But I cannot. Even if she doesn't despise me, she will never trust me again. Why would she accept any help that I offered now?"
Rhys chewed his lip. That was a good point, but he wasn't ready to sit back and do nothing.
What if she didn't know it was us?" he asked.
"I don't have the power to shapeshift all of us, and no one but Gareth could hope to do it without my help,"
Bran said with a frown.
"Not shapeshifting then," Rhys said, "but we all have familiars."
This time it was Cadfael that frowned. He had gotten up and come to stand in the general vicinity of his brothers, as if he wasn't sure he was allowed to stand with them.
"That would leave us vulnerable,"
Cadfael said slowly.
"and we won't be able to do much in the way of protecting her."
"It's the best option we have,"
Gareth said.
"We can lend our magic to Bran to cast a ward. That will at least give us time if we are attacked."
Bran nodded, his face looking hopeful again.
"Let us not waste another moment."
Chapter 11. After a long ride through the trees, they emerged onto a high meadow with Caer City dominating the horizon. Nia pulled the mare to a stop and dismounted. The brothers hadn't followed her, and she wasn't sure whether to feel hurt or relieved. Nia still couldn't believe that Bran and Cadfael had tried to trick her, to trap her here. She wasn't even sure why, but the fact that they had. Was this how her parents had felt when they realized she had left? Had Bran and Cadfael felt the same as her, trapped between love and duty into doing something they knew would break her heart? The thought was sobering, But it couldn't change anything now. She had to get to the cauldron. But first, she had to find some water for Haelwyn and herself. Her father had taught Nia a long time ago that water ran downhill, so she took the mare's reins in hand and led her carefully down the slope. This was the least supernatural part of Annwn she had seen yet. It was just a hillside with regular green grass and some flowers. Okay, maybe there were too many wildflowers, and maybe the sky was a little too blue, but she could almost believe she was back home. At the bottom of the hill, just as Nia had hoped, was a wide stream rushing over some rocks. The water was cold and clear and tasted so fresh that it was almost sweet. There was a twinge of worry in the back of her mind. Without Bran and the others to protect her, would she now be in danger from the enchantments of Annwn? If so, there was nothing Nia could do about it now. Just as she was standing up and wiping her face, she heard a shriek and a splash from behind her. She turned to see a basket floating rapidly towards her, and an old woman wrapped in a shawl frantically trying to capture it with the end of her walking stick. Nia stepped into the water without hesitation and caught the basket. The current was stronger than she expected, but Nia kept her feet and trudged back to where the old woman was waiting.
"Thank you, young lady,"
she said, as she took back the basket with obvious relief.
"It may not seem like much, but it's rare to find a young person willing to step out of their way to help anyone else, let alone a toothless old crone outside the Mountain of Ghosts."
Nia's eyes flicked to Caer City. "I've never heard it called that," she said nervously. Was this one more thing that Bran had hidden from her?
"I am just teasing you, dear,"
said the old woman with a grin. Despite her earlier words, she appeared to have all her teeth. She reminded Nia of her own grandmother, who had died a few years previously. It only now occurred to Nia that she might have called her own ancestors for aid, but the spirit of her grandmother would have sensed how close Nia had come to breaking her promise. Nia would not have been able to face the disappointment of her grandmother and her other ancestors. Nia made herself smile as the old woman continued speaking.
"Despite being in the land of the dead, there's nothing particularly ghostly about Caer City. In some ways, it's the most real place in all of Annwn."
Nia wasn't entirely sure what that meant, but it was reassuring.
"Now, what's a nice mortal girl like you doing all alone in Annwn?"
Nia wasn't sure what to say. What was safe to reveal, and where could she even begin? The old woman smiled and said,
"I can see this is a long tale. Why don't you come to my cottage just over there? We can have a nice meal, and you can tell me your story."
Nia wavered only for a moment. The old woman seemed harmless, and anyway, maybe she knew something about the labyrinth or the cauldron. "All right, but who are you?" Nia asked, picking up Haelwyn's reins. The mare had watched the entire exchange placidly while drinking her fill from the stream. It eased Nia's mind that the horse didn't seem bothered by the old woman.
"I'm the crone. If I ever had another name, I must have forgotten it. You can call me Granny C."
Crone seemed like an unkind thing to call oneself, let alone to be called by others, but at the same time it tickled something in Nia's memory. However, by the time she had led Haelwyn away from the water, Granny C was already nearly out of sight. They trotted to keep up, following the path around an enormous beech tree until it revealed a small cottage with a turf roof and smoke rising from the chimney.
"Here we are," Granny C said. "You never told me your name, mortal girl."
Bran's earlier warning flashed through her mind.
Names have power. Don't give yours away.
She could remember the exact shade of midnight in his eyes as he spoke those words. Now she couldn't help wondering if he had used her name against her. Granny C chuckled.
"Don't worry. I've no interest in capturing little lost mortals. I give my word not to hinder or harm you."
Oaths were important to the Twilwith tag as well. That made Nia feel a little better. "I'm Nia," she said, tying Haelwyn loosely to a bush outside before following the old woman inside the cottage. "How did you know I was mortal?" Granny C arched an eyebrow as if to say,
How could I not?
which made Nia blush self-consciously. "Let me help you with that," Nia said quickly when the old woman moved to stoke the fire. Her parents had always been adamant about respect and care for elders. They were the living embodiment of the wisdom of the ancestors, the keepers of memory. Granny C scowled and waved her away with a bony hand.
I'm not so infirm that I can't take care of a guest, young lady. Take a seat at the table, Nia. Your journey has no doubt been exhausting, spent in such fractious company as the sons of Lord Gwyn.
"You know about them?" Nia asked, sitting heavily in the chair beside the table. She wasn't sure whether to feel embarrassed or angry.
The traces of their magic are all over you, Granny C said. Not that I'm scolding you, dear. They are powerful allies, and more honorable than most members of their father's court. Handsome, too, she added with a wink.
Nia scowled. "Not that honorable. They tricked me. After promising to help, Bran and Cadfael went back on their word and tried to trap me here."
Did they now?
The old woman brought over 2 cups of steaming liquid, fragrant with herbs. A plate of cheese, boiled eggs, and roasted vegetables seemed to appear on the table. Nia took a breath. Then the whole story spilled out of her. The rash oath she'd made at Celyn's wake, her journey to Ynis Gwyn, the bargain she made with the brothers, the advice from the well, her growing feelings for all 4 of them, all the way up until the betrayal in the forest.
And that brings you to here,
Granny said, leaning back in her chair with a thoughtful expression.
What did you think about what Cadfael said?
"It was unexpected," Nia admitted. "I was so upset I didn't even think about it." She remembered Bran, his shattered expression. I thought Bran at least would. I wasn't ready to hear that from Cadfael. But I'm not horrified by the idea. It's hard for me to imagine loving all of them, she said. Even knowing what the well said, it's difficult to accept or believe that they could even agree to such a thing.
Perhaps that was part of why Bran did not speak what was in his heart,
Granny C replied thoughtfully.
Likely, he's never considered the possibility. I imagine he doesn't want to fight with his brother, and perhaps he believes it doesn't matter. If you hate him already, he knows that love is not a valid excuse to break his word.
"I don't hate him," Nia said, sighing, "but I am angry that he didn't try to talk to me instead of trapping me with magic." Even if Bran had told her how he felt, even if all of them had, she wouldn't have changed her mind. She couldn't. She had made a vow to rescue Celyn, and even if she now realized how wrong and ill-considered it was, a vow was a vow. Nia touched the locket around her neck. She had to press on.
What will you do now that you've lost your guides?
Granny C asked, her question dragging Nia back to the present. "I have to get to Care City before Lord Gwyn finds me, and then, I don't know. I have no idea what awaits me inside the maze, and according to the well, I won't be able to do it without them. But I have to try." Granny C nodded, as if this was the answer she had expected, then tapped her chin with a finger and said,
I have a bargain of my own in mind for you, girl.
Nia's eyes widened, and Granny C chuckled.
Not anything so terrible and life-altering. I thought perhaps you could bring in some firewood and some water from the stream. We'll have a good meal. You can even have a bath if you like. And tomorrow I'll lead you to the entrance of the labyrinth. Perhaps the morning will bring new guidance.
It sounded too good to be true, but Nia also knew that she needed some kind of help. "What about Lord Gwyn?" Nia asked. "He's been giving me trouble for days now. I don't want to make problems for you."
The old woman huffed. That upstart may call himself the Lord of the Dead, but I was here before he was a star in his mother's eye. He knows better than to interfere in my affairs. I can't make any promises about the future, but for tonight, at least you'll be safe.
Despite everything Nia had been through, she wanted to believe Granny C. "Why are you helping me?" Nia asked. Before she came to Annwn, she never would have asked such a question. In her village, people helped each other just because that is what people did. But here, things were different. Granny C smiled. There was a spark of something in her eyes, defiance, or maybe anger.
"When things get too stagnant, sometimes it helps to toss a pebble into the pond. Other times, you have to break the dam and flood the pond."
For once, Nia didn't want an explanation. After a week of traveling, the simple task of hauling water was almost a relief for Nia. There was soup and fresh-baked bread for dinner. The bread was almost as good as the bread from home. After dinner, Nia had a bath in a metal tub in front of the fire. By the time Nia laid down on a pallet in front of the grate, she felt normal and grounded for the first time in a long time. Yet she had been changed by her experiences, but at her core, she was the same girl who had enough courage to keep a promise. Nia thought about the brothers, picturing each one in turn. Cadfael's fierce eyes, Rhys' smile, Gareth's grace, and Bran. Of course, Bran, the first of them she had come to truly know and to love. She could admit that now, that she loved him, that she might have grown to love all of them, now that it was too late. In her dreams, someone held her close and kissed her brow, but when she woke, she could remember nothing but a shadow of warmth. The sun was shining brightly when Nia rubbed the sleep from her eyes. She could hear Granny C outside, speaking to someone.
"I hope you've learned your lesson about trickery, young man."
There was a funny feeling in Nia's heart as she went to stand in the doorway of the cottage, but the old woman was only talking to a raven who had perched on the fence. It cocked his head at Nia's approach, fixing her with one dark eye.
"Even in the mortal world, ravens are clever enough to understand human speech,"
Granny C said with a smile.
"This one is a troublemaker, I can tell."
The bird squawked indignantly and flapped over to land on Nia's shoulder. She looked at the raven skeptically. It ruffled her hair in its beak in what she thought was an affectionate way. Granny C chuckled.
"Looks like you found a friend. I'll get some breakfast, and then we can be on our way."
The raven sat on the windowsill and regarded them with keen-eyed intelligence as they ate some buttered bread, soft cheese, and fresh berries. Granny C rolled up the leftovers in a handkerchief for Nia to take with her.
"I've already put some travel rations and a full water skin with your things,"
the old woman said.
"And there's a bag of fresh oats for Celyn in the saddlebags."
"You didn't have to do all that," Nia said nervously. It wasn't that she was suspicious exactly, but she had a feeling that the crone was more powerful than she first appeared. That feeling was confirmed by their conversation the previous day. Surely, being beholden to such a being was a bad idea.
"No one has to do anything to show kindness to others, yet humans do all the time,"
Granny C said with an arch of her eyebrow.
"I'm sure you've guessed I'm not helping you entirely out of the goodness of my heart, but I don't require anything of you except to continue being yourself. You represent a challenge to way things are done here, and in my opinion, that's all to the good. Now, unless there's anything else you need, it's time I led you to the entrance of Chaos City."
Nia took a deep breath. "I'm ready." They walked up the winding path, the cobbles hidden under the thick weeds, speaking of a time when this had been a well-traveled and well-cared-for route. There was few scraggly pines, the landscape was rocky, decorated with thick green mats of moss and lichen. The air was getting cooler, despite the bright sun shining overhead. Nia pulled her cloak out of her pack the first time they stopped for a short rest.
"These old legs aren't what they used to be,"
Granny C said wryly. Nia wondered if that was true. Did the Twillith tag truly age, or was this merely a mask she wore for reasons unknown? There was a caw from overhead, and Nia looked up just in time to see a raven alight from a tree branch and soar down to her.
Looks like your friend is back,
the old woman cackled as the raven landed on Nia's shoulder. Are you sure this is just a raven? She asked, frowning as the bird made a pleasant sort of clucking sound and nudged her hair with its beak.
In Annwn, nothing is quite what it seems,
Granny C replied with a gleam in her eyes.
But I don't think you should worry about him bearing you any ill will. He doesn't have the stink of Lord Gwyn about him.
The raven's answering caw sounded like laughter. Nia tried not to feel unnerved and gingerly stroked the raven's head. Its eyes closed in lazy pleasure. Maybe there was nothing to worry about. The path zigged and zagged ever upwards until finally they reached an avenue of stone pillars. They were carved with symbols of the underworld, the apples of youth, the sacred pigs that fed the ancestors, skulls, and ravens. Nia peered at the bird on her shoulder, but it didn't seem to notice the carvings. A gigantic bronze door was set into the side of the mountain. The face of the door was inlaid with silver and gold and gems, depicting the cauldron of rebirth. But there was something more immediate to worry about than the ornate door. Standing in front of the door, as if waiting for their next arrival, were 3 animals. There was a silver fox, a large brown squirrel, and a dragon the size of a cart horse with ruby scales and smoke spilling from its nostrils. The raven cawed in greeting and launched from Nia's shoulder, winging its way to the other creatures and perching on the dragon's horn. Are these the guardians? Nia asked, her heart racing with alarm. Granny C cocked her head in thought.
Have a look at Haelwyn, girl.
The mare seemed relaxed and wickered, as if she was eager to meet the newcomers.
If they were enemies, she would be more nervous. I believe your raven friend has found you some allies.
The raven cawed. The squirrel crept forward, not as if it was frightened, but as if it was concerned it might frighten her. Nia knelt down, holding out a cautious hand, and the squirrel didn't hesitate. It climbed right up her arm and sat on her shoulder, chittering. The fox approached in a much more dignified manner, and it allowed her to stroke its silky head. The dragon hung back. It was hard to know whether this was out of consideration for her or because it was stubborn. She bit her lip and came closer, still holding out her hand. The dragon didn't move, except for the great bellows-like heaving of its chest. Finally, her hand rested on its brow. It felt warm, like clay left out in the summer sun, or bread fresh from the oven. The dragon remained as still as a statue, but held her gaze with eyes that danced with color aflame, just like Cadfael's eyes. The realization felt like a punch to Nia's gut. A dragon was appropriate for him, and Nia looked to the other 3 animals, one for each brother. Would it be too much hope?
Looks like you've got all the help you need,
Granny C said with a satisfied smile.
When you get to that cauldron, you should think about what's really important to you. Not just about keeping promises, but about what is right for you and for others. You've got too much life ahead of you to start it with regrets.
Nia swallowed. She knew what the old woman meant. Nia even knew what her answer would be if she considered what she wanted, what Celyn would want. But it was selfish as well as dangerous. Hadn't she already made this decision? Thank you for all your help, Granny C. But how do I open the door? Is that one of the tests? It seemed crazy that they would be unlocked, considering what was on the other side of them. The dragon snorted, and the old woman chortled.
That would be a test much too straightforward for Annwn,
Granny C replied.
The door will only open for mortal hands, so if it is a test, it's one you have already passed. Good luck in there.
Thank you again, Nia said, Granny C making shooing motions with her arms, and Nia turned to the door with her heart pounding. This was why she had come all this way, and now there was no turning back. She put one hand on the door, and it disappeared like mist. Inside it was pitch black. Nia took one more deep breath and stepped into the darkness. Chapter 12. Nia was surrounded in absolute darkness for one heart-pounding moment. Was the first test whether you had been smart enough to bring a torch? If she hadn't run away from the brothers, she would have been more prepared. A burst of bright flame flashed through the room. Nia yelped in surprise before realizing that the dragon, whose eyes looked so like Cadfael's, had lit a torch held in a sconce on the wall. "Thank you," Nia said breathlessly, her hand held over her racing heart. The dragon snorted and paced around the room, its claws clicking on the floor tiles, lighting several other torches. They were in a small room, or maybe it only looked small next to the dragon, and it appeared to be some sort of antechamber. The floor was a beautiful mosaic, an apple with the inside divided into 4 parts. The first section was a dark night full of stars. The second was a brass scale against a backdrop of flames. The third was a harp surrounded by swirls of color, and the last section was a sprouting tree in a field of blossoms. It wasn't hard to guess what those images were referring to. Unless, Nia thought, it was something more than just the sons of Lord Gwyn. Rhys had said that these were their roles, the sources of their power. Maybe this was part of the natural cycle Gareth had spoken of. Even more interesting was what was in the center of the apple, linking them all together. It was a splash of brilliance in gold tiles that seemed to glow with its own light. It might have been a star or the sun, and Nia thought of the dagger at her hip, the one Bran had made for her. Had he known something that he hadn't told her? Clearly, he wasn't above lying to her, she thought with a stab of bitterness. But then, this whole place was magic, so maybe this mosaic had only been created the moment she stepped inside. There was no point in worrying about it now anyway. Nia straightened, sighing out of breath. She gave the doors behind her an exploratory shove. They were locked, as she suspected they would be. Her animal companions looked at her expectantly. The squirrel was still sitting on her right shoulder, and the raven flapped back over and perched on her left, nudging her encouragingly with his beak. "Right," she said. "There's nowhere to go but forward." The dragon huffed, and the fox's tail twitched in excitement. It seemed everyone was in agreement. Ahead was a pair of enormous stone doors. There were letters carved into their faces, too old and worn to read. At least until Nia touched them, and they flickered to life with a faint magical glow. 4 treasures the gods brought from cities of yore. 4 gems will be needed to open Death's door. Nia read with a frown. "I bet that doesn't mean just any gems," she says, and the raven emitted a sound that was suspiciously like a chuckle. "So," Nia continued, her brow furrowed, 4 gems means 4 tests. I guess we'd better get to it." The doors swung open at a touch, revealing a stone corridor. The pictures carved into walls were thrown into sharp relief by flickering torches. They were scenes from old stories and legends, the birth of Dylan, the troubles of Rhiannon, the silver branch of Menwyden, and many more she didn't recognize. A man wearing a cloak of feathers with a crown of stars banished some sort of monsters as others looked on. A woman caught fantastical beasts with a net woven from sunlight. An imposing figure with spreading antlers like a stag in its prime stood before a mountain, gesturing with a staff. A cauldron sat in the center of a lake, a huge salmon leaping behind it, and a great tree grew above, the moon held in its branches. Were these images of the past or the future? Maybe she was overthinking things. They could just be decoration. The ceiling disappeared, revealing a vast open space above. It looked like a sky full of stars, but if it was a natural night, it was eerily still. No birds, no wind, none of the usual nighttime sounds. They walked on and came to a blank wall with a path on either side. Either path was identical. This was indeed a maze. Nia chewed her lip. Which way? The raven on her shoulder made a strange sort of chuckling noise and ruffled his feathers self-importantly. She couldn't help laughing a little. "You'll find out for us, will you?" she asked, tickling the underside of his beak with a finger. He cawed a loud affirmation and launched from her shoulder, flapping upward and then gliding in slow circles overhead. Nia shifted from foot to foot as she waited. The raven returned after only a few minutes. He landed on the left wall, cawing and bobbing his head. "This is the way?" Nia asked.
he cawed, hopping forward along the wall to emphasize his point. "All right, we're coming." The squirrel chattered agreeably. At first, it was almost too easy. The raven led them through the stone corridors seemingly without effort. There were no obstacles or enemies, which was a relief, but Nia couldn't help feeling like the lack of trouble only meant something worse was to come. The first thing blocking their way was a locked door. When Nia placed her hand on the door, more glowing letters appeared. "A maze lies behind the tree. Within the wall, a key will be." "A maze behind a tree," Nia repeated to herself. "I don't see a tree anywhere." The chamber they were in was just a featureless square as far as she could tell. The fox paced around, sniffing. Before she could wonder what he was doing, he jumped up, putting his paws on the wall. More glowing lines appeared, green in color this time. At first, it didn't look like anything, just a jumble of squiggled shapes. As Nia moved closer, she saw a hint of sense. A leaf here, a root there. The image seemed to be divided into tiles, but it was as if the artist had gone mad and placed everything out of order. It had to mean something. Nia put her hand on one of the tiles. It changed color, the lines now a sunny yellow. Her eyes narrowed, and she touched a different tile. Both tiles flashed, and then they switched places. The raven cawed cheerfully. "I guess I just need to fix the picture," Nia said. "I can do that." It wasn't as easy as it first seemed. Several times she had to backtrack because of a false move, but finally, the image of a tree was completely formed. The lines flared blue, and then a hole opened in the wall in the center of the tree. It was barely big enough for her hand to fit through. Nia's heart was cold with fear as she reached in, but she felt nothing. "It's empty," she said, sighing in relief and frustration. "Maybe my arm isn't long enough. I could try sticking my dagger in there." The squirrel on her shoulder chittered impatiently. "Do you have a better idea?" The squirrel leapt her shoulder, just barely catching the edge of the hole in the wall in its little claws. She reached out to help, but it scrambled inside, disappearing into the darkness. Time passed with painful slowness. The only sound was the minute clicking of claws inside the wall, which seemed to be travel throughout the entirety of the mural. One moment high above her head, the next almost at ground level. "The maze behind the tree," Nia exclaimed, realizing what was going on. "I hope he's all right." A tiny door popping open in front of her made Nia jump back in alarm, but it was only the squirrel. He held up a large brass key with a triumphant chirp. "You found it," Nia said. "I was getting worried, but you didn't need any help, did you? Good job." The squirrel's chest puffed with pride, and he placed the key into her outstretched hand before climbing back onto her shoulder. Nia thought they'd been fooled when the key stuck in the lock, but after a little jiggling, it turned with a groan of rusted metal. The door opened onto another room. A translucent gem, green like the leaves of a spring sapling and the size a shape of a hen's egg, floated on a shaft of light that rose from a fountain in the center of the room. "Do you think it's safe to touch?" she asked quietly, remembering tales about the dangers of greed. The raven cawed, and the dragon snorted in what she hoped was agreement. "You're right. There's no sense holding back now." Nia grabbed the gem. A white light flashed around her, bright enough to make her close her eyes. When she opened them, she was somewhere else entirely. Nia felt a moment of panic, but the squirrel was still on her shoulder, and the dragon, rumbling in an irritated way, stomped up next to her. The fox sat serenely on a fallen log next to the raven who was preening his feathers. Nia let out a sigh of relief and looked around. The gem had brought them to a forest of sorts. They stood in the center of a grove of huge trees with smooth silver barks. The trees were bare, and the same strange night sky visible above. Dry yellow leaves littered the ground at their feet, but twining through and around the skeletal branches were skeins of brightly colored yarn. "Strange," Nia said. "I wonder what it means." The raven launched himself from the log and flew upward, perching in the highest branch for a moment before flying again with a caw. "Maybe we should follow him," Nia said. The fox trotted ahead and looked back at her in a beckoning way. That was the best answer she could expect. It wasn't a large forest. Once they were out of the thick of the trees, Nia could see a wall, just like the ones surrounding the maze. When she got close enough to the wall, she could see the raven hopping up and down on top of it to get her attention. "What have you found for us this time?" she asked, but the question answered itself. On a patch of hard-packed earth beside the wall stood a loom. It was a simple one, the kind used to teach children to weave a loose blanket or a small rug. "At least weaving is something I know I can do," Nia muttered. "I suppose there's another rhyme on the wall to give us a clue to the next step." She turned to where the raven waited and pressed her hand to the stones of the wall. Just as before, words wrote themselves on the wall in luminous script. "The fruit of promise, choice, and youth. Weave on the loom to see the truth." Nia chewed her lip. The fruit of promise. The remains of a tale came back to her. It was said that in the lands to the north, a man gifting an apple to a woman was a proposal of marriage, and Menwyden guarded Avalok, the island where the golden apples of the Twylith Teg were grown. "An apple," she said firmly. "I guess we'll need to fetch the yarn from those trees." The raven took off at once, seizing a hanging end of yarn in its beak and starting to weave through the branches more cleverly than she'd expected. The squirrel scampered to assist. Nia felt like she should help, but there was nothing really that she could do. The trees didn't have low enough branches to make climbing a good option. She sat down and took a drink from her water skin before opening her pack to look at what food she had. "Are you hungry or thirsty, little fox?" "I'm afraid I don't have anything fit for a dragon." The dragon rumbled with something like laughter, and the fox shook its head in a way that could not be mistaken as an accident. Nia nodded. That only confirmed what she had suspected. "You are magical creatures, not real animals," she said. It felt like she was on the edge of a realization, like going down a ladder and knowing the next rung was just below her toes. But the raven cawed and flapped toward them, a bright bundle of red yarn in his beak and a ball of golden yarn trailing from his talons. The squirrel scampered behind, balls of green and brown in his claws. "These will be perfect," Nia said. "Thank you." It was time to get to work. Even with a simple loom like this one, weaving took time and care. There was a piece of chalk at the bottom of her pack, and Nia used it to sketch a quick plan on the wall next to the loom. The weaving itself took more patience than skill. She was careful as she began to thread the red strands through the golden ones. The fox was curled up next to the dragon, and the squirrel was sitting on the wall washing his face, the raven perched on her shoulder or on the loom itself, watching intently as she wove the strands together. It took longer than Nia had wanted, but finally it was finished. A red apple stood on a yellow field, the green and brown yarn serving for the stem and 2 small leaves. "It's done," she said, letting out a sigh of relief. "Now what?" Nothing happened. Nia's heart thudded loudly in her chest. Had she been wrong about the answer to the riddle? The sound of grinding stone coupled with the ground vibrating under her feet made Nia jump back. The ring of bare earth that surrounded the loom was sinking. Nia snatched her bag and watched as the work of the past few hours disappeared. A boom shook the ground, and silence reigned. Just as Nia wondered whether she was supposed to jump down after the loom, the grinding sound started again. A stone pedestal rose up, spiraling slowly into place and halting with a muted thunk. Before Nia could even begin to wonder what that meant, she was blinded by a flash of light in every color she'd ever seen. When the spots faded from her vision, the next gemstone was floating right in front of her. It was a smooth oval like the first stone, but the color was much different. This gem was dark, a color that hovered somewhere between blue, purple, and black. Stars danced and wheeled in the depths, exactly like... She wouldn't let herself finish the thought. The raven perched on her shoulder and nudged her cheek in an encouraging way. Nia grasped the stone. Once again, they were transformed somewhere new. This time, a grassy meadow where the wind rushed by in great gusts, some strong enough that had Nia not braced herself against the dragon, she would have fallen. There was no sign of the walls of the maze, but there was a stone archway standing, surrounded by the waving grass. A solitary tendril of rose thorns wound around the arch's stones, up towards the sun. A solitary tendril of rose thorns wound around the arch's stone up towards the sun. As soon as she approached, words wrote themselves upon the air between the stone pillars. Pieces lie beneath the rock. Build a key to find the lock. The pieces of the key are buried? Nia asked, frowning in thought. Finding them and digging them up is going to take forever. The fox yipped, shaking his head in a way that could only be described as exasperated. She arched an eyebrow, and he sniffed the air, turning around in a slow circle. Then he put its nose to the ground and started walking, faster than Nia expected. She had to walk quickly to keep him from disappearing in the tall grass, the squirrel riding her shoulder and the raven circling overhead. The dragon curled up by the archway, a stream of smoke curling around its head. The fox's steps quickened, and then he pounced on a spot on the ground and started digging furiously. Nia searched for a stick or a rock or something to help, but before she could find anything, the fox barked in triumph. He trotted over and dropped something into her outstretched hands. It was a small, irregular chunk of metal encrusted with dirt. She rubbed and scraped at it with the corner of her tunic to reveal not much. It was intricately carved, but otherwise it didn't look like a key, or even part of one. "You're sure this is what we are looking for?" she asked, and the fox yipped, nodding his head for emphasis. "All right," she said, and he sniffed the air again. It wasn't long before she had 2 more pieces in her hand, and she rinsed them in the water from her canteen so she could get a better look. It still didn't look like any key she had ever seen, but the pieces did seem to be related. She laid them out on a bare patch of ground, trying to puzzle out how they fit together. All 4 of her animal companions watching intently. The raven turned over one piece in his beak and nudged it toward another. "Oh!" Nia exclaimed, an idea sparking like candle lit in a dark room. She fitted the 3 pieces together into a shape like a rounded triangle, the carvings forming an elaborate triskelion. These began to glow immediately, fusing the pieces into an unbroken whole. Now what? She wondered aloud. The raven cawed and she looked up. The archway where they had arrived was also now glowing with magic. The light intensified as she approached, a web of luminescent lines with an obvious hole in the center. She only hesitated a moment before holding up the key. The magic seemed to grasp it like a hand, a set of doors materializing out of nothing and then swinging inward to reveal the familiar stone walls of the labyrinth. Another gemstone was floating there above its pedestal. This one was pale lilac, almost transparent, the inside swirling like a windstorm. Nia closed her eyes, and once again she reached out to touch the stone. She felt the world move around her. Her first impression was of heat, beating against her eyelids, stealing her breath. When Nia opened her eyes, she was standing on a black cliff overlooking a field of fire. She didn't even have the words for it, a glowing crater of molten rock that smelled like ash and rotten eggs. What is this place? She wondered. What could the test possibly be? The squirrel nudged her cheek, pointing behind her with its tiny hand. She turned and found another stone wall emblazoned with glowing script. "In the mountain's burning heart, fire's curtain you must part." It feels like we are in the burning heart already, but I suppose it couldn't be that easy. Nia murmured, sweat beading her forehead. The dragon snorted, somehow managing to sound more derisive than usual. Nia scowled. "You may like the heat, but we don't all have the luxury of scales." The dragon huffed and lowered his neck to the ground. It took a moment, but she realized what he intended. "You want me to ride you?" The dragon nodded once, and there was a rumble in his chest that sounded suspiciously like laughter. Heat rushed to her cheeks as she climbed onto the base of the dragon's neck, but she didn't have the luxury of thinking about it further. The fox leapt into her arms, and the squirrel gripped her shoulder tightly with its little claws. The raven perched on one of the dragon's horns, and it flapped its great wings, stirring up clouds of ash and clearing the smoke from the air. Nia's stomach gave a dizzying lurch as they climbed into the air. They rose through the smoke in a steep spiral. Now Nia could see that the field of fire really was the top of a mountain. She had heard about volcanoes in stories, but had never thought to see one for herself. The dragon circled a few times, lower and slower each pass. Nia peered out through the smoke, looking for anything that might point to where the stone lay. Finally, she saw it. A black pillar in the lake of molten rock, shaped imperfectly in the manner of a 9-pointed star. The druids had once told her that 9 was a sacred number. There, in the center, do you see it? Nia called over the wind. The raven cawed, diving down to the pillar, and the dragon followed. Nia held in a scream as they streaked downwards, the heat scalding her face as they rushed toward the lava at an alarming speed. They were going to crash. The world darkened, and it took Nia a moment to realize that they hadn't plummeted to their deaths. What had looked like a pillar of solid rock had been the entrance to a tunnel barely big enough to allow the dragon to fly into it. Nia pressed herself against his scales to avoid hitting her head on the ceiling. The fox barked as he was squished between girl and dragon. As soon as tunnel opened up to a wider space, the dragon landed. Nia slid off his neck, the fox and squirrel jumping down and shaking out their fur. It was a little cooler here, but she could still feel sweat dripping down her neck. The water in her canteen was already lukewarm, but she drank it anyway. Her throat was so dry that the water did nothing to ease her. I guess we're in the heat of the mountain now, so we just have to find these fiery curtains, Nia said. The tunnel only led forward, and the wavering orange light ahead told her they probably weren't far. It was only a few minutes of walking before the tunnel began to widen and tilt down. Already the heat was increasing again. Her vision started to swim, and she wondered if she could really handle this. Maybe would be the test that defeated her. The dragon pushed her gently from behind, and Nia looked up woozily. They were now in a large cavern, mostly filmed with more molten rock, which poured from a hole in the ceiling. There was a path, a narrow arch of black stone that bridged the pool, but across the middle lava poured in great sheets blocking whatever might be on the other side. Like a curtain, she murmured. How am I going to get past it? The thought made her heart pound with fear, on top of her dizziness and fatigue. Black spots moved across her vision, and sitting down was the only way to avoid falling. She put her head between her knees. I don't think I can do this, Nia said, her voice scratchy from dehydration. She might have cried, but there wasn't enough moisture in her body to make tears. The fox nuzzled her cheek. The dragon snorted with now familiar irritation. I know. I've come this far, risked my life and their lives, and now giving up? Everyone was right. I was stupid to think I could do this. A wind whipped Nia's hair, and she realized the dragon was taking off. The thought of it giving up on her and abandoning them to die made her heart plummeting. But he only swooped around the cavern and dove behind the fountain of lava, and then burst through it with a roar, his wings outspread. The molten rock flowed over his back and dripped off the tips of his wings, and the path was clear. Between his front legs, she could see the stone. Nia blinked in shock, struggling to her feet. The dragon roared again, smoke rising from his scales. She knew it was hurting him. He couldn't keep it up forever. This would be her only chance. Nia gritted her teeth, not letting herself think about anything but the stone. There was room for fear or exhaustion. Darting forward, she stumbled for one heart-stopping moment, and then she dove under the dragon's wings, grasping the red-orange stone in fingers slick with sweat. The dragon roared as the world shifted beneath them. Chapter 13. They were back in the maze, standing in front of what seemed like the same stone doors they'd first entered through, only now the 4 gemstones were set into the face. Glowing lines of power spooled from each gem, creating a rainbow web of interlaced magic. But Nia didn't care about any of that at the moment. She spun around and ran to the dragon. The scales all along his back were charred and still smoking. Her hand went to her mouth. Are you all right? The dragon snorted as he surveyed the damage, and then nodded once sharply. As she watched, the scales started to repair themselves, like natural healing speeded up 100 times. Nia let out a relieved breath. Thank you, she said, throwing her arms around the dragon's neck.
After a moment, his head curved around her shoulders in a scaly embrace. "I never could have done it without you." Nia released the dragon and turned to the others. "Or all of you," she said, kneeling down to hug the fox and let the squirrel back on her shoulder. The raven landed on her other shoulder, tweaking her ear with his beak in an affectionate way. She stroked his sleek feathers while the squirrel rubbed his head on her cheek. Nia took another deep breath and straightened her spine. "All right, let's see what's behind these doors." They pushed open at her touch. There was nothing ahead but a dark tunnel. Nia chewed her lip and crept forward carefully. As her eyes adjusted, she made out a faint green glow surrounded by mist. Her breath caught in her throat when she could finally see what it was. In the center of a room, a huge cauldron sat atop a crackling fire, the flames such a vibrant green that they were painful to look at for long. A silvery mist flowed over the floor, and all around was the sound of water flowing, dripping, lapping against rock. It wasn't until Nia's foot splashed into it that she realized that the mist was floating on top of a huge lake. She could swim, but... As soon as Nia had the thought, a glowing stone just large enough to stand on appeared in the water. When she stepped onto it, another stone materialized a little farther away. "At least this doesn't seem to be a test," she thought as she made her way from stone to stone.
"Welcome, Nia, daughter of Arwell."
A raspy voice sounded from everywhere and nowhere.
"Why do you seek the cauldron of rebirth?"
There was no one else in the room, or no one that she could see. Her heart pounded. "My betrothed Celyn was killed in a battle trying to help others. I've come to bring him home."
"If that is truly your greatest desire, you must place a piece of the departed into the cauldron,"
the voice replied. Nia's hand went to her neck, to the locket she had never removed, where a lock of Celyn's hair remained braided with her own. If she hadn't had that... But the foremost thought in her head was the other part of what the voice had said. If this was her greatest desire, Nia was no longer certain. Would the cauldron sense her doubts and punish her, or fail to bring Celyn back after all she had been through? The thought made her sick, but what could she do? The only way to know was to make the attempt. Now that she was close, she could see that the cauldron wasn't black at all. It was silver, and intricately carved with scenes of life and love and choice. Eons of soot had settled in all the crevices, but the green flames that seemed to suspend the cauldron in midair burned with neither smoke nor heat. A sense of power pulsed against Nia's eardrums. Nia slipped the locket over her head and looked it one last time. The silver scuffed and tarnished by everything it had been through. It was less than half a year since she had given it to him, but it felt like a century ago. All the extra work she had done to afford the locket, the care she'd taken weaving their hair together, it might as well have been another lifetime. Her fingers trembled on the clasp, and the cauldron lit up, like the sun was shining from the inside. She couldn't help looking within. The cauldron was filled with a luminous, steaming liquid. Images began to form on the surface, just like at the well. To her surprise, it showed Bran kneeling at a fire, his eyes closed. Her heart lurched alarmingly. The vision expanded to reveal Cadfael, Gareth, and Rhys sitting around the same fire in similarly meditative poses. As Nia watched, Bran opened his eyes, shining with vivid violet magic. He opened his mouth, starting to rise, and a dark shape lunged toward him from the trees. Bran's magic barely kept it at bay, and the whole clearing was full of them. Shadows with gleaming eyes. They were like the wraiths from the entrance to Annwn. Specters of malice with razor-sharp talons and evil magic. They attacked the brothers in a dark and furious storm. It was chaos. Her heart was in her throat as she looked back to her 4 animal companions who were standing on the lakeshore. This can't be real, can it? It has to be some sort of trick. They didn't move, like they were frozen in place. Slowly the form of the fox began to waver, drifting apart into motes of light like sundust in a sunbeam. Nia looked back into the cauldron panicked and watched Gareth dragged to the ground under a tide of monsters. The knowledge that she had been holding back, refusing to acknowledge, was now staring her in the face. Even after she had run away, the brothers had kept their word. Now the squirrel was fading away in sparks of green.
She both feared and expected what she saw when she looked back in the cauldron. Rays struck by dark magic, falling limply in the dirt. The dragon and the raven didn't move, but she felt their eyes on her. She could almost hear their accusations. "You abandoned us, and now we will pay the price for your foolishness. Is one life truly worth so much?" She couldn't waste another moment. As the dragon began to disappear, Nia turned, the locket falling from her hands. Nia's body moved on instinct, leaping from stone to the shore, through the doors, and then to the antechamber. The outer doors flew open as she approached, and Hailwind whinnied with alarm as she flung herself into the saddle. "It's all right, girl," she said, patting the mare's neck. "But we have to hurry back to Rhys and Bran and the others as fast as you can. They need our help." Her only hope was that Hailwind was just as magical as everything else here, because Nia had no idea where the brothers were. Luckily, the mare seemed to understand. Hailwind reared up and then wheeled around and charged into the forest. The branches whipped by, dark pillars against the crimson light of sunset. Nia's heart was racing. "Please, don't let me be too late," she prayed to any god who would listen. Nia had no idea what she was going to do when she found the brothers, but she couldn't let them face this alone. The shadows between the trees grew dark and thick, and not only because night was falling. This darkness felt alive and filled with malevolent intent. Nia could hear shouting ahead over the pounding of Hailwind's hooves. As the sounds grew louder, she pulled the mare up short and slid off, and unsheathed her dagger. A claw reached out from the shadows, grasping at her skirt. She slashed at it, and it retreated. The rest of the wraiths were focused on the brothers. Gareth and Rhys were back on their feet, Gareth whirling through the fray with his staff while Ray's arrows struck target after target. Cadfael's flaming sword swung in a brilliant arc, leaving several wraiths as nothing more than smoking heaps. But more kept coming. Bran was in the center, slashing with a dagger in one hand, lightning crackling from the other. Nia went towards him first, slashing at a wraith in her way. It shrieked and retreated, but didn't seem terribly damaged. Nia noticed that only Cadfael's flames and Bran's lightning were having any effect on the wraiths. They were healing from all but the worst magical damage. Nia's heart sank as she realized the implications. How could they hope to defeat these things if there seemed to be an infinite supply? "Nia!" Rhys had seen her and cried out. Then everything seemed to happen at once. Cadfael looked up, and the moment of distraction was enough to allow one of the wraiths to leap onto his back, talons at his throat. He sank to his knees as he tried to dislodge it while still fending off more of the creatures with his sword. Rhys let out a cry, and there was a twanging crack as his bowstring snapped in two. A flood of monsters blocked him from view. Nia couldn't see Gareth at all. Her heart pounded with fear as the wraiths turned to her, advancing with eyes full of malice. Her only hope, maybe all of their hopes, was to get to Bran. He was fighting with daggers only now, his teeth bared, his skin white with fatigue. She struggled in his direction, slashing wildly with her dagger to keep the creatures at bay. A low rumbling growl echoed through the trees, followed by an ominous clank. A monster emerged from the trees that was not like the wraiths. This monster was huge, wearing armor and wielding a sword that looked twice as long as Nia was tall. Bran took a step back, his eyes wide. Then he seemed to summon something from deep within himself, more magic that shimmered around him and sparkled violet in his hands. Lightning lanced through the air from his outstretched fingers, striking the huge monster with a sizzling crack. But it kept advancing, all too quickly and at the same time in agonizing slow motion. The giant sword stabbed through the magical barrier. Nia swore she could feel it shatter, and then the blade pierced Bran. It entered the front of his abdomen and exited through his spine. "Bran!" The scream burst from her mouth as he crumpled around the bloody sword. Her eyes met his at the moment the life seemed to drain from them. Bran's mouth formed the shape of her name, and then went slack. Then Nia felt like the one who had been stabbed as the world crumbled around her. It was hard to describe what happened next. Nia's emotions were roiling. Grief collided with anger, which crashed into the fear of what would happen next. After everything she had been through, all she had done and sacrificed, to have it end in failure was too much. Even if it was what she deserved for daring to meddle in affairs best left to the gods, it was not what the brothers deserved. The brothers, for all their faults, had only tried to help her, to love her. To have that repaid with betrayal and death, Nia couldn't bear it. The intensity of these feelings filled her up, boiling under her skin until it felt like she might burst. Her hands were glowing golden, and some instinct made her hold them out in front of her. The giant creature looked at her, Bran's body sliding off the end of his sword and falling to the ground. A fresh burst of rage flooded her veins, burning down her arms like a wildfire. Nia screamed as white gold light burst from her fingertips like a miniature sun and flooded over the clearing like a tidal wave. Monsters burned to ash in its wake. When it faded, there was nothing left in the clearing but scorch marks, and the 4 brothers each lying where they'd fallen. Nia felt as drained as an empty water skin. She staggered forward, falling on her knees next to Bran. He was so pale and still, lines of pain and weariness etched deep into his face. A sob welled up in her throat as she took one of his hands in hers. She was sure she'd been too late. "I'm sorry, so sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have been there." For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent in respect while her tears fell on his face. But then, his fingers twitched under hers, and he took a deep, shuddering breath and opened his eyes. Her heart lurched with shock and relief. "Nia, what happened?"
Bran weakly asked. "I don't know. I thought you were dead, that you were all dead, and this light just came out of me. It killed all of the wraiths." His eyebrows flicked upward, but somehow she felt that he was less surprised than he should be.
"It would take a great deal more than a sword to kill a son of Lord Gwyn, but without your help, it could have been much worse."
As if to prove the truth of his words, Nia heard groans and the restless of movement from the other brothers. She didn't look up, though, because Bran had brought one trembling hand to her cheek.
"I'm glad you're here, but I don't understand why. You were so close to the cauldron. What happened?"
Heat flooded her cheeks, but Nia resisted the impulse to look away. She looked directly into his eyes, for the first time, letting herself really see the way the universe seemed to spin through his eyes. "The cauldron showed me what was happening, and I knew I couldn't leave you, not just because it would be wrong. I realized I've been lying to myself about what I want, even about what I feel. I love you, and I should have been truthful about that." Bran didn't seem to be able to speak right away. He was holding her face in both hands, stroking his thumbs over her cheekbones softly.
"I knew you would choose him,"
Cadfael said in a rough voice, pushing himself up to sitting. "No, you don't understand," Nia said, finally revealing everything was so freeing. Relief completely overwhelmed her lingering anxiety. She smiled. "I love Bran, but I love you too, Cadfael, and Rhys, and Gareth too, even if not all in quite the same way. The well told me that we would all be together, and I couldn't believe it. But now—"
"You want us to share?"
Cadfael asked, incredulous and slightly bitter, but she could see the faint shimmer of hope in his eyes.
"That explains why you were so distressed and evasive after the well,"
Bran said as she helped him to sit up. He was shaking with fatigue, but he was alive. They were all okay, and that was all that mattered. "I know it may take us a while to figure things out, but I believe we can make it work," she said. "I want to stay with you, and I don't want to have to choose." The last thing she wanted was for the brothers to fight over her. They were too important to each other. Rhys was the first to approach them, moving cautiously, but with an eager expression despite the ugly wound over his eye from the snapped bowstring. It was already scabbed over and fading, so she had no doubt that he would fully recover.
"What about Celyn and your vow?"
She chewed her lip. "I realized that you were right, all of you. As much as I miss him, it was wrong to interfere." It didn't hurt to admit as much as she thought it would, and she sighed as a weight lifted from her. "I can only hope the gods can forgive me. I made the vow out of love, but I broke it out of love too."
"We won't let anything happen to you, Nia," Rhys said, "no matter what Lord Gwyn or anyone else has to say about it."
"Of course not,"
Bran agreed, snaking an arm around her waist.
Whatever comes, we will be here to protect and aid you.
She could see the weight of unspoken words in his expression, things she knew he would only say in private. It was enough for now. She laid her head on his shoulder, and Rhys wrapped his arm around her other side. Cadfael was frowning, but it seemed less like anger and more like he was thinking hard.
I'm not sure if I'll be any good at this togetherness thing, but I want to try.
He bent down and kissed her forehead, wrapping them all in a brief but crushing embrace. Gareth was standing now, looking more battered and disheveled than she had ever seen him, but he didn't come closer. She wondered, with a stab of disappointment, if he was upset she hadn't fulfilled her oath. Unlike the others, he had never seemed particularly interested in her. Maybe the well had been wrong after all, though she remembered how closely he'd held her after she'd nearly drowned in the forest. He looked down at his clasped hands, more abashed than angry.
I am not sure what to say. I have often been cruel and dismissive to you, so I can hardly believe that you would want to be with me, let alone that I have earned the privilege.
We haven't always agreed, it's true, Nia said, beckoning him closer. But even when you disliked me, you saved me in the cave, and you saved me again in the forest. I think that, at least, is enough to deserve my care. She reached out and took his hand, pulling him into the group. It was like the last piece fitting into a puzzle, and Nia felt a sudden, profound sense of peace. She let out a long sigh. To her surprise, the brothers did the same.
Rhys laughed. I think this is the first time we've hugged since we were kids. I'm not hugging you, I'm hugging Nia.
Cadfael groused, not as fierce as he might have once done.
As much as I'm enjoying the attention, we should probably find somewhere safer to spend the night and make plans for getting home.
Bran said. He kept stroking her back like he thought she was about to disappear.
I think we should be safe enough tonight, even if it was our father who sent the race. That had to have exhausted him.
Cadfael said.
I can't think of anywhere nearby that would take us in anyway.
Gareth agreed,
though we could probably make it to an inn tomorrow.
They started to pull away, to look around the clearing and set up camp. Bran got to his feet and pulled up his shirt to look at the wound in his stomach, already faded to a puckered pink scar. Nia was so shocked that she almost reached out and to touch it, but she stopped herself. I can't believe it healed so fast, she said. Bran took her hand in both of his.
I think whatever magic you did had some healing power as well. I suspected there was magic dormant within you, but I never imagined anything like that.
I don't know how I did it, she said. I just couldn't bear watching you die. Tears welled up in her eyes at the memory, and he brought her hand to his lips, kissing her fingertips. She shivered.
In that moment, my greatest regret was that I didn't tell you that I love you, that I think of you every moment. I admit I wasn't planning on sharing, but perhaps a little competition is healthy,
he said with an ardent gleam in his eyes. I would rather you cooperate, she said in a chiding tone. I've plenty of time for all of you. Bran smiled.
I will do whatever it is you require of me, Nia, for the rest of my days, so long as you stay.
He leaned down and kissed her, not a frantic and demanding kiss, but a kiss that was slow and completely sure in the knowledge that they were all exactly where they belonged.
Does that mean it's my turn next?
Cadfael yelled across the clearing.
I thought we were setting up camp.
They broke apart, smiling, and went to help. Epilogue. Nia blew a strand of hair away from her face as she wove a thread, the stormy gray-blue color of ocean waves, through the plain strands of the weft. This was the border of the tapestry. At the center was a cauldron floating on viridian flames. The rest was still unfinished, but she had a plan. There would be 4 sections, a dragon wreathed in flames, a squirrel flanked by trees, a fox with a background of clouds and swirling leaves, and a raven against the night sky. Nia wasn't leaving herself out of the story. Honey bees outlined the outer edge, a symbol of the person she was before, and to who she was now, right now, there would be a sunburst surrounding the central section, but she thought more things might come to her as time passed. After all, There had been a great deal to think about in the few weeks since they had escaped from Annwn. At least the return journey had not involved being pursued by monsters. The only trouble had been the protracted but surprisingly civil argument about how best to proceed with their new relationship. The agreement they had eventually come to was that Nia would spend 2 days with each of the brothers in succession, and they would all spend each 9th day together. To that end, they had built her a cottage on the other side of Ynis Gwyn, 4 rooms with walls of stone, a central hearth, and a slate roof. There was a bathing room, just like the one at their house, and a small garden. The brothers brought her whatever food and supplies she needed. Nia had not wanted magical servants or anything too extravagant. It was different than the life she had always imagined, but she was enjoying the freedom more than she would have expected. However, it had been 6 days since she had last seen Bran. The wait was proving difficult. Nia was trying not to play favorites. She knew that for this to work, all 4 men would have to trust that she cared for them equally, even if each relationship was different. She hadn't interfered in their negotiations about who would get to see her and when, even when she had been disappointed when Bran agreed to be the last to have his turn. It was just, out of all the brothers, she felt like they had the deepest connection and had also the most left unsaid. They hadn't exactly had the opportunity for a private conversation. The scrape of the front door opening made Nia smile, and her heart was racing as she hurriedly finished the row with a quick knot. Bran stood in the doorway, wearing a long silk jacket of midnight blue with billowing sleeves, his hair hanging loose down his back like a dark waterfall. It had been quite a while since she had seen him in anything other than armor or simple tunics. And once again, Nia was struck by Bran's elegant beauty. The longing in his gaze was intense, but he didn't move. After the euphoria of their victory had faded, he had been much more careful around her. Not distant, but hesitant, in a way that was unlike him. Nia hoped that would change, starting right now. "I missed you," she said, embracing him tightly. His arms moved to encircle her, one hand sliding into her hair to press her head against his chest. She could hear his heart racing much as her own.
"I have missed you as well. I was beginning to regret allowing myself to be the last in rotation,"
Bran replied, his voice rough with emotion. "I was surprised you agreed to it so easily," she said, looking up at him. His hand moved to her cheek almost as if he couldn't help himself.
"The others seem to believe I have some sort of unfair advantage," he said with half a smile. "I told myself I could be patient in interest of keeping the peace. Besides," he paused, his fingers flexing against her back. She could tell he was having difficulty choosing his words. "I suppose I felt I had the most to apologize for. Waiting to see you again seemed like a fairly mild sort of penance."
"You don't need to seek forgiveness from me," she assured him, reaching up to cup his face in her hands. His eyes closed as she caressed his skin, smooth and cool. "I was angry that you tried to trick me. I wished that you had talked to me before, but I don't think any of us were being totally honest with our intentions at that point. Except maybe Rhys." Bran smiled at that.
"I'm not sure Rhys knows how to lie," he agreed. "But still, I should have told you how I felt. After the masquerade, even before that. Perhaps if you had known how important you are to me."
"It might not have changed anything. I am very stubborn," she said, grinning. "But what is done. I understand why you did what you did. And right now, I'd like to focus on the present." He seemed to understand her meaning because he kissed her, slow and sweet. She had almost forgotten how soft his mouth was, how good his lips felt against hers. He smelled like rain in a forest under a fall moon, dark and cool and lovely. One kiss turned into another, and another. Soon his hands were roaming, like he might make a map of her later, down her back, over her, then under her tunic, cool fingers tracing along her ribs. His thumbs brushed the undersides of her breasts, and she gasped. "Let's get out of the doorway at least," she said, leading him to the bedroom. He studied the room for a moment, the walls of white plaster, the daffodil-patterned curtains in the windows, and the bed, which he had helped to build. The brothers had split the tasks of house construction amicably, but this one thing they each insisted on having a hand in. Even Gareth, who had been most hesitant to touch her and after 2 days had left with only a single kiss, had made his own marks. The harps carved into the bedposts, clouds and swirls of wind embroidered into the sheets. That's when she had known for sure that he wanted to be with her for his own sake, not just for the sake of his brothers. Gareth still felt bad about his earlier behavior, but he also wanted to know her and for her to know him. That made Nia love him more. Cadfael had done most of the physical labor. He liked to work with his hands, to measure and cut the planks and hammer them together. She saw another side to him then, focused and quiet, an aspect of him that she hoped to coax into other parts of their life. Already Cadfael seemed less snappish and volatile, and though he was somewhat aggressive in his amorous advances, he had proved to be a more giving lover than she might have expected. Of course, he had demanded to be the first to have his time with her, but he had left after 2 days without a single scowl. The bulk of the decorations on the bed had been created by Rhys, by magic and by hand. He had been fair to his brothers, carving dragons with unfurled wings on the frame and leaping foxes on the corners. Ravens perched on the tops of every post, but there was a great deal of acorns and oak leaves as well, and a line of squirrels on the footboard. Rhys had just left this morning, smiling and telling her quite sincerely to have a good time with Bran. Out of all 4 brothers, Rhys was most pleased by the arrangement, partly because it had already increased familial harmony and partly, as he admitted shyly, because he wanted companionship and affection more than passion. Bran had made the blankets, pale yellow linens with a delicate pattern of stars, and the thick down coverlet with a golden sun in the center. Enchantments of protection and pleasant dreams were worked into every thread. It might have seemed as if Bran had held back from inserting himself into the decors the others had, but Nia could not fail to notice that every depiction of the sun seemed to hold a crescent moon inside it, its partner and in verse. It told her more about his feelings than words ever could. Now, seeming satisfied by his appraisal of the bedroom, Bran's eyes turned back to her. He swallowed and reached out to run his fingers through her hair.
Nia, I cannot tell you how long I've waited for this moment.
Probably as long as I have, she replied, her attempt at playfulness somewhat marred by the husky tone of her voice. Bran pulled her to him, not hesitating this time to seek her skin under the hem of her skirt. Nia started to unbutton his jacket, which had so many tiny buttons that she might have been annoyed, except when she discovered there was nothing under it but his skin. She kissed the hollow at the base of his throat, and he breathed in sharply.
Much longer, he murmured. From the moment we fished you out of the sea, I felt a connection. You were different, interesting, but then it became more. It frightened me. When I was teaching you to fight, and you asked me about aiming for the heart, my first thought was that you already had mine in your hand.
His eyes were captivating in their intensity, his words piercing her in the soul.
I have taken many lovers, I will not lie, but never as more as a dalliance. Whatever happens with my brothers, whatever path you walk, I will walk beside you, if you will have me. You are the other half of myself. There will never be another.
Her heart melted at the honesty of his words. You can't say that. Won't you live forever? No matter how much you love me, I am still mortal.
And I am the firstborn prince of Annwn. There is no soul that can elude me, and that is many years in the future. Did you not say we should focus on the present?
Bran's kiss left her little opportunity to consider this farther. Then he was removing her clothes, devouring her with his eyes, kissing down her neck in a way that made her shiver and burn all at once. Nia pushed his jacket from his shoulders, and when he pulled her tight against him, the rush of skin against skin was like a gulp of strong mead, intoxicating, dizzying. It wasn't until the back of her legs collided with the bed that she realized they'd been moving that direction. One more kiss,
teeth scraping lightly over her lower lip, and Nia was sitting on the mattress. Bran knelt on the floor, but he was tall enough that his head was now just level with hers. His eyes were nearly black with desire, and his hand slid up her leg. A shudder traveled up her spine.
"We could wait, if you would rather,"
he said breathlessly.
"There's no hurry."
Her heart surged with affection. Even though he must have known that she had been with Cadfael, he was still willing to be patient. Perhaps that was just how confident he was of his place in her heart. Either way, her mind was made up. She laughed low in her throat. "Surely you must know that I've wanted you since I saw you in the hot spring. Maybe even before," she admitted with a rush of blood to her cheeks. "Why would you think that changed?" Bran's smile was a little smug.
"It never hurts to be certain,"
he said as he slid his long fingers slowly, deliciously over her thighs. The warmth of his mouth as he pressed a kiss to the inside of her knee was so startling that Nia almost didn't notice that his fingers were traveling somewhere else. Not that she minded. His kisses traveled up the insides of her thighs, stealing her breath, and she buried her hands in his hair. It ran through her fingers like cool water, just as she'd imagined it would.
"Have you ever been kissed here?"
he asked, his voice gone deep and raspy in a way that made Nia's belly tighten. With his head positioned between her legs, she had no trouble guessing what he meant. But the idea was so shocking that it was all she could do to shake her head mutely. Bran chuckled, his eyes gleaming.
"How fortunate for me."
The heat of his breath might as well have been a bonfire, and the first caress of his tongue drove all the senses from her head. Later, Nia lay limp and shuddering on the bed. Bran's skin was cool against hers as he laid down beside her. His fingers traced secret patterns on her stomach, and his breath tickled her ear. Nia was sure the entire island heard her moaning, but she felt too blissful to bother being embarrassed. Eventually, her heartbeat slowed, and she rolled to face him. He looked rather pleased with himself, and she felt a sudden desire to turn the tables. After all, she barely had a chance to touch him. She slid her hands over the smooth planes of his chest and down his stomach. He was softer than Cadfael, lean but supple like a cat, and for the moment he seemed content to let her explore. His thumb stroking idly over her hip, as she pressed kisses to his chest, moving upward to his neck and jaw as her hand moved lower. Bran shivered at her touch, and Nia realized with a delighted smile how deeply affected he was by her touch when she first caressed the velvet skin of his manhood, and Nia exulted in the way he trembled. "Nia," he said, his breath hissing through his teeth. "You'll drive me mad." "That's the idea," she said with a sly smile. Bran kissed her fiercely, stealing her breath, and rolled them until his body was pressing her into the mattress. She wrapped her legs over his hips, gliding her fingers over his shoulders, her back arched in answer to the question he had not yet asked. Bran slid into her slowly, filling her inch by inch until she thought she would die from the sweetness of it. The passion in his eyes was almost too much. They moved together like the sweep and roll of the ocean tides, the peak cresting to the point of glittering transcendence before it crashed over them. Stars spiraled through her vision. Bran's voice calling her name seemed far away. When she finally came back to earth, Bran's head was on her chest. His panting breaths chilled her sweet, damp skin. Nia stroked his hair, so supremely content she might have gone to sleep despite it being the middle of the afternoon. After a moment, Bran moved to lie beside her, kissing her shoulder with a smile.
"Perhaps now that I'm not insensible with desire, we can talk about other things."
"Did you have something particular in mind?" she asked, turning to look at him. His expression was relaxed but serious. Luckily, she was feeling too languorous to be as anxious as she might otherwise have been. Not that she distrusted him. She knew that without her vow hanging over them, there was room for nothing but honesty. But things were still new and fragile.
"We'll be meeting my brothers in 2 days, and considering their usual behavior, I suspect it will be mostly bickering,"
Bran said.
"But there are some things we should consider for the future. For instance, Do you want to go visit your family?
Her breath caught in her throat. I thought, well, we agreed that if I failed to reach the cauldron, I would never leave Yennisquin again.
This is true, he said, stroking her hair, but that was mostly because Cadfael insisted. He assumed you would try to run away. I don't think we have to be concerned about that any longer, he added with a slight smile. Besides, we would come with you, or at least some of us would, depending on your preference.
Nia wanted to see her parents, of course, if only to let them know she was all right. But she was afraid of what they would think. She had run off to bring Celyn back, but she had failed, and now she was in love with 4 princes of the Twylith Teg. Calling it an unusual arrangement was quite an understatement. I'll have to think about it, she said. I'd like to get things more settled here first. Bran nodded.
There is one decision that should be made sooner rather than later. We should have spoken about it earlier, actually.
He paused, and she could tell that whatever he was about to say made him nervous.
Have you thought about children?
Nia's eyes widened. She had always planned for children. With Celyn, children had been assumed as the natural course of things. In the village, you got married once you came of age, and then you started having babies. But things were a little different now. Could the princes even have children with a human? Would they want to? I do want children, but I suppose I haven't thought about how that would work, Nia said, chewing her lip.
In the usual way?
Bran said with a hint of humor.
But we all agree it was your decision. There will be no fighting over paternity either. Any children you have will be raised equally by all of us.
Oh, her heart was throbbing. Is that something you all would want? Bran's answering smile was so gentle and joyful that Nia was sure her heart broke and fused back together in the space of an insult.
When you are ready,
Bran said.
I asked, because I could use magic to prevent conception, though I was a bit too crazed to think about it before.
Nia imagined a child with eyes like the night sky, or fire-red hair, with Gareth's grace or Rhys' smile, maybe one of each. Excitement and happiness bloomed like a flower in her chest. That's all right, she said, pressing close against him and kissing his cheek. I can't think of any reason to wait. This has been Soulmates, Reverse Harem Fantasy, Book 1. Written by Mira Crest, narrated by Megan Mitchell. Copyright 2019 by Alvin Chu. Production copyright by Alvin Chu.